யூடியூப் லைவ் ஆயிடுச்சு, ரெக்கார்டிங்கும் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
ஓகே. வணக்கம் நாகம்மா. வணக்கம். வணக்கம் ஹிரண்யா. வணக்கம் நாகம்மா.
நாகம்மா வணக்கம். ஹிரண்யா வெல்கம்.
வணக்கம் அங்கிள்.
In a few minutesல ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாம்.
கரெக்டா 9 o'clock ஜாயின் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம் நம்ம டைம்.
Hiranya, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Hello.
அம்மா நாகம்மா, நீங்க பேசுறது கேட்கல எங்களுக்கு. நீங்க மியூட்ல இருக்கீங்க.
பிரசன்னா இப்ப ஓகேயா இருக்கா?
சூப்பர், கரெக்டா இருக்கு. இப்ப கேக்குது.
ஓகே, கேக்குது இல்ல? சரி.
கேக்குது.
எனக்கு அந்த இது கோஹோஸ்ட் கொடுத்துட்டீங்க இல்லையா?
கோபி கொடுத்துருவாரு. கோபி நீங்க
நான் கொடுத்துறேங்கம்மா.
ஓகே.
ஹிரண்யா மெடிக்கல் சர்வீஸ் இருக்கு, அதுதானே?
ஆமா, எனக்கு ஹிரண்யா மெடிக்கல் சர்வீஸ்.
ஓகே.
ப்ராபப்லி பீப்புள் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா ஜாயின் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நமக்கு டைம் ஆயிடுச்சு, நம்ம ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் நிகழ்ச்சியை. கோபி ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் இல்லையா?
ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் பிரச்சனை. ஐ திங்க் ரெக்கார்டிங் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு, லைவும் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு.
ஓகே. ஜெயராஜயா, நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிருங்க. ஓகே.
நான் டாக்டர் கால் பண்ணிடவா?
டாக்டர் அருணாச்சலம் ஆல்ரெடி இருக்காரு.
ஓகே.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாம் ஐயா.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாங்கய்யா.
ஜாயின் பண்ணிடுறேன். ஓகே ஓகே யா
ஓகே
யா ஜஸ்ட் டாக்டர் இஸ் ஜாயினிங்.
ஓகே தேங்க்யூ. ஓகே
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுறேன் ஐயா. இன்னும் வெயிட் பண்ணுமா ஐயா? அப்படியே
இன்னும் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாங்கய்யா. அவங்க கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா ஜாயின் பண்ணுவாங்க.
ஓகே ஓகே. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. Dear brothers and sisters, Thaipoosam is a famous festival celebrated by Tamils across the world with a devotion to Lord Muruga. Thaipoosam is also celebrated by the Sutta Sanmarkis or Vallalar followers at Vallalar Satya Jnana Sabai and across the world. The first Thaipoosam at Vallalar Satya Jnana Sabai was celebrated in the year 1872 by through Arut Prakasa Vallalar. This celebration is observed every year till now. During this occasion, 7 colored screens that represent our 7 types of our inner grims are unveiled. Once the screens are unveiled, one could see the holy light to the symbolize that once we remove the grims, we could see the God within us. Vallalar Universal Mission has been celebrating this occasion for the past 5 years by reciting Thiruvarutpa, speech and spiritual discourses by eminent scholars and speakers across the world. It's our great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Vallalar Universal Mission USA to this grand Thaipoosam 2022 celebration. Today's program are supported by Hiranya Medical Services of Singapore and Mrs. Nagamai Suresh will host with me. We have our speakers who are noble souls from different walk of life, medicine, education, vegan activism. We welcome Selvi S. Hrania, a medical student from Singapore, Dr. Arnachalam Muthaiya from Chennai, cardiologist, Dr. Chokalingam from Chennai, Mrs. Hope Bahanak from USA, Dr. Til Raghu from USA, and our fellow Sanmarkis from Miami, Florida. Sanmarkis and brothers and sisters have joined this program through Zoom meeting, YouTube from across the world, including Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, India, Europe, USA, and Canada. We are all eagerly waiting to hear this food for our thoughts, body, mind, and soul. Once again, on behalf of Vallalar Universal Mission, Vanakkam, Vandanam, and welcome. First of all, this session starts with the Arutpa recital in Tamil by S. Hiranya, medical student in St. George University. I would like to give quick introduction about Hiranya. Hiranya is well known to us and does not need any introduction. However, let us give a snapshot of her. Hiranya is studying medicine at St. George University, Grenada. She was awarded Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for her excellence in academics and further did her A level in the UK. She has won various title awards in academics and music too. She has given numerous concerts across the globe, including Vallalar Isai Villa in Vadalur a couple of times. During this COVID-19 period, Hiranya took initiative and raised funds and contributed many oxygen concentrators and personal protective equipment kits for various hospitals in India. Right now, she is organizing doctor series where eminent doctors are presenting good topics in her YouTube channel, which is beneficial to the society. She sings a lot of devotional albums too. Above all, it is remarkable to say that she is in the Dean's list in her university. Just recently, she has been appointed as a president of Internal Medicine Club in her university. To know more about her, you can visit her YouTube channel, Kranya for music and Kranya Medical Services for her services. Next, Dr. Ayya, Dr. Arnachalam Muthaiya, BSc MD, will give his valuable speech in English on healthy food and compassion for a happy life. Our sister Nagamai Suresh from Kranya Medical Services will give a brief introduction about our doctor.
Before that, I think we will have Hiranya to recite the Arutpa, and then we'll go to the next program.
Okay. First, Arutpa recital in Tamil, and we invite Mrs. Hiranya about medical student, St. George University.
அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை கற்றதென்றும் சாகாத கல்வி என்று கண்டு கொண்டு அற்புத சிற்றம்பலத்தில் அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. இதனைகள் நீக்கி நமக்கின்பளிக்கும் என்றும் அன்று ஆடும் திருவடிக்கே ஆசை வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. கற்றதென்றும் சாகாத கல்வி என்று கண்டு கொண்டு அற்புத சிற்றம்பலத்தில் அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. இதனைகள் நீக்கி நமக்கின்பளிக்கும் என்றும் அன்று ஆடும் திருவடிக்கு ஆசை வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. ஆ ஆ நானந்த நீதா நலம் பெறவே இன்னி மன்றில் ஆனந்த நாடகத்து கண்ப வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. வாடலரசாக வரம் கொடுக்கும் என்றும் அன்றில் ஆடலடி பொம்மலர்க்கே அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. பொற்புறவே புன்றா பொருளளிக்கும் என்றும் அன்றில் அற்புத பொற்சேவடிக்கு அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. இனமறுத்தென்றும் இரவாமை நல்கும் என்றே ஞானமணி ஒன்றிடத்தேன் அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. ஓர் துணையின் பொன்னடி என்றுணர்கின்றேன் உன்னை என்று யார் துணையும் வேண்டேன் என் அன்புடைய ஐயாவே. பூசை செய்த பெற்ற ஒன்றன் பொன்னடி மேல் நன்றியேல் ஆசை ஒன்றும் இல்லை என கண்புடைய ஐயாவே. கற்றதென்றும் சாகாத கல்வி என்று கண்டு கொண்டோர் அற்புத சிற்றம்பலத்தில் அன்பு வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. இதனைகள் நீக்கி நமக்கின்பளிக்கும் என்றும் அன்று ஆடும் திருவடிக்கே ஆசை வைத்தேன் ஐயாவே. ஆ ஆ இச்சையின் மேலன்று எனக்கென்னளவும் வேறு முன்றில் இச்சையில்லை நின்னானே என்னருமையாவே எப்படி நின் உள்ளம் இருக்கின்றதின் அளவில் அப்படி நீ செய்தவன கண்புடைய ஐயாவே எவ்வண்ணம் நின் கருத்தில் என்னளவில் எண்ணியதோ அவ்வண்ணம் செய்தவன கண்புடைய ஐயாவே தேசுரு நின்றருளா தெல்ல முதம் உள்ள உள்ளே ஆசை பொங்குகின்றதென கண்புடைய ஐயாவே மாசுருளின் பொன்னருளம் மாமணி பெற்றாட உள்ளே ஆசை பொங்குகின்றதென கண்புடைய ஐயாவே நாசனிதான் அருளம் ஞான மருந்துன்னருளே ஆசை பொங்குகின்றதென கண்புடைய ஐயாவே கற்றதென்றும் சாகாத கல்வி என்று கண்டு கொண்டு அற்புத சிற்றம்பலத்தில் நம்பு வைத்தேனையாவே இதனைகள் நீக்கி நமக்கிம்பளிக்கும் என்றும் அன்று ஆளும் திருவடிக்கே ஆசை வைத்தேனையாவே கற்றதென்றும் சாகாத கல்வி என்று கண்டு கொண்டு அற்புத சிற்றம்பலத்தில் அன்பு வைத்தேனையாவே.
Hiranya, your voice is very feeble, it seems. Can you please sing a bit louder or just get close to the computer?
Yeah, sure. அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே சிற்பதம் பொற்பதம் சீரே சிறந்தது சித்தாடுகின்ற திருநாள் பிறந்தது சிற்பதம் பொற்பதம் சீரே சிறந்தது சித்தாடுகின்ற திருநாள் பிறந்தது கற்பக நெஞ்ச கரிசு துறந்தது கற்பக நெஞ்ச கரிசு துறந்தது கற்பக நெஞ்ச கரிசு துறந்தது கற்ற பொய் நூல்கள் கனதே மறந்தது கற்ற பொய் நூல்கள் கனதே மறந்தது அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே செத்தார் எழுகின்ற திருநாள் அடுத்தது சிவநீரி ஒன்றே இங்கும் தலையெடுத்தது செத்தார் எழுகின்ற திருநாள் அடுத்தது சிவநேரி ஒன்றே இங்கும் தலையெடுத்தது இத்தாரணி முதல் வானுமுடுத்தது இத்தாரணி முதல் வானுமுடுத்தது இத்தாரணி முதல் வானுமுடுத்தது இரவா வருந்தான் எனக்கு கொடுத்தது இரவா வருந்தான் எனக்கு கொடுத்தது அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே புறம் கூறினார் எல்லாம் புல்லென போயினர் பொற்படி கீழ்பூர மீளவும் ஏயினர் புறம் கூறினார் எல்லாம் புல்லென போயினர் பொற்படி கீழ்பூர மீளவும் ஏயினர் மரம் கூறினோம் என் செய்வோம் என்று கூயினர் மரம் கூறினோம் என் செய்வோம் என்று கூயினர் மரம் கூறினோம் என் செய்வோம் என்று கூயினர் வாழிய என்று சொல் வாயினராயினர் வாழிய என்று சொல் வாயினராயினர் புதமற்புதமே அருளற்புதமற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே ஏ அருளற்புதம் அற்புதமே வெவ்வினை காடெல்லாம் வேரோடு வெந்தது வெய்ய மாமாயை விரிவற்று நொந்தது வெவ்வினை காடெல்லாம் வேரோடு வெந்தது வெய்ய மாமாயை விரிவற்று நொந்தது செவ்விய ஞானம் சிறப்புற வந்தது செவ்விய ஞானம் சிறப்புற வந்தது செவ்விய ஞானம் சிறப்புற வந்தது சித்திகள் யாவையும் செய்திட தந்தது சித்திகள் யாவையும் செய்திட தந்தது அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே சாதி சமய சழகெல்லாம் மற்றது சன்மக ஞான சபை நிலை பெற்றது சாதி சமய சழகெல்லாம் மற்றது சன்மக ஞான சபை நிலை பெற்றது மேதினியில் சாகா வித்தையை கற்றது மேதினியில் சாகா வித்தையை கற்றது மெய்யரோ ஜோதியின் உள்ளத்தில் ஊற்றது மெய்யரோ ஜோதியின் உள்ளத்தில் ஊற்றது அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அற்புதம் 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 அற்புதமே அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே அருள் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே Thank you to Vallalar US Mission for giving me this opportunity to sing. And now I'll be putting the YouTube link in the chat. Please do subscribe, and you would, get a lot of service from this medical channel. So do support. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiranyamma, for your excellent, mind-blowing Arupa recital. We pray for you, Aruparanjodi Andavar, to bless you and your kith and kin with good health, wealth, and supreme status of deathless life. Aruparanjodi, Aruparanjodi, Thaniperunkarnai, let all living beings live blissfully. Thank you, Hiranyamma.
Next program, Dr. Ayya, Dr. Arunachalam Muthaiya, BSc MD, will give his valuable speech in English on healthy food and compassion for a happy life. Before that, our sister Nagamai Suresh from Hiranya Medical Services will give a brief introduction about our doctor. Nagama, please give the introduction about Arunachal.
Vanakkam, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Vallalar Mission USA for this wonderful opportunity. And my heartfelt thanks to both the doctors who have taken their time and in spite of their busy schedule. I know that they are extremely busy and they had put in a lot of efforts preparing the PowerPoint and stuff. So thanks to Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah and Professor Dr. V. Chokkalingam uncle as well. Now let me introduce Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah. Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah has done his MD from Minsk, USSR. He is practicing as family physician at Minsk Clinic Ramapuram since 1994 and started a multi-specialty hospital named Arun Vijaya Hospital in KK Nagar, Chennai. Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah is also holding office bearer position in many organizations. He was the past president of Indian Medical Association, Chennai for Kodambakam branch. Now, he is the chairman of Crisis Management Committee, IMA Chennai Kodambakam. And he is also state and national central committee member of Indian Medical Association. He is the founder and past president of Russian Medical Graduate Association too. He is the secretary of Dr. C. Kothari Nagar Welfare Association. Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah is doing a lot of social services, and let me just highlight a few. He is the managing trustee of Madonna's Trust. He's doing a lot of projects there in this trust. The project of free old age home in the name of his father, Sarvodaya Muthaiah Old Age Home. Nambikkai Vidaigal, where he offers free education for needy students, supporting for surgeries as well. The other project is Akshaya Patra project, where 20 families were offered food every day during this COVID period. And the other one is Vasantam, which is microfinance for single mothers. In Nesapakam Osana Free Clinic at St. Anne's Church, Dr. Arunachalam is offering free medical service as a medical doctor on regular basis. He is the president of Harijan Seva Sangh, which is a Gandhian institution in Chennai district. Adding feathers to his cap, he shares the knowledge with the society by regularly interacting in most of the TV channels and social media too. He has got lots of awards and recognitions too. He was awarded many times by Rotary Club, Lions Club, and Vincent de Paul Society for the free medical services to their programs. IMA Tamil Nadu State Board has given Kumaraguru Award for the social services by individual doctor at Vellore IMA State Council meetings. He was awarded the Best Doctor Award for leadership qualities by IMA Tamil Nadu State Board. He was also awarded the Best Vincentian Award for the free clinic service rendered for more than a decade. Well, on 1st July 2021, during World Doctors' Day, Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah was the recipient of Prime Minister Award with the title COVID Warrior Award from Indian Medical Association, which is a great honor. Dr. Arunachala Muthaiah has also published a book in Tamil about obesity, which is the root cause of all illness after 40 years, உடல் பருமன் பாதிப்புகளும் தீர்வுகளும் and prescription. Yes, doctor, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagamai Suresh Amma. A very good introduction about the doctor. We know a lot about doctors. Thank you. Thank you. Now we request the doctor to give his valuable speech. Thank you, doctor.
Can I share some slides, please? The host should allow me to share.
Sure, doctor. Give me 1 second, sir.
And I'm humbled by the introduction of Mrs. Nagamai Suresh. My teacher and my professor, our professor, Dr. Chokalingam, in front of him, I am none to deliver this lecture even. I was a student in MMC. I was doing my house surgency there. And I just, whenever we cross Professor Chokalingam, we used to feel that God is in front of us. Such a humble, and I have seen him growing, his lectures in TV programs are really very simple and humble. So in front of him, before him, luckily I am going to deliver some of his thoughts only I'm going to share. If after him I would have talked nothing about it, because I know his lectures are more practical and more simple and more what you call adaptable in life. And from him, at least 5% if I take and deliver today, I will be honoring him as a student. Thank you very much, sir.
Doctor, you should be able to share it now.
Yeah. Actually, this topic is chosen and given by the office bearer of Vallalar Universal Mission, Mr. Prasanna. Compassion for a Happy Life. Really, it's an added value for my lecture. I always feel in today's world, whatever we suffer after 40 years is only because we don't take into food as medicine. Food as medicine would have saved all our illnesses after 40, whatever we have. Now, we all know that non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, and all those things, they dominate the illnesses of the present world, and the huge burden is on hospitals and doctors to explain. And this metabolic syndrome is nothing but after 40, whatever we have, a slow development of accumulation of fat all over the body. And when it starts accumulating blood vessels, we have all our diseases started. As our professor is going to talk about elaborately all these things, I'll just go through these slides. Actually, as a family physician and a BSc graduate, zoology graduate, I would correlate our life with animals. When you think about animals, they have only one mission in their life, just to go hunt for their food. Maybe if herbivores, they just go for eating their grass, leaf, roots, fruits, and vegetables. That's the maximum. If a rabbit has to eat, the day goes like this, starts with taking of enough water from water sources, and then eat whatever grass if they want. If a rabbit, if we take, the tip of the grass is enough for that. If half an hour it eats, and then 2 hours it goes for rest, and then have enough water again, and then have their life, basic life. And the basic, what you call exercise, what they do for the eating grass for 20 minutes is again go for searching the food and hunting the food or eating it. Now, the food intake should be how? And what are all the countries now have longevity in their life? The leader is Japan. I would quote Japan because they have everything. And they follow their forefathers' small advice like Harakache Ban Me. The meaning is, in Tamil, we translate like Ara Vaituk Chapdu. In Japan, that phrase that translates as 80% stomach full is enough for you. So 80% if the stomach is full, stop eating. That is what the forefathers say, and still the youngsters follow that. But better than that, we have a nice proverb, nice phrase like Ara Vaituk Chapdu. This is the old people still they say. But our generation, that is, I mean to say that 50s, 60s of today's world, we need Greta Thunberg to say, to follow that. Whatever old people were saying, they were only saying, we don't pass that to the next generation. That is what the fault starts with. We need maybe many more Greta Thunbergs to take us to task. So in USA, where everything is fine, people are obese. For 36% population is obese, and correspondingly 60% population goes to hospital after 40. The principle of bariatric surgery, which is really the only solution modern medicine offers, is in the principle of cutting down the size of the stomach. That is the volume of the stomach. They have 4 or 5 principles, but the basic is cut down your meals. If you cannot, we will narrow down your stomach. That is what the principle of bariatric surgery which we offer. That is for morbid obesity. But for every individual, we just measure BMI. BMI is nothing but, very simply said, if your height is 160 minus 100, 60 is your what you call optimal weight, plus or minus 5. This is how we easily ask people to calculate. When your weight goes more than that, your weight is nothing but fat. The fat itself is like algae and water. They go and pass sediments on the walls of the arteries. When they are deposited, first preferred unresisted depositing place is lower abdomen, and then what you call gluteal muscle, that is bum, and then goes all over the body. So the obese person becomes a barrel-like structure, losing their curves. When all over the body the fat is deposited, leftover is the vessels. The vessels get the fat and you get the disease. The vessel gets the fat when the stress is also a cause, and which allows the fats to be deposited. So food is what meaning is, food meaning is only to sustain us for next 3 hours or 6 hours. The energy from the food is only to sustain our life for 6 hours. Animals still, they follow the tradition of taking food in the 12 hours of the day, and midnight 12 hours when they cannot see, they don't want anything to be eaten. And night food is only with more water and less food. But we, after invention of LED lights, we go to bed after 2 o'clock nowadays. Even children go to bed by 2 o'clock in normal homes nowadays. So food is only to sustain us for another 6 hours in the daytime. And night it may sustain our sleep for 12 hours. So practically 8:30 night, 8:30 morning, 1:30 in the midday should be the food regimen when food should be taken. And morning food should be like a complimentary food in 5-star hotels, should be the largest one. And then day and lunch and dinner should be just for make us survive the next 6 or 12 hours to sleep. I would like to compare our body with our petrol tanks of what we use in two-wheeler in Chennai. None of the two-wheeler riders, they fill up the tanks, whereas we fill up our stomach whenever we have food. The two-wheeler rider, he asks only for 50 rupees petrol. That is what the maximum consumers take from petrol bunk. Even though the tank holds for 12 liters, never even 3 liters or 4 liters are taken by the majority people. The means they take 50 rupees petrol 30 rupees they make work for the day or next earnings, and then they come back with 20 rupees petrol to and fro to petrol tank, and again they fill for 50 rupees, 20 rupees for to and fro, and 30 rupees petrol only to save money or earn money. This should be the policy of us also. Two-wheelers cannot, we cannot switch off our body. We need idle, we run the body idle all through our life, but two-wheelers can be switched off. In that case also they take very less, and where we have to take idle, that basic metabolic rate to sustain the 12 hours sleep with minimum heart rate and minimum respiratory rate and minimum gut movement and minimum blood flow to the body. And in the rest also we need very less food, whereas nights are filled, we fill the stomach in the nights the maximum, and all our wedding receptions and what you call our get-togethers will prove otherwise. That is full of the stomach, or maybe for 4 or 5 days we fill the calories in the night. So
Doctor, sorry for the interruption. So can you put your slide in the presentation mode and show us?
Is it not?
I mean, we are able to see the slide. It's still in the first one. If you are already moving the slides, we are not able to see that.
Oh.
Doctor, you just put it, yeah. Can you just see the presentation mode there? Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, now we can see.
If you can actually put it in the presentation mode, like the small box, if you click it, it will show the whole screen.
Am I changing now?
You are changing now, doctor. Just put it in the presentation mode.
So doctor, if you see 91% on the bottom of the screen, right-hand side, there is a icon just next to it. If we click on that, it should turn into full screen.
It's like a small cup there.
I'll come back again. Now screen is fully shared. Stop share. Am I sharing it now?
Yes, doctor. Yeah, it's okay, doctor. Please go ahead. Yes, the same one. Click on that. Yeah. Doctor, it is okay. We can move on, doctor.
Just one.
Yeah. Can you just click that, doctor?
It's going down, wait.
I think it should be okay, doctor. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Sir, one on the left side ஒரு ஐகான் இருக்கும். அதை கிளிக் பண்ணீங்கனாலே உங்களுக்கு வந்துரும். இல்ல you just scroll பண்ணி மூவ் பண்ணிட்டே போங்க.
இல்ல இதுவே ஓரளவுக்கு தெரியுது. Yeah, it's okay, we can move on.
அங்க அப்படியே இந்த சைடு வாங்க டாக்டர். இல்ல அந்த 91% பக்கத்துல ஒரு பீக்கர் மாதிரி இருக்கு பாருங்களேன், ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு கப் மாதிரி, அது போயிட்டு ஜஸ்ட் கிளிக் தட். யா ஜஸ்ட் கிளிக் தட்.
I have done it, but are you able to see now?
டாக்டர் அது பண்ண முடியல. இட்ஸ் ஓகே. சம்டைம்ஸ் ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேரிங்ல அது வராம இருக்க சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. நீங்க ப்ரோசீட் பண்ணுங்க டாக்டர்.
Right. And then just 1 second, I'll get into what I was talking.
Okay.
Now, healthy food is nothing but weigh yourself, and if the weight is more than what you should be, whatever maybe your age, according to your height, or BMI, if it is 23 to 25, it is the normal and optimal weight which we can be. So more than that, it is better to cut down your carbohydrates alone. Nowadays, we eat more than 3 times more than what we should take. We eat carbohydrates. That is the culprit for making us sick. The extra carbohydrates, they go and store as glycogen, which is also a fat, convertible fat, and they deposit all across the body. That is the root cause for our illness. And the solution lies in vegetables, and fruits maybe. So every food on table should have cut fruits, cut vegetables more than cut fruits, because fruits also have fructose. So it's better to have always more vegetables. However you want. If, for example, it's only example, I never prescribe any formula for food intake. It's only, if you want to reduce your weight, 1/3 you cut off your idli, dosa, chapati, or rice, or any roots, potato, something like that. If you are preferably eating those things, carbohydrate rich food, those carbs you cut down into 1/3 first for 3 months. Add for that carbohydrates, fill your stomach with vegetables. That is what the only solution. The stomach expands up to a level and then gives a signal that is enough for me. The satiety comes only when the stomach is expanded to the previous day or more than that. That is what the human nature. So when you want to have less food or reduce your weight or healthy food, you go down with your carbohydrate, which is really important. And what we think is vegetables don't have energy, whereas we are comparable to mammals, and the huge animal on the earth is the elephant, which is 4,000 kilogram. Indian elephant weighs and 7,007 tons also they weigh, and they take a day around 450 kilogram of vegetables, roots, trees, and maybe leaves, and what you call fruits, everything. In fact, except all herbivores, they take only vegetables, and they have, like human being, from hair to brain to bone, everything, and all what you call nutrients are available in healthy vegetarian's food. But we take very less. We have to eat like how we are supposed to be. So 1/3 of your stomach full meal, maybe it's a breakfast or it's a lunch or it's a dinner, should be with vegetables, cut fruits, cut vegetables, or even boiled one. If you can have what you call spring roll with stuffed vegetables, why can't you have a dosa with 1/2 kg or 1/4 kg of 200 grams of cabbage in that? Or any vegetable, whatever you prefer. In dosa, you can roll and have it. 2 idlis, and you can have how much ever you want. Fill the stomach with vegetables, cut vegetables or cooked vegetables, with less oil and less coconut, if it is possible. This is what my formula to bring down your weight and to lead a healthy life. And not only that, every meal on table should have dry fruits and maybe some nuts also. And the other one, what we need to have for healthy food means it should include our total inputs, that is water. What we lack in day-to-day affair is we become dehydrated, and particularly in India, where toileting is not hygiene. Women, they never take water when they plan to go out, and men also nowadays. Maybe 40% of summer OPs are filled with urinary tract infection, urinary stones, That means lifelong he has not taken water and he is not knowing how to take water also. Our kidney secretes per minute 1 ml urine, whether you want or not, whether it is night or day. So around 1.5 liter water is excreted from your blood. You need to replenish it daily. So 12 hours in the daytime, if you are able to take 2 liters of water, if you are leading an office life or in-home life, it's better to have minimum 2 liters, means 7 to 12, 1 liter, 2 to 7, 1 liter. Or with every tea, you have 2 liters, 2 cups of water, 8 cups of water minimum. And the indicator which will say you whether you have taken adequate water is your color of urine, frequency of urine, and the quantity of urine will say whether you have taken for the particular period, whether you have taken enough water or not. These indicators should be watched and followed. So still animals, before going for what you call nightlife, animals are dependent upon sunlight and moonlight, particularly 5:45 to 6:15 in the morning or 5:45 to 6:15 in the evening. Their daylight, their what you call life for food is over, and the other 12 hours they relax till. They don't have LED lamps to disturb their night, and they don't have LED lamps to disturb their sleep. The circadian rhythm is as such maintained from birth to death. And what we think is now vegetables don't have calories. Here is the list. If you are able to see, cucumber 100 grams have 32 calories. Carrot the same, 30 calories, 100 grams. So the more you eat vegetables, the more you are going to be energetic. And you believe that all vegetables have calories. Now the question comes, why then thin people have diseases? Here, the stress comes, the today's stress from
Excuse me,
all
doctor.
life.
Excuse me, doctor. Can you press on the resume slideshow? The slides are not moving. Just you can actually.
Just 1 second. I am.
Sir, if it's easy, slideshow end பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க அப்படியே ஒரு ஸ்லைடா கூட கிளிக் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
That is what. Now I have come to so stress is the negative element that triggers fat gain. When the stress is more, the stress is nothing but day to day what we face today. From in this pandemic region, what you call session, the world suffers from economical burden. Economical commitments cannot be met by men, which is a very huge burden on them. So obesity alone is not the cause for illnesses, and healthy food alone will not lead to healthy life. We need to be active also. Every person in the morning, they have to allot morning or evening or whenever it is available, 1 hour for their healthy life. That is, they have to allot that 1 hour exercise, that is 15 minutes stretching exercise, which is very important. And then 45 minutes, maybe cycling, walking, or any other possible physical activity, or walking to your cycling to your office is also possible. So some or otherwise we have to be active. the fungus always, or in a running water, there is never, the algae never deposits. It's only the sedentary or slow running or immovable stagnant water is the root cause for where algae can deposit. Likewise, the fat deposits when you are idle, when inactivity takes more in your life, not only what you call the sedentary life leads to all these things. So it's better to be, even to break the stress, we need to be active. And compassion and kindness, when we take about physical activity, food, and then now come to the mental stress, which can be broken by just by being compassionate to our life. Today, the kindness differs from compassion. That is, act of trying to help others is nothing but kindness. But compassion goes for empathizing, sympathizing, and somewhat helping, trying to help others. So I would say the 7 rules of life, that is, make peace with your past so it won't screw up your present, means we know very better. Thinking about past is having no role to play in the future. What others think of you is, we don't live for others, and we don't need to think about others also. Almost time heals everything. Let us not compare with others, and let us not think of too much about it, about what others thinks also. And we are not responsible of our life always, and there is a predetermined path we walk also, and let us be happy about whatever we do. And in the path of compassion, when we, as Vallalar told, when we be sympathetic to people around us, that gives us lots of happiness and relieves our stress also. Being a family physician, when I lost my father, it is a small thought I wanted to share with, because most of you are in Soviet Union, in USA now. And when I lost my father in an accident, when my mother was alone, when I could not be there, I started a trust in my father's, in Madonna's trust in, and started a project like Sarvodaya Muttiya Mudiyor Illam. When my home is, when my mother is alone at home, and that is in a farmhouse, she stays in Tirunelveli, I started to give 10 people accommodation there. And even today, I pray on the Pongal day that the stove should not be switched off in that home for lifelong, or maybe like Vallalar's home. And today we have around 6 people in this, 5 people in this, what you call pandemic time also. These 5 people are staying with my mother. Once upon a time, there were 12 or 10, 13 people. This is what I wanted to pass the message. You are there in USA and your parents are there, maybe in a village, in cities, I do not know how to solve it. But even in a flat, all old age people, they can be served food at one place, arranged by you, supported by maybe a widow's family in a village, can provide food for all aged people in one place, at least once in a time, once in a day, so that all old age people, they come together and have their food in one place, and which maybe relieve their stress, and maybe a solution for our absence with them. And maybe all old age people can have a safe and secured food and time in their village. This is what the lesson I have learned from Vallalar, and I adapt in my life also. Thank you for the opportunity, and sorry for the interruption with my slide presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnachalam Muthaiya.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much for the wonderful talk. We know how busy you are, and so we are really very, very grateful that you have taken time to prepare a lot of slides today, and you have also given a good presentation. We got a lot of tips from you regarding how to lead a healthy life and what type of food we should eat and stuff. So once again, thank you very much for spending this evening with us.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, Jayaraja, can I pass on to the next?
Yes, yes.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Arnachalam Muthaiya, for your valuable speech, like Amma said. So there is really non-communicable diseases you are talking about. You are mentioning so many places, like so 80% we can take enough food for that. So many valuable presentations like that. So we have to follow. Everyone has to follow whatever you said like that. So for our daily basis life, so water is more important like that. So boiled vegetables and fruits is taken to everyday life is good. Not only the food, and we have to be active for every day, like walking and exercise in the morning, like that. You mentioned so many good things in our daily basis. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your valuable.
Thank you. Sorry for my poor presentation in slides.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Next program, Ayya Dr. Chokalingam, MD, DM, cardiologist, FAAC, USA, FCCP, USA, DSC, a world famous cardiologist, Chennai, India, will give his valuable speech on connecting mind, body, and soul for hearty health. Once again, I request our sister Nahammai Suresh from Hiranya Medical Services will give a brief introduction about our doctor. Nahammai Amma, please give the introduction about the doctor.
Good evening and welcome for the speech doctor today. So currently, Professor Emeritus and yes, Professor Dr. V. Chokalingam Uncle is Professor Emeritus and Head of Cardiology at Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. He is retired as Professor and Head of Department of Cardiology from Madras Medical College and as Chief Cardiologist from Government General Hospital. He has done his MBBS and MD from Madurai Medical College. And Uncle has done his DM, Cardiology from Madras Medical College. Doctor of Science from Dr. MGR University. Fellow of American College of Chest Physicians and is a Fellow of American College of Cardiology. Uncle has won lots and lots of medals, and if I'm going to tell all that, one day will not be enough. So just to highlight a few, he has won gold medal in general medicine, gold medal in cardiology and ophthalmology. He was a state first rank holder in medicine, MBBS from Madras University. He has won for state first rank in MD in general medicine. He was the first person to graduate as DM cardiology from Madras Medical College. And Dr. Uncle is now practicing as cardiologist and teaching cardiology for over 54 years. He has published and presented more than 100 scientific papers in national and international cardiology conferences and journals. Uncle has also published several books, and to mention a few would be Mind Your Heart, Idayam Kakka, and Journey to a hearty health. Uncle has been associated with many top personalities, including Professor in our late President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam as well. And Uncle Dr. Chakalingam is again a celebrity doctor who is a renowned TV personality, educating public through TV in most of the TV channels. And Dr. Uncle's three mantras for long life would be positive in thinking, be healthy in eating, be adequate in exercising. So now let me call upon Uncle to give a speech. Yes, Uncle, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Amma, for the introduction about the doctor. Thank you. Now the doctor, we request the doctor to deliver his speech.
Thanks a lot for this nice platform you have given. I consider it a unique privilege given to me to address this Vallalar mission. Is really greatest opportunity that Nagamai, Jayaraj and Prasanna and Govi, everyone together responsible for this excellent meet. I'm really honored, delighted. I'm really thankful to every one of you. And what I'm going to say really is not going to be a new thing for any one of you, but only request is please reinforce it today, from today, and try to follow the best possible way in your life from today, so that those who are listening my talk, they need not come to me as a heart patient up to 100 years. Okay, you can come to me after 100 years, okay, I may give prescription. Till then, if you are going to follow the principles of Vallalar 1, there is no need for Dr. Chokkalingam at all. Glad to tell you today I am completing 54 years in cardiology, getting into 55th year. I am nice to see one of my best student, Arnachalam Muttaya. Actually, I won't be remembering, but he was really telling me about me. He shows the greatest pride for Chokkalingam till today. Whenever I see my students, they are excelling Chokkalingam. In that way, he is adding fame to me, Arnachalam. He is now doing his duty. What he is doing is much better than what Chokkalingam is executing as a cardiologist at present. The same thing is true. My son Anand Chokkalingam from Missouri has joined, and many of my students are there. I am really honored to be in this platform. And I am so happy and thankful to all of you. And I'm really honored in that one. And after this discussion, I would like to at least have 10 minutes where you can hear Anand Chokkalingam, my brother Anbu Ganapati. Those who want to share their experience, I'd be very happy to be part of this discussion. And I like to share my slides. And please allow me to share this one, please. Make
Sure,
me as a co-host so that I can share my slides. And Arnachalam was telling that power slides are excellent. Only thing is small problem in operating. Otherwise, your slides I can visualize how nice it will be. These excellent slides, Arnachalam. But a small technical one, I don't know, unless you are used to it. As doctors, you are really poor in technology, but you are now actually coping up that one. Are you now allowing me to share the slides?
Yes, sir. You should be able to share it now.
Very good. I hope I'll be successful in sharing my slides. 1 second. 1 minute, new share. Okay. Share. Okay. Are you allowing my co-hosting? You are allowing?
Yes, doctor. You are a co-host now. You should be able to share your screen.
1 second. I will see that. 1 second. I think it should go on well. I hope so. Okay.
We can see a blurry screen that you've already shared, but not sure.
1 minute. We'll see. Okay. Now.
Please double click. Yes.
Okay. You able to see my slides?
Yes, sir. We can see it now.
Very good. Very good. I hope I can operate. So I'm really delighted once again. And my topic is going to be connecting mind, body, soul for heart health. In every aspect of my slide, I'm going to connect Vallalar in our speech. I would like to ask some questions. You can unmute and answer as I'm now discussing. Don't be constantly as a mono talk. It must be a interaction even when I'm giving a presentation. Okay. What is the ultimate wealth we feel, Jayaraj?
Yeah, I feel, doctor, only health.
Very good. Excellent. You've given a great answer. You must give a big hand.
Thank
Health is wealth. You may have trillions of money with you. If health is not there, the wealth it becomes meaningless. I really appreciate. Then they will ask, how will you define health? Initially, they define health as disease-free state. It is not like that. WHO redefined health about 30 years back before. Health is defined as positive state of health. Where does it start from? Mentally, physically, spiritually, and socially, and it becomes holistic. That is what Vallalar stresses in every aspect of his life. Health is a connection of. We're going to put it, how we are going to connect the body, mind, and soul for heart health. That can be done only by connecting by yogasanas. Yoga means connecting of union of mind, body, soul. And I feel our Vallalar is the greatest recently lived Siddhas. Whatever thing Siddhas has said, Vallalar has been communicating the simplest way possible to all of us. Now, we always know that today morning, long time I've been discussing with Prasanna, Arutperenjodi, Taniperum Karunai. And you know, he lived 1823 to 1874. He lived only about 50 years before, 50 years only. But he has given the knowledge as though a person lived about 500 years. So he does not matter how many years a person going to live, how effectively is going to be useful to our society, it means enormously. Why I'm taking that one, Arutperenjodi, Taniperum Karunai. Actually, when I'm now discussing, please remember that Jodi, what you are seeing, what he is coined, what he has been stressing is your life itself. So life, soul, or God is only the light. So the Jodi என்பது உன்னுடைய தெய்வம், உயிரினம் தெய்வம் தான் you are seeing as a Jodi. What does it can operate? அதற்கு என்ன தேவை அந்த ஜோதிக்கு? அந்த ஜோதிக்கு தேவை, please see here, the Jodi is there, body is the what we are. See closely, watch how this Jodi gets into your body and makes you a living one. So what I want to say here is, உயிரினம் தெய்வம் ஆலயம் என உடலில் தான் இயங்க முடியும். இந்த உயிரினம் தெய்வம் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை என்பதே the குணத்தை காட்டுது. The moment you are happy, the moment you are going to have the karunai ullam, the jodi within your body will exist minimum for 100 years. The moment the body is not kept normal, healthy, that Jyoti leaves from your body. So, if you want to keep that living one within you, that Jyoti, கருணை என்ற உள்ளத்தில் தான் எண்ணத்தில் தான் உங்கள் உடம்பில் இயங்குமே தவிர அது தனித்து இயங்காது. That's what I'm saying. Now, this is the same concept. All religions have been started. இப்ப எந்த கோயிலுக்கும் போங்க, கோயில் என்பது ஆலயம். அது எந்த வழிபாடாக இருக்கட்டும் அனைத்தும் அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டார் வள்ளலார். He never discriminated the religion. But the life within that is the one that the lit light. That is a life. So, நீ எந்த கோயிலுக்கு போனாலும் கோயிலை வழிபடுவதே உன்னை காப்பாற்றிக் கொள்ள. What I want to stress here is, whenever you are going to worship, ஆலய வழிபாடு என்பது உங்கள் ஆலயம் என உடம்பை நீங்கள் பார்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்றால் உயிரினும் தெய்வத்தை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும். அந்த உயிரினும் தெய்வம்தான் அவர் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. அதை காப்பாற்றப்படுவது கருணை எனும் தனிப்பணியனுடைய உள்ளம் மட்டும்தான். அவரை பொறுத்தவரை எல்லா மதத்தையும் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டார். ஒரு மதம் மட்டும் வள்ளலாருக்கு பிடிக்காது, தாமதம் மட்டும் பிடிக்காது. அதற்காகத்தான் வள்ளலார் நம்ம ஆரம்பிச்சது கூட டாக் பாருங்க, கரெக்டா ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க. ஜெயராஜ் வந்து அது very time is very important. Now, the most important concept I am going to bring in, உடல் இயங்குவதற்கு உயிர் வேண்டும், உயிர் இயங்குவதற்கு உடல் வேண்டும். ரெண்டு நான் சொல்லிட்டேன் இல்லைங்க. இப்போ now in this present situation, that both the things are supported by only by our positive minds. The positive mind is the karunai ullam. Okay? Unfortunately, by your ignorance, the positive mind, if you are going to become negative mind, that is enough to kill your body and uir. So, தாங்குகின்ற மனம் தாக்கும் மனமாக மாற்றுவதற்கு காரணம் வள்ளலார் கொள்கையில் நம் கடைபிடிக்க தவறிவிட்டால் அந்த மனமே தீவிரவாதியாக மாறி உன்னை கொண்டு விடுகின்றது. That's what I am saying very clearly. I hope I am very clear about it. Now, everyone born in the earth is at ease, whoever it may be. But unfortunately, the moment if he is going to dispel, please remember that, the moment if he is going to dispel the easiness, who is responsible? Negative thoughts. The dispel of easiness, it becomes disease. So disease is nothing but what you are inherited by that easiness, you are dispelling by your negative thoughts. That's what I will always say, mind-body disease or psychosomatic disease, all diseases start only from a mindset. That's what Vallalar stresses very, very many occasions. So I usually ask Jayaraj or Prasanna, we are group. Jadi Madam அதெல்லாம் பத்தி கிடையாது. But you are grouped under group A, B, ABO. But you have got the RH plus and RH minus because of rhesus monkey from which you are evolved. That monkey has got only two groups, plus and minus. So evolved human being has got these four groups. Suppose God has given the opportunity, which group would you like to choose? Don't bother about the group, whatever you have got is excellent. One opportunity, what blood group would you like to choose, Jayaraj?
Which blood group?
Prasanna.
I choose everything. Right now I have a O
Which is
positive.
the best group you would like to choose?
Oh, B positive, doctor.
Okay, excellent
Or O
answer.
positive.
O positive is the one with the answer. I am very happy because they want to be universal donor.
Yeah, O
The O
positive.
group, they can donate blood to anyone. But I am not saying the group of O, as he answered, one must be, as per Vallalar one, be positive in your attitude. I am using this slide, not for the group. And no need to be of. Actually, I gave a talk in Brazil some time back. My Anand Chokling also came in. You must be remembering. When I gave a talk on Brazilian stood up, Dr. Chokalingam and group is A positive. When should I go and change my group into B positive? I told you not the blood group. Change your attitude. This moment as what Vallalar stress, Karanai Ullam, be positive. Okay? Now, how nicely spoke. ஜாதி மதம் இனம் என்று வேறுபாடு இல்லாமல் அனைவரையும் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு வாழ்வதுதான் சன்மார்க்கம். So that's what he has stressed so nicely. Now, Sutta Sanmargam is much more important. Sanmargam itself very good. How he coined as a Sutta Sanmargam that உண்மை என்பதுதான் பொது நெறி. எவன் உண்மையாக அன்பாக இருக்கின்றானோ அவனை எந்த சக்தியும் அழிக்க முடியாது. அதான் இந்த point I collected, I learned from our Vallalar. Now, இவ்வளவு மனம் பத்தி சொல்றாரு. What do you mean by மனம்? Mind or மனம், we cannot see. It cannot be touched. You are very clear. Mind can operate only in the brain. Please remember that. Brain only is the one formulating your mind. So even though brain harbors the mind, please remember, mind dictates the function of the brain. Not only dictates the function of the brain, it dictates the function of the heart, and all organ functions are determined by your unseen, untouchable mind only. I'm not bringing untouchability, which Vallalar is dead against. All are touchable, but I am saying that mind cannot be touched. So, பார்க்கவும் தொடவும் முடியாத மனம்தான் உங்கள் உடம்பில் எல்லா பாகங்களையும் இயக்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. Am I clear now? Now, what do you mean mind, psyche, in Latin மனம் உள்ளம்? Please here, ஐம்புலன்களின் உணர்வுகள், மெய் வாய் கண் மூக்கு செவி, that உணர்வுகள், feelings go to the brain. Once it reaches the brain, it is converted into thought process. Once it gone to thought process, it makes you intellect. So, ஆறாவது அறிவு என்பது மனிதனுக்கு மட்டும்தான் கிடைத்த வரம். விலங்குகள் அனைத்தும் ஐந்தறிவு. ஆறாவது அறிவு என்ற sixth sense. You must keep your mind 360 degrees. You must keep it as open parachute. Once mind is formed, it dictates your personality, the personality of A, B, C, D. We will now deal with that. Then I'm going to connect with Vallalar, how one can be healthy way. Am I clear? So mind has got three processes, and all three processes, the mind or ullam. Now, highly evolved minds, please here, I am calling it ஏழாவது அறிவு. What do you mean by ஏழாவது அறிவு? It is nothing but wisdom. I'm not saying anything the new one. So, the sixth ஆறறிவு மனிதன் ஏழாவது அறிவு என்ற wisdom-ஐ அடைந்து விட்டால், வல்லார் சொல்லுவது, you can be healthy way. So, that wisdom is nothing but self-realization. Your person is self-realized. Nothing can happen to him. Please remember that. So wisdom, Vivekananda put it, lies not in the amount of knowledge acquired, but in the degree of its application. We may know everything, but you don't apply it, it is equivalent to not having any knowledge at all. That's what he coined. That's what reinforces about Vallalar. Now see here, once you become intellect or ஏழாவது அறிவு, ஏழாவது அறிவின் பிரகாரம் ஆறாவது அறிவு என்ற மனம் கேட்க வேண்டும். ஆறாவது அறிவு மனம் சொல்லுவது எப்படி? உடல் கேட்க வேண்டும். இது மூன்றும் ஒரே லைனில் இருந்தால்தான், மனம்படி உடல் கேட்டு, உடல் படி வலிமையாக கேட்டு நடந்தால்தான் விலை மதிக்க முடியாத உயிரை காப்பாற்ற முடியும். அனைவருக்கும் தெரியும், சிகரெட் பிடிப்பது கெடுதல், குடிப்பது கெடுதல், மனதிற்கு தெரியும், அறிவுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனால் அதை உடலுக்கு இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ற அளவுக்கு அவன் பயன்படுத்தாவிட்டால் அவனை அழித்துக் கொள்கிறான். அதான் அது அழகா சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இந்த பர்சனாலிட்டி ABCDE சொன்னல, அதுக்கு மீது சின்ன ஒரு கேள்வியும் கேட்கிறேன். Because being a professor, I always ask questions. Arunachalam also can take part in the discussion. How many brain cells are there? Anyone can answer, right or wrong, doesn't matter. Let it be a interaction, must be very, what to say, very interesting. How many brain cells are there? Adult brain cells are all, please remember, 100 billion, that is 10,000 kodi cells. Okay, out of the 100 billion cells, how many percentage of brain cells you will be using? Anyone can guess, Prasanna?
Only 30%.
30%. My God, we are using only 7% of brain cells.
Oh, sir.
Vallalar would have used another 3% or 11%. If a person from 7% plus 2%, they'll get Nobel Prize. If a person add 2 more percent, they'll become Vallalar, Buddha, whatever thing. If you use more brain, doesn't cells, it cannot. But anyone using less than 4% of brain cells, they must be admitted in the mental hospital. So we are all operating with 7 to 9 or 8, whatever thing. Now, the most important, our Muthiah also has been stressing, 60 லட்சம் வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பு 5 அறிவு படைத்த மனிதன் தோன்றினான். எப்போது தோன்றினான்? சிந்திக்கவும் சிரிக்கவும் தெரிந்த மிருகம்தான் மனிதனாக மாறியது. The moment if you forget, what is the important character of the mind? 6 அறிவு படைத்த மனிதன், he only can choose what he wants. வேண்டியதை தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிற சக்தி மனிதனுக்கு மட்டும். But விலங்குகளை, they born, live, they will die. No elephant become non-vegetarian. No lion become vegetarian. But human being can be of any choose. But unfortunately, the chance to choose, mind tendency will always go for negative one. If you're going to stick on to Vallalar principles, you can hold on with the positive only. That's what I used to say. சிரிப்பை மறந்த மனிதன் ஒரு நொடியில் மிருகமாக மாறி விடுவான். நம்ம எல்லாரும் இருந்திருப்போம் ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ்ல. Now you are getting tuned to the Vallalar one, you are living as a human being. ஒரு மீட்டிங்ல கேட்டங்க, which is the most difficult thing for a human being அப்படின்னு. மனிதன் மனிதனாக வாழ்வதுதான் மிகவும் கடினம். மனிதன் மனிதனாக வாழ்வதற்காகத்தான் வள்ளலாருடைய வழிமுறைகள், மாற்று கருத்து இல்லை. So stress இல்லாமல் வாழ முடியாது. It's not possible to be without stress. Even Prasanna morning asked me, how can be without stress? I'm not saying don't live without stress. Please live with the stress. What do you mean by stress? It's a reaction of mind and body to the environment. As long as you live in the environment, our mind and body will be reacting to that. Please see this slide, what I'm going to say. The stress, if you're going to keep it at the positive side of the pendulum, that stress will produce endorphin, melatonin, serotonin, a good hormones. And the life will become tendril. As you see this one, it becomes swargam. Why I'm saying this point? The moment if you are going to have a positive attitude, happiness from all happenings, please see here, that cascade of reaction reflects one, psycho, neuro, humoro, viscero, immune response occurs in nanosecond in a positive way. So small mindsets, how it triggers nanoseconds operating. See here, the moment if you are going to be smiling like that. So when I said stress, be at stress, but get happiness from all happenings. You live now 100 years. By chance, you are going to go to the next day of the pendulum, negative stress. Any moment you have become unhappiness. When you are going to lose the karane ullam, negative thoughts, adrenal is pumped like anything. And then oxidative stress, then it becomes tsunami, it becomes naragam. So the moment see here is unhappy, how the shift of stress of positive or to the negative, only small line in between. So keep the pendulum positive. No, don't strain to hold the pendulum on the positive side. Be happy and rest all. Then the pendulum will be on that side. So naragam, swargam, when you are living, Central tsunami, what you are feeling, experiencing only by your mindset. Am I clear, Jayaraj? You must, please, those who are listening, please communicate to your children, grandchildren at the earliest points. I am not giving the talk for these people. I'm not giving the talk for my brothers, sisters, those who are listening. Please, each one must communicate the message at least today before going to sleep, at least 1,000 people. So you can make that society healthy. That's what Vallalar wanted. Okay. So negative personality, what do you mean by that? The negative personalities are A, C, D, E. What are the negative? Before going to that, I Nagami enumerated all my degrees. I told her, don't waste your time in telling my degrees because nobody is bothered about what the degree I am going to. Okay. Among the degrees, which will be the best degree you would like to have, my DM or PhD? When I asked in the IIT, they said triple M, MTech. I'm asking the same question. Which is the best degree, Jayaraj?
I think be calm.
Be calm.
Oh, excellent. So this is the best answer I'm getting from Vallalar because you are all already living as Vallalar principles. So be calm, not the degree I mean, be calm in your attitude. Be positive in your attitude. See, Jayaraj, how nicely is smiling. The moment if you are going to be happy, if you are going to smile, you ought to live for 100 years. So why don't you have the strength of living longer? Now, that's what my son Ananda all the time says, keep smiling like that. So negative personalities, please see here. A is avaricious, anxious, agitated. It's a negative one. C is concealed, compressed, they never communicate. D is depressed, dissatisfied, and all the time distressed. All the three personalities. I introduced 20 years before E personality. What is E personality? In the electronic world, E world, the E personality, what I introduced, I meant, say, exchanging personality. Everyone cannot be in one compartment, changing from one to other all the time. Please, from today, follow the principles of Vallalar and be positive only. Avoid all the four, A, C, D, E, from this moment. Why this personality comes? Please remember, whenever there is expectations, whenever if you are going to expect from others, it will create disappointments. That's what this personality is responsible for it. You know that man evolved from rhesus monkey 6 million years ago, like that. Our ancestors all lived in the forest, but they had that fight, flight hormones like adrenaline. At that time, it was a positive hormone. Because of that only, they can escape from the animals, and they have been eating apart from that. First, initially, they have been only eating animals. Then they become vegetarians, then become more stronger. All these things I did not go. But unfortunately, if they have not had this adrenaline hormone, our ancestors, we won't be sitting and talking. Please see that. How this person today, how he has become like this. Even this person I'm going to accept. See this person, how can you accept? These two persons are only responsible for making all hospitals and doctors become more and more richer. If everyone follows Vallalar principles from today, Chokkalingam will become jobless tomorrow itself, including Anand Chokkalingam or Priya Chokkalingam, those are all with me. Now see here. Now, the negative stress is the one I first told you, this negative personalities, A, C, D, E. Once a negative personality, our Muthaiya Ravana has told very clearly, the person will be tempted to take fatty foods. Once he takes fatty foods, he becomes obese. And then he will adopt automatically sedentary life. Unfortunately, this person with the characters, he thinks smoking and alcohol gives him happiness. He has become addicted. So when the cycle goes like that, the following the events of the cycle are increase in cholesterol, increase in sugar, increase in pressure, that make him to get heart attack. So who is responsible for that? Starting the personality, when the cycle completes, the cycle will kill him. Please be very clear. I'm not going to frighten anyone. Make you aware how one can be healthy. That's all I want to say. Please remember, your children are closely following, seeing that. They will simply follow what you have been doing. Now, heart, you know that it beats 72 per minute, 1 lakh times per day. Without any rest, it will continue to work for us. Such a excellent, most powerful muscle. You know, the heart is a fist, apple shape, 300 grams. Heart to function, it needs small red lines known as coronary arteries. Right and left, they're 2 to 3 millimeter. That only carry oxygen, all nutrients for the most powerful myocardium. Every human being has got, please remember, 40 trillion cells. How much? 40 trillion cells. Each cell is a living organism. For that to function, Karanai Ullam Mattamna Vendum. Okay. Now, how the heart attack comes? When the blood vessel that carrying that blood, if it getting blocked, it results in heart attack. Marbil Adaipu. I will tell you certain points that will make you to enlighten and aware of it. Please remember, the cholesterol is present in the blood. Good, bad, or any cholesterol in the blood, it ought to be there. That is only making all the organs to function. Understand? The cholesterol as long in the blood, we are alive. By chance, if you remove the cholesterol today from your blood, next second we all will die because heart function depends upon the cholesterol, brain, all functions, including all hormones, cholesterol as long as it is in the blood only. Am I clear? Now, unfortunately, if they go away from the Vallalar, Karanai Ullam, negative stress, please closely see this slide. The cholesterol in the blood, it gets filtered and get deposited in the blood vessel. The cholesterol deposits and the block occurs. That is known as atherosclerosis. So chronic stress, it produces atherosclerosis 20 years, 30 years, 40 years like that. Then why that age of 20, 25 years, they're dying suddenly? Please remember, any acute stress, whatever thing, loss of kid, loss of money, job, whatever thing, the acute stress, please see this slide, there's a clot occurs in the blood. Or the blood vessel may go for severe spasm. So heart attack by only block, clot, spasm. Please understand, Vallalar, Karanai Ullam, all the three can be prevented 100%. Please be very clear. So only thing you must be on positive attitude. Now see here how this spasm. Now, Indians are most affected. Unfortunately, every an hour in India, 90 people are dying below the age of 25 and 30. To put a full stop, only I am using this platform. Please remember that. Now, maximum heart attack comes from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. universally. Can you guess what day the maximum heart attack will be, Prasanna or Jayaraj? What day will be maximum?
Monday.
Oh, you got good experience. So
Yeah.
Monday is the maximum.
Yeah, I thought that, Doctor.
They relax Saturday and Sunday. Monday, before they're reaching the college, office, they dropped it. So it does not, actually I gave a talk in Canada before one Canadian stood up. Oh, doctor, year after I'll get up at 9 a.m. doctor. So see, it is not the time you are getting up, the attitude what you are going to get up. One person told me, I will never get up on Monday, I will get up only on Tuesday. Skipping the day, he thought he will escape the death. Please be very clear about it. Now you know that as that one, that more Adaipu, the pain may go to the neck, to the shoulder, to the abdomen, mistake and fall. cervical spondylosis, arthritis, gastric trouble. Unless you go to the doctor, we will never know, because people are already having the diseases. If they get a heart attack, don't be a doctor yourself. You must go to your physician and see whether your heart is normal or not. First 6 hours is a golden hour. More so first 1 hour. And once you go to the hospital, you can save 100%. But once you are going to follow Vallalar's one, you need not go to the doctor up to 100 years. Your choice is like that. Immediately you take ECG, echo, X-ray chest, angiogram, everything within 2 minutes. And immediately we do stenting, emergency bypass, pacing. Now you got a transplant, including artificial heart. Whatever thing you may do, all are temporary. But to tell the truth, if I get 100 patients today also, rich or poor, 95% of patients with Vallalar principles of life and some medicines, they become completely cured. 5% I may do this one because it may take a year for them to come normal. I don't want to take any risk. See this one. Now a day will come, all organs will be manufactured. The brain also in the process of being manufactured now. And please remember, the negative stress, not only heart attack, all the diseases, stroke, tension, tremor, asthma, including COVID and suicide, all are because of man-made. Please remember that. Now, the 3 killer diseases in the world today: 1, heart attack; 2, cancer; 3, accidents. Unfortunately, now, all our lifestyle diseases. Please remember that. Now, COVID joined, unfortunately, and suicide is expression of depression is also very important. Now, all the 5 can be prevented from today, Vallalar's principles of life only. Now, kill the killers by 3 mantras. What are the 3 mantras? What Vallalar? Before that, never get caught by police, never need the help of lawyers, or more so, never come to Dr. Chokalingam. If you are going to come to the 3 persons, your property will be all shared by 3 of us. What I want to request is, whatever you earn, have the help and keep all the 3 of them as your friends. Be healthy and get the guidance from them. And what the money you earn must be with you only. So for existence, I put it E. E for emotion, E for eating, E for exercise. The 3 concepts I made it mantra. Please remember, be positive in thinking, be healthy in eating, be adequate in exercising. We are going to follow the 3 principles of life, what you are saying. We do not spend even a pie for that. You only want to have mindset for that. That's what I'm saying. In doing that one, the positive hormones will make. What is the benefit of the positive hormones? Please closely follow this 1 or 2 slides. Once you are going to be happy, the hormones of positive one, see, endorphin, oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, melatonin are all neurotransmitters secreted and pumped into the blood by means of positive attitude. Karane ullam is enough. In doing so, we ought to live. Then we made a lot of research. Why not manufacture these hormones and give as medicines? We made a research. The happiness chemicals, please remember, dopamine is a reward chemical, oxytocin is a love chemical, serotonin is a mood stabilizer, endorphin is a painkiller. By means of exercising, listening, music, humor club, and most important is melatonin is a sleep hormone that is for a biological clock. All the hormones are very important. Now we made a research. If you are going to take endorphin, it cannot be taken orally because any hormone, if you take orally, it will be digested by stomach. It can be given only by injection. So we extracted tons of endorphin, give it only intravenously. See that. If you're going to do that, it will make you very happy, healthy, everything organ. But tons is an endorphin. Please remember, it costs 200,000 rupees. How long it will act? It can only act for 10 minutes only. So if we're going to implement the Vallalar one forever, we can constantly secrete the hormones. That's what I'm saying. For that only way is your peace of mind. With the peace of mind, the happiness. The moment you are happy, all hormones will be secreted. By means of that, you can be healthy for 100 years. But unfortunately, the control of happiness, control of peace, you are given this one as a remote to others. They're operating your happiness. Never allow this one to give it a remote. It is within you. மனைவி கேட்டா புருஷன் எனக்கு ஹார்ட் அட்டாக் காரணம்ன்றான், புருஷனை கேட்டா மனைவி காரணம்ன்றாங்க. Nobody is, please remember, the only reason what Vallalar said, be positive, be calm, be happy and blissful. For that, தனிமை ஒன்று மட்டும்தான் தன்னை அறிவதற்கு வாய்ப்பு உண்டு. Those who have been doing meditation, there is no need to medication at all. See how that happiness, karane ullam, make you happy. Now, the moment if you are going to be happy, please remember, this is very important, but I cannot go in detail about that. The moment if you are going to have karane ullam, the moment if you are going to the positive one, you are in the alpha mind. The alpha mind will reduces the stress hormones and increases the positive hormones. You live longer. Please remember that. So this is a very important slide I want to tell you. The moment you are happy, the moment you are going to have peace, as you are saying here, you will be only taking vegetables. That is a tendency human being, what Vallalar stressed. The moment you are doing this type of food, you will be tempted to do exercise. With that, you will keep your weight optimum. We will never smoke. We will never go near smokers too. In doing the cycle, please remember, 95% of my patients, they don't need after 1 year or 6 months for the cholesterol, for the sugar or pressure. But don't stay to stop medicines when you are taking after hearing my talk. Only your doctors must decide. In doing so, please remember, the permanent cure occurs. By what? The block that has occurred, it dissolves in 1 year. And your children will follow the cycle by seeing you. See, a most important thing, Vallalar stress padavi. What do you mean பதவிக்கு ஆசைப்படுனார்? எதுக்கு தெரியும் பதவி? பா என்பது பசித்திரு. You must be feeling the hunger all the time. That's what Anand Chokling stresses. Fasting is the greatest gift of meditation. I think if he still continues, I will ask him to talk about a minute or two. Pasithiru. Tanithiru. Then only you can have that life what you are, self-realization. Viithiru. Viippudan irundhaathaan unai kaappaatthik kolla mudiyum. Pa-da-vi. அனைவரும் ஆசைப்பட வேண்டும் 100 வருடம் கடந்து வாழ்வதற்காக. அதற்காக சொல்றேன், ப்ளீஸ் லெஸ் லக்கேஜ் மோர் கம்ஃபர்ட். ட்ரெயின்ல எல்லாம் பார்த்திருப்போம். நான் சொல்றேன், உடம்பிலும் பாரம் கூடாது, மனதிலும் பாரம் கூடாது. One important slide I would like to share. See here, those suppose anyone has got about 99% block. If they follow my instructions for 1 year, Vallalar principles of life, and thereby increasing endorphin and other things, please see this slide. What happens? The block totally regresses, but it takes 1 year. Another good news I want to share with all of you. Please remember, if you are born with a sugar, heart attack, pressure, your parents would have given genetically. By the time you would have given to your children, grandchildren also inherited genetic transmission of diseases. Very good news I want to share with you all. If we are going to follow the principles of Vallalar from today, 1 year regression reversion of block. If you're going to follow, how many years, Jairaj?
How many years?
How many years you must follow this?
Oh, 9 years.
As if you're going to follow 9 years, good news I'm sharing that disease carrying genes will get disappeared.
Oh.
So genetic mutation to positivity is possible because the genes carrying are all epigenes or phenotypes. It constantly changes by your mindset and lifestyle. So இனிமேல் வந்து எங்க அப்பா எனக்கு ஹார்ட் அட்டாக் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, சொத்தை கொடுக்கல நீங்க சொன்னீங்கன்னா அது உங்க அறியாமை மட்டும்தான். Please remember that. So success is not the happiness. வெற்றி அடைவது மகிழ்ச்சி அல்ல, மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் இருப்பதுதான் வெற்றி. Please understand this. So serenity, how are going to be? Accept the things we cannot change. Courage to change the things you can. Wisdom to know the difference. And the wisdom தான் நான் ஏழாவது அறிவா நான் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். So the cosmic laws to be happy, please remember, law of change, law of acceptance, law of responsibility, law of alignment with the good love and affection. 4 laws நீங்க ஃபாலோ தான் பண்ணணும். அதான் அடிக்கடி சொல்றேன். இது ரெண்டும் போட்டி வச்சது. எது ஜெயிச்சதுன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க ஜெயராஜ்?
ஆமைதான் ஜெயிச்சது.
ஆமைதான். எங்க பாட்டி கிட்ட சண்டை போட்டேன். ஆமைக்கு முயலுக்கும் போட்டி வைக்கலாமா பாட்டி? 2 ஆமைக்கு 2 முயலுக்கு போட்டி எப்படி இது 2த்துக்கும் வைக்கணும்? நான் இதை போடுவதற்கு காரணம், 2ம் வெற்றி படையும், ஒன்றே ஒன்றுதான் தோல்வி அடையும். முயலாமை தான் தோல்வி அடையுமே தவிர முயலும் ஆமையும் வெற்றி அடையும். அதுக்கு அனெக்டோட் கொடுக்கறதுக்காக இந்த ஸ்லைட் போட்டேன். இந்த முயல் ஆமை, முயலாமை. If you don't make effort, you will get defeated. அதுக்காக தான் போட்டேன். Now, one generation எத்தனை வருடம் நினைக்கிறீங்க? பிரசன்னா, ஜெயராஜ், how many years one generation?
60 years, doctor.
60 years. Some may say 30. ஒருத்தர் 100. அவங்கவுங்க லக்கி நம்பர் சொல்றாங்க நினைச்சேன். ஒரு ஜெனரேஷன் என்பது நீ பிறந்த வருடத்தை குறைத்து வைத்துக் கொண்டு உனக்கு பிறக்கின்ற குழந்தையை வைத்து வருடத்தை குறித்தால் இது இடைவெளிதான் ஒரு ஜெனரேஷன். இது ஏன் சொல்றேன்னா, வள்ளலார் சொல்லுவதை பல ஜெனரேஷன்ஸ் சென்று அடைய வேண்டும். அதுக்காக தான் சொல்றேன். நான் ஒரு டாக் கொடுத்தேன். எங்கன்னா ஜப்பான்ல கோவிடுக்கு முந்தி 18,000 பேர் இருக்கிற இடத்துல ஒரு டாக் கொடுத்தேன், லைவ் ப்ரோக்ராம். அங்க பேசிய தலைப்பு டு லிவ் ஃபார் 100 years. You won't believe me, 2,000 people stood up. I don't want to hear it சொக்கலிங்கம். என்னங்கன்னு பொறுமையா கேட்டேன். அந்த 2,000 people ஆல்ரெடி 102, 103 வயசு ஆயிடுச்சான். So to live for 100 years meaningless ஆகி போச்சுன்னு சொன்னாங்க. Why they have been living like that? Because they are living in nature, living for the society. All the time they are following the 3 principles of life and they have been working. Now, life is the present journey. It is not a race. Please remember, life is a journey. As a ship can only go in that sea is only problems. So Manidan must know how to live with the problem. If allow the problem to get into the ship, that's all wreck occurs. So that is the way I wanted to explain. So live longer, those are with friends and relatives. That's the reason why I always be with all of you. Those who have been living with friends and relatives, they ought to live longer. And consider your friends as relatives, and consider all your relatives as friends. There will never be dispute. Any relationship, please remember, independence is equal, dependency is mutual, obligations is reciprocal. Let it be any relation. Okay. Now, if you tell me this slide, what is the thing you are saying in the Jairaj? Quick answer.
The black one.
Black, white one is
Black dot. Yes, those who are telling black dot, they are prone getting heart attack. Jairaj, I am not frightening. My slide shows 99% is a very clear, unstained, excellent screen. The corner one black spot you are seeing, and if the black spot is going to be in the mind, that is enough to kill you. So ignore whatever thing you don't have. That's what Kittadayin வெட்டன மர வல்ல இவர் அவ்வையா சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. That is what தீதும் நன்றும் பிறர் தரவாரா கணியன் பூங்குன்றனார் 3000 years has said, whatever thing good or bad, you are responsible. That's what Vallalar also stressed. So you must be knowing Periyar, Anna, Kamaraj, MGR, Kribananda Variyar, Vedatri Maharshi, பேராசிரியர், கலைஞர், இவங்க படமெல்லாம் போட்டதுக்கு காரணம் இவர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் சொக்கலிங்கம் மருத்துவராக பணிபுரிந்தேன். அது பெரிய வாழ்க்கையில் கிடைத்த வாய்ப்பு. இவர்கள் அனைவரும் உயிருள்ளவரை உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் பொழுது இவர்கள் உயிர் பிரிந்ததே தவிர தான் உழைக்காமல் இருக்கவில்லை. அதைவிட எனக்கு பிடித்தமானது, இவருடன் சேர்ந்து 15,000 மாணவர்களுக்கு பேசிய ஒரு கருத்து. அருமையான மனிதர். அது மீட்டிங் முடிச்சுட்டு நான் வாஷிங்டன் கிளம்பிட்டேன். திரும்பி வரத்துக்குள்ளே he died unfortunately. அவர் சொல்லுகின்ற ஒரே ஒரு கருத்து வல்லாரது, அனைவரும் ஒன்னஸாக ஒருமைப்பாட்டுடன் வாழ வேண்டும். சன்மார்க்கம் என்பதை ரொம்ப ஆழ்ந்து சொல்லிக்கிட்டு இருந்தார். கோவிட் பத்தி ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு half a minute. COVID virus, please remember, RNA, single chain virus, it cannot independently live more than 3 days. இப்போ 3 வருஷம் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கிறது அதனால கிடையாது, நம்ம அதை ஒத்துழைப்பு கொடுப்பதால் நாம் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டு இருக்கின்றது. நான் வச்சுங்க, அதுக்குதான் சொன்னேன், the zoonotic disease, human beings are only spreading, it becomes pandemic, unfortunately. Small tip to get rid of this one. All of you victim over COVID, you must wear SMS, soap, mask, social distance. All must get vaccinated. If everyone implement, it'll go no more COVID, but nobody is bothered about it. You must. Please remember, money is important to be happy. No doubt about it. But unfortunately, he becomes unhappy in earning money, he becomes victim of Chokalingam. After one, we had any number of zeros. The value of zeros only when the one is there, the one is what you are. Please remember that. So that's the reason I say, work as worship, work is worship, work and worship. And please remember, you must be able to balance work and life constantly. The moment if you are going to have good தூக்கம், also mind போயிடணும். தூக்கம் வரணும்னா துக்கம் ஒன்று இருக்கக்கூடாது. தூக்கம் என்பது ஒரு தியானம். தூக்கத்தை விட சிறந்த மருந்தும் இல்லை. தூங்கும்போது தயவுசெய்து இப்படி திரும்பி படுத்துங்க. படுத்தவுடன் 7 நிமிடத்தில் தூக்கம் வர வேண்டும். குறைந்தது 7 மணி நேரம் தூங்கிவிட்டால் 100 வருடம் வாழ்வது கட்டாயம். அதான் அடிக்கடி சொல்றேன், தூக்கமும் மகிழ்ச்சியும் ஒரு பட்டாம்பூச்சி மாதிரி. If you are trying to catch, it will go off from you. The moment if you are going to be happy, கருணை உள்ளம், that பட்டாம்பூச்சி must come and sit in your palm. அதுக்காக சொன்னேன், இந்த நட்ஸ்ல எதுல கொலஸ்ட்ரால் அதிகமா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? இந்த நட்ஸ்ல cashew nuts. அவங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சமான நட்ஸ் எல்லாம் சொல்றாங்க. ஒரு குட் நியூஸ் ஐ அம் கோயிங் டு ஷேர் வித் மை ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், பிரதர்ஸ் அண்ட் சிஸ்டர்ஸ். எல்லா அன்பு கணபதி சார் சொல்லுங்க சார்.
Cholesterol is of animal origin. No plant products have cholesterol.
Very good. Very big hand to அன்பு கணபதி. Please remember, எந்த வெஜிடபிள் ஃபுட்டும் 0 cholesterol. இந்த நட்ஸ்ல தோலோட சாப்பிடுங்க. இது நிறைய ஆன்டி ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ், வைட்டமின்ஸ் எல்லாம். அதிகம் சாப்பிட்டா கலோரிஸ் அதிகமாயிடும். ஆல் நட்ஸ் டு a choice you can choose. பட் அதை போய் நெய்யில போட்டு உப்பு போட்டு வறுத்து விறுத்து அதெல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டோம்னா தனி வர becoming patient of டாக்டர் சொக்கலிங்கம். அதான் சொல்றேன், அறுசுவையை ரசித்து சாப்பிடுங்கள். நகைச்சுவை என்ற 7வது சுவையை நீங்க ரசிக்கும் பொழுது சொக்கலிங்கம் வர வேண்டாம். புறக்கேறிச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? நம்ம கோபி ஆர் anyone can answer. புறக்கேறிட்டுனா பக்கத்துல என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? யாராவது சொல்லுங்க ஆன்சர்.
தலையை தட்டுவோம். தலையை தட்டுவோம் சார். தலையை
தட்டுனீங்கன்னா தலையை தட்டுனீங்கன்னா அவங்க இறந்துடுவாங்க. குனிய வைத்து முதுகில் தட்ட வேண்டும். சரி, புறக்கடிச்சுன்னா ஒரு வசனம் பேசுவாங்க. என்ன ஒரு வசனம் பேசுவாங்க?
யாரோ நினைக்கிறாங்க.
யாரும் உங்க நினைக்கவில்லை கோபி. நீங்க எவரோ நினைச்சு சாப்பிடும்போது புறக்கேறிடுது. உங்களுக்கு நினைக்கிறதுக்கு யாருமே இல்ல, தயாரா இல்ல. அதற்காக நான் சொல்லுகின்றேன், தயவு செய்து பசிக்கு மட்டும் சாப்பிடுங்கள், ருசிக்கு சாப்பிட்டால் எனக்கோ அன்பு கணபதிக்கோ சொக்கலிங்கத்துக்கு வேலை கொடுத்து விடுவீர்கள். நான் வச்சுங்க. அதான் இந்த ஃபுட் டிப்ஸ் நம்ம மாணவர் அருமையா சொன்னாரு. நெவர் டேக் ஃபுல் ஸ்டமக், டேக் ஆஃப் ஸ்டமக் ஃபுட், குவார்டர் வாட்டர், quarter stomach empty all the time. And before going to bed, please finish your food for 3 hours before food. Before going to sleep, never exercise after meal. The most important thing, breakfast நல்லா சாப்பிடலாம், மதிய உணவு கம்மியாக, இரவு உணவு மிக மிக குறைவாக, நம்ம குறைஞ்சே 3 to 4 liters வாட்டர் நல்லா குடிக்கணும். ஆப்பிள் ஒபிசிட்டி 5 மடங்கு எனக்கு ஹார்ட் அட்டாக் வந்துடும். அதான் நான் சொல்றேன், ஷார்டன் யுவர் வேஸ்ட் லைன், லென்தன் யுவர் லைஃப் லைன். தட் infantile obesity, if you are going enjoying your grandchildren like that, they will become victim of all diseases at the age of 25. கடவுள் கூட காப்பாற்ற முடியாது இந்த குழந்தைகளை. இந்த வெயிட் குறைக்கணும், எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணா குறைய நினைச்சுக்கிட்டு நிறைய பேர் நினைக்கிறாங்க. Weight reduction 95% only by modulation of your food only. Please remember that. So better to fast than live on fast food. அது ஆனந்த் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. ஆயிலை குறைத்து தயவு செய்து உங்கள் ஆயிலை கூட்டிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அதான் அடிக்கடி சொல்றேன், டிவி கண்டுபிடிக்கும் பொழுது அந்த டிவி எவ்வளவு குண்டா இருந்தது, பாத்திரம் ஒல்லியா இருந்தான். இப்ப பாருங்க டிவி ஸ்லிம் ஆயிடுச்சு, பாக்குறோம் பாருங்க எவ்வளவு குண்டாயிட்டு எங்களை பணக்காரன் ஆயிட்டு இருக்காரு. அன்பு கணபதி சிரிச்சு கைத்தட்டார் பாரு. அதுக்கு ஒரு ரகசியத்தை சொல்லுகின்றேன். அவர் வயது குறைந்து கொண்டே இருப்பதற்கு காரணமும் இதில் அடங்கி இருக்கின்றது. ஸ்மோக்கிங் போத் ஆக்டிவ் அண்ட் பாசிவ் ரியலி வெரி வெரி டேஞ்சரஸ். See how this fellow is. அதற்கு ஒரே ரீசன் மெடிடேஷன், ஏரோபிக் எக்ஸசைஸ். இது பண்ணும் பொழுது ப்ளீஸ் ரிமெம்பர், வெயிட் குறையுது, mental stability, muscle and joint strengthening, heart, lungs, everything healthy. Please remember, doing that, your good cholesterol increases like anything, HDL. Immune system increases, bad cholesterol comes down, blood sugar comes down, BP comes down, and most of the cancers can be effectively prevented by means of Vallalar's Karane Ullam and exercise. லிப்டை கண்டுபிடிச்சு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஓட்டிஸ் சிகாகோயில் 132 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்பு. இன்று நான் இதயத்துறையில் தலைவராக இருக்கின்றேன், 9வது மாடி. இன்று வரை சொக்கலிங்கம் ஒரு முறை கூட லிப்டை பயன்படுத்தியது கிடையாது. படிக்கட்டில் தான் ஏறி செல்கின்றேன். புதுசா ஒரு லிப்ட் வேணும் தான், சார் லிப்ட்ல போலாமே, ஏன்பா தொந்தரவு பண்ற, லிப்ட்ல வாங்க சார், லிப்ட்ல வந்தா மேல சீக்கிரம் போயிடலாமே. மேல சீக்கிரம் போகக்கூடாதுன்னா சொக்கலிங்கம் இன்றைக்கும் I am using steps to go up that. Please remember that. Now, please avoid hurry, worry, curry to get buried. And if you see closely, 18, I think this 1986, on my son, my wife, my daughter Priya, they have become cardiologists, both of them. They are in that one. I think it is taken in Switzerland or some place. I have forgotten. They must be knowing. Okay. Now, he wants more, more, still more, till he is no more. அது கூடாது. Everything is fast. கொஞ்சம் படிங்களா பார்க்கலாம். அன்பு கணபதி கோபி படிங்க பார்க்கலாம். Fast life?
Fast life, fast food, fast communication, fast travel, heart beats faster, life ends faster.
So you have to choose what you want. Now, கருவில் தோன்றி கல்லைகள் மறைவது நம்மிடம் இல்லை. இடையில் இருக்கின்றது வாழ்க்கை தான். Please remember that line is only வாழ்க்கை. That வாழ்க்கை நம் கையில், நம்பிக்கையில், தன்னம்பிக்கையில் மட்டும்தான். வள்ளலார் சொல்கின்ற மூட நம்பிக்கையை அகற்றி வாழ வேண்டும். ஸோ இந்த இடைவெளியை கூட்டுவதோ குறைப்பதோ நம் கையில் தான். அதான் அடிக்கடி சொல்றேன், கையளவு உள்ள இதயத்தை காப்பதும் அவர்கள் கையில் மட்டும்தான் தவிர சொக்கலிங்கமிடமோ அன்பு கணபதியிடமோ சொக்கலிங்கமிடமோ கிடையாது என்பதை உணர்த்துவதற்காக அந்த கோட்டை மேல் நோக்கி வைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், வாழ்க்கை கூடும். அந்த கோட்டை கீழ் நோக்கி வைத்து விட்டால், அதான் பழமொழி என்ன எழுதியிருக்கேன், படிச்சு சொல்லுங்க பார்க்கலாம். அன்பு கணபதி, வாய் விட்டு சிரித்தால்
வாய் விட்டு சிரித்தால் நோய் விட்டு போகும்.
சொக்கலிங்கம் சொல்லுகின்ற புதுமொழி
வாழலாம்,
நோயற்றே வாழலாம். அதான் அடிக்கடி இந்த கல்யாண வீட்டுக்கு போன என்ன தெரியுமா சொல்றேன், பெண்கள் அனைவரும் தயவு செய்து பொன்னகை அணிவதற்கு பதில் புன்னகை அணிந்து கொண்டால் எவருக்குமே பிரச்சனை இல்லைன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அந்த பொன்னகைக்கு அருமையான வாய்ஸ், அமைதியான மனதில் தான் மகிழ்ச்சி, மகிழ்ச்சியில் தான் நகைச்சுவை ரசிக்க முடியும். அதனாலதான் நிறைய பேர் கைத்தட்ட, எப்பயும் உங்களுக்கு கைத்தட்டுன்னு சொன்னா கைத்தட்டுகிற ரகசியத்தை சொல்லுகின்றேன். நீங்கள் கைத்தட்டும் பொழுது உள்ளங்கையில் எல்லா உறுப்புகளும் பதிவாயிருக்கின்றன. கைத்தட்டும் பொழுது அக்கு பிரஷரால் அது தூண்டப்படுகிறது. தூண்டப்பட்ட உணர்வுகள் மூளைக்கு எடுத்துச் செல்லப்பட்டு மூளையில் எல்லா பாசிட்டிவ் ஹார்மோனும் சுரக்க வைத்து 100 வருடம் கடந்து வாழ வைக்கின்ற சக்தி நீங்கள் பலமாக கைத்தட்டுவதால் மட்டும்தான் என்று மகிழ்ச்சியோடு நீங்க பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகின்றேன் என்று சொல்லி, வாழ்க்கை ஒரு வானவில், வானவில்லை தொடவும் முடியாது, வானவில்லை கிட்டே போனால் பார்க்க முடியாது. வானவில் தோன்றி மறையும், நாம் அனைவரும் தோன்றி மறையும். வானவில் இருக்கின்ற 7 வர்ணங்களை உங்கள் எண்ணங்களாக மாற்றிக்கொள்ளுங்கள். வள்ளலார் சொன்ற எண்ணங்கள் அமைதி, அன்பு, அறிவு, ஆற்றல், அடக்கம், அரவணைப்பு, ஆதரவு என்ற எண்ணங்களுடன் வளைந்து கொடுக்கின்ற பக்குவம் வந்துவிட்டால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை வானவில்லாக அனைவரும் ரசிப்பார்கள், நீங்களும் ரசித்து வாழ முடியும். வானவில்லில் இருக்கின்ற நிறங்களில் தான் காய்கறி பழங்கள் தோலில் இருக்கின்றது. தயவு செய்து தோலுடன் சாப்பிடுங்கள். நம்ம பெண்கள் தோலை சீவி ஆட்டுக்கு மாட்டுக்கு போட்டு அவைகள் புஷ்டியாக இருக்கின்றன. உள்ளே சாப்பிடுகின்றவன் சொக்கலிங்கத்துடன் நோயாளிகளாக வந்துவிடுகிறான். வானவில் இருக்கின்ற 7 வர்ணங்களில் ஒரு உடற்பயிற்சி ஏரோபிக், மேக் லைஃப் இட் செல்ஃப் மெடிடேஷன் ஆஸ் யூ ஆர் டூயிங் லைக் தட். இதை கடைபிடித்தால் 100 வருடம். ஸோ எண்ணம், உணவு, உடற்பயிற்சி என்ற 3 மந்திரங்களும் வானவில்லில் ஒப்பிட்டு பேசுகின்றேன். சொக்கலிங்க இந்த வசனம் பேசாத, நான் கேட்க மாட்டேன் என்று முடிவுடன் இருந்தால் அப்பொழுதும் உங்கள் வீட்டில் வானவில் இருக்கும். அது எதற்கு ஒப்பிடுகின்றேன் என்றால், வானவில்லல் நிறத்தில் எல்லா மருந்து, மாத்திரை, இன்ஜெக்ஷன் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு நீங்கள் பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். அதற்காக நான் சொல்லுகின்றேன், மருந்தெல்லாம் மருத்துவம் நோக்கி நம் பயணம் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதில் மாற்று கருத்து இல்லை என்று கூறி, keys to be happy and healthy only in your fingertips. What do you mean by that? See, as you are operating the computer with the fingertips, please here, control yourself. Alternate if necessary. Delete the unwanted things immediately. You are left only with happiness. That's what I am saying. வாழ்க்கை ஒரு கணக்கு. Add good things, deduct bad things, multiply your knowledge, divide your time, live in balance. As our Vallalar told, we all ought to live for 100 years. நீங்கள் 100 வருடம் கடந்து வாழ்ந்து நம்மை சார்ந்து நிற்கின்ற சமுதாயத்தை காக்கும் கருவியாக நம் அனைவரும் மாற வேண்டும் என்பதற்காகத்தான் இந்த மேடையை பயன்படுத்துகிறேன் என்று சொல்லி, நேற்று என்பது உடைந்த பானை, நாளை என்பது மதில் மீது இருக்கின்ற பூனை, இன்று என்பதுதான் கையில் இருக்கின்ற வீணை என்று ரசித்து வாழ வேண்டும். அந்த வீணையை ரசித்து வாழ வேண்டும் என்றால் கருணை உள்ளம் என்ற உள்ளத்தின் மட்டும்தான் வாழ முடியும் என்று கூறி, நீங்கள் கடிகாரத்தை பார்க்கும் பொழுது நீங்க பார்க்கின்ற நேரம் இது மட்டும்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும். That is what live in now. என்று சொல்லி celebrate your existence. Life itself is a celebration. Live life better. என்று கூறி சிந்தனை சொல் செயல் அனைத்தும் please remember, think good for all, speak good for all, do good for all. That is what our Vallalar wanted to communicate to our society. என்று சொல்லி உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை மற்றவர்களிடம் காப்பி அடிக்காதீர்கள். காப்பி அடித்தால் வாழ்க்கை என்ற தேர்வில் நீங்கள் கட்டாயம் ஃபெயில் ஆகிவிடுவீர்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை நீங்கள் நினைத்து வாழ கற்றுக்கொண்டால் உங்களை அழிக்கின்ற சக்தி நீங்களாக மட்டுமே இருக்கும் தவிர அந்த அழிக்கின்ற சக்தியை வள்ளலார் சொல்லுகின்றபடி ஆக்கும் சக்தியாக மாறி நாம் நோயற்று நலமுடன் வளமுடன் வாழ என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு என்னுடைய கான்டாக்ட் நம்பர் எல்லாம் இதில் போட்டிருக்கேன். Now some many are requested globally online consultation. Please, I will try to do my best, and whatever thing, the book what I have written, Mind Your Heart, is written by me and co-authored by Anand Chokkalingam and Priya Chokkalingam. They also like me, and Anbu Ganapathy joined with them, and he is now the guiding force for everyone. How Siddha and other things may be useful. Everyone together make our society healthy, and there'll be a very happy society. I don't know whether I take a little more time. I'll stop sharing, and few minutes, if you permit, we'll go for discussions. I'm really honored and thankful to your pleasant and patient hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, can Dr. Anand Chokkalingam talk for a couple of minutes?
Please. Anand, nice of you joined, Anand. Please.
Good evening, everyone. Greetings from Columbia, Missouri. Here, if I can show you outside, it is really cold, winter, snowing, but I can sense the warmth and concern, care for our society in this gathering, in such nice speeches and the first initial beautiful singing. So I've been in the mood of being in Chennai. And through the Zoom, I honestly feel like I've actually visited my home, because my dad, I've heard all my life talk, but I would say today is a special occasion because Siddhar Anbu Ganapathy also for the first time is listening to dad in this forum. He has heard my dad a lot of times. I've learned my medicine, cardiology, and I'm inspired by Dr. Chokkalingam, my dad, his work all my life. So he is the only person till today who says stress causes heart attack. Other things are all very secondary. To prove this point, I've been working for 15-20 years doing research. And what I'm surprisingly finding is more and more evidence to say in the basis, the background of much of not only heart disease, but for chronic disease. And like the first lecture, how obesity happens, he beautifully pointed out, if you go deeper, stress is such a huge role in this. So we've been doing a program, which I'll put it in this link, every Monday night in India time for the next 6 weeks. Anyone is most welcome to sign up. It's a Zoom and a free registration. And it's part of my cardiac clinic. It's a group clinic for veterans in the VA system. But because of the pandemic and it's on Zoom, they are kind enough to allow anyone anywhere in the world to join. So for 8 sessions, this is what we discuss, what Dad summarized in 40 minutes today. How the mind and the body work together, and how we may, in our own pragmatic ways, find the confidence to move forward towards better health. So it's such a nice opportunity to meet everyone. And a month ago, we published 2 papers based on the inspiring work that Dad has taught us. And that paper title is Siddha Fasting Reduces Heart Failure. Then FETNA people from USA contacted me, and they connected me with Siddhar Anbu Ganapathy. And in a meeting of thought leaders in this area, he asked me, Anand, what do you teach by Siddha fasting? Then I got nervous, because I've followed my own path, and whatever I know, I've been teaching. And I have not trained in Siddha or met any Paramparya Siddhars to learn the proper methods. Then I discussed what I've been showing here, and he gave his approval and blessings. This happened only 2 weeks ago, but this work I've been doing for 10 years. But this connection with Siddhar Anbu Ganapati means the world to me, because I'm using our Indian tradition and moving forward in the next few years with my dad and Siddhar Anbu Ganapati, my sister Priya. There is so much we believe we can give, which is in nature. We say the best things in life are free. Like that, Siddhars have shown that life itself and health itself can be so intuitive and natural that we don't need medicine. So I will finish off with one Tirumolar Tirumandiram that Siddhar Anbu Ganapati taught me last week. Andam surungil adarkor azhivillai, pindam surungil pranam nilai perum, undi surungil ubayam palapala, kandam karutta kabaliyum ame. This means as we connect with ourselves deeper, we can make our consciousness more pure. When the body becomes thinner, life is much prolonged. And when we cut down on the diet, the food intake, the benefits are too many. For example, it detoxifies from all the toxins that life has accumulated in our body, and it also directly elevates consciousness. If only Siddhar Anbu Ganapati had taught this to me 10 years ago, I would have been 10 times more confident in the work I am doing. But I'll put the link in there. So this is what I've been teaching for 10 years here, and with the Siddhar Anbu Ganapati's blessing, Dr. Chockalingam, my dad and myself, we are also fortunate that our vision is aligned, and we can move forward to help our communities globally, not only in India, in the US and Europe as well. Thanks so much.
Anand, I really appreciate Anand and Magan. Anand was my student. Now he has become professor. And to be very honest, Anand Chockalingam, your father, has become student of Anand Chockalingam. I am learning enormously from him. That is what the pride one can have. I am so happy. And next generations, they are all much more intelligent. Please send a message to all of our younger generations so that we can make them very healthy. I am really honored that Dr. Anbu Ganapati joined with us on the excellent platform. I am thankful to Nagamai, Prasanna, and all the associates, those who are responsible for this nice meeting. And I am really very happy to be here for some more time for asking any questions, any comments. I'll be too happy. Just another 2 or 3
If
minutes.
Siddhar Anbu Ganapati is there, if you could say hello to our group, that will be nice for a minute.
Yes, Ms. Dr. Anbu Ganapati, please.
I very often used to tell on platforms, நம்முடைய குழந்தைகள் நமக்கு பிறந்தார்கள் என்பது எவ்வளவு நிச்சயமோ, நம்முடைய குழந்தைகள் நமக்கு தான் பிறந்தார்கள் என்பது எவ்வளவு நிச்சயமோ, அவ்வளவு நிச்சயம் அவர்கள் நாம் இல்லை என்பது. We expect our children to be our clones, but it never happens. Our children have their own way of thinking, and they are products of different category. They are not exactly as what we are. But today, this has been disproved by Chockalingam and his family. Dr. Chockalingam has produced a clone, a duplicate printed Xerox image of what he is teaching, practicing in the name of Dr. Anand Chockalingam and Dr. Priya. So it's only the divine blessing. Today, I am immensely happy to be with you all, particularly in relation to the thoughts of Vallal Perumal. The Vallalar, Vadalur, is only 35 kilometers from my village. My grandfather used to tell me that his dad used to talk with Vallalar as you and I talk. So we have the great influence of Vallalar in us. And today I felt as an incarnate of Vallalar talking about the concepts of Vallalar. Nalla marundim marundu, sugam nalgum vaithiya nada marundu, nalla marundim marundu, vaipidiyada marundu, மதவாதமும் பித்தமும் மாய்க்கும் மருந்து, நல்ல மருந்து இம்மருந்து. வள்ளல் பெருமான் சொல்லி போன ஒரு மருந்து, தி மருந்து தட் இஸ் செக்ரிட்டட் பை த பைனியல் கிளாண்ட், மெலட்டோனின். ஒரு தரித்த நாடியில் ஒடுங்குகின்ற வாயுவை கருத்தினால் இருத்தியே கபாலம் ஏற்ற வல்லரேல் விருதரும் பாலராவர் மேனியும் சிவந்திடும் அருட்தரித்த நாதர் பாதம் அம்மை பாதம் உண்மை. I promise in the name of Shiva and Shakti, reversal of aging is possible. That's what Dr. Arunachalam Mudaya spoke, and that is what Dr. Chokalingam spoke. That is what Dr. Anand is practicing and preaching. Not only preaching, practicing himself. We have more preachers, but less practitioners today. We are fortunate that we have both practitioners and preachers. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Vanakkam.
We are really honored. Every word counts for us. You are adding value to every one of us, Dr. Anbu Ganapati. Thank you. Nice, Anand, you joined. Very nice of you. Yes, some more questions. I think Indrajitu raised and Palnichami asking, please unmute and ask your questions. Another 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know whether I'm taking time. I think it's worth to have a few minutes of discussions. I hope.
Yeah.
Yes,
this
please.
is Ganesh. This is Ganesh
Yes,
from
Ganesh.
Chennai. Yes, sir. Sir, your
Ganesh.
speech was excellent. Your speech was excellent. அது வள்ளலாரோட கொள்கையும் உங்கள் நம்மளோட மாடர்ன் அலோபதி மெடிசனை அழகா நீங்க லிங்க் பண்ணி கொடுத்தீங்க. ஆக்சுவலா சார் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, அவர் வள்ளலார் சொன்னது வந்து ஜீவகாரணியமும் பண்ணா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா உங்களோட நீங்க சொன்ன அந்த 9 வருஷமா நீங்க அதை பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்களோட ஈவன் ஜீன்ல வர டிஃபெக்டா கூட மாறும்னு சொல்ற மாதிரி ஜீவகாரணத்தை திருத்துடி சொல்றாரு. அதாவது அடுத்த உயிரை கொள்ளக்கூடாது, பசியா இருக்கவங்க இந்த சாப்பாடு, இது ரெண்டையும் நீங்க பண்ணும்போது எப்பேற்பட்ட பிணியும், அதாவது ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்றாங்க. இது ஒரு எனக்கு ஒரு சித்தன் பிராக்டிஸ் பண்றவரு ஒரு 3 வயசு குழந்தைக்கு ஒரு கேன்சர் வரும்போது அது என்ன பாவம் பண்ணுச்சு. அப்ப இது ரெண்டையும் சேர்ந்து பண்ணுங்க, ஜீவகாரணியமும் மருந்தும் சேர்ந்து பண்ணும்போது அதுக்கு ரிசல்ட் உடனே வருதுங்கிறாரு. அது கிட்டத்தட்ட நீங்க உங்களோட ஸ்பீச்லயே அந்த ஆன்சர் கொடுத்தீங்க, அந்த ஜீனே மாறுதுங்கிற மாதிரி. இதை வந்து இப்ப டாக்டர் உங்க சன் டாக்டர் ஆனந்த் சொக்கலிங்கமும் கிட்டத்தட்ட லிங்க் பண்ணி கொண்டு வந்திருக்காரு. ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டுல பிறந்ததுக்கு பெருமைப்படுறோம். அது நம்ம பெரிய பெரிய சித்தர்கள் திருமூலர் கொடுத்த திருமந்திரம், அதுல இருந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் வள்ளலார் அதுக்கு டெவலப் பண்ணி அதை நமக்கு ஈஸியா கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அதுக்கப்புறம் வேதாத்திரி மகரிஷி அதை இன்னும் சிம்பிளி பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்காரு. உங்களை மாதிரி ஒரு அலோபதி சர்ஜன்ஸ் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் நம்ம தமிழ் மருத்துவத்தோட சேர்ந்து இன்டகிரேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. இது ஆக்சுவலா இதெல்லாம் என்னால் இமேஜினே பண்ண முடியல. இது நார்மலி யூஸ் டு சே தமிழ்நாட்டுல நமக்கு அவ்வளவு ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கு. ஒரு பேஷண்ட்டை பார்க்கும்போது இந்த சித்தா எக்ஸ்பர்ட்டும் ஒரு அலோபதி எக்ஸ்பர்ட்டும் கூட இருக்கும்போது அந்த ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்டே சிம்பிளா ஆக்கிடலாம், காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவா ஆக்கிடலாம். இது வந்து உங்க சன் மூலமா ஐ திங்க் the world is going to get benefit because of தமிழ் கம்யூனிட்டிங்கிற போது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு சார். எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு சந்தேகம் மட்டும்தான் ஒண்ணு, நீங்க அந்த நான் வெஜிடேரியன் வந்து நீங்க ஆக்சுவலா ரொம்ப டச் லைஃபா சொன்னீங்க, பட் அது நான்வெஜ் சாப்பிட்றதுனால அந்த பெயின் வந்து வள்ளலார் சொல்றாரு அந்த ஹார்ட் தான் ஒரு உணர்ச்சியை கொடுக்கறதுனால அங்க போய் உட்காரும், ஈவன் ஹெல்த்தி பர்சன் ஆல்சோ அது ஹார்ட்ல போறோங்கிறது ஒரு இன்டைரக்டா கொடுக்குறாங்க சார். உங்களோட கருத்து என்ன சார்? தாழ்மையான கருத்து என்னோட.
இப்போ வந்து என்ன தெரியுமா, அருமையான கமெண்ட்ஸ், ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸுங்க. Vegetarian food is best food. Human beings are bad, but our ancestors, when they started their life, they have been eating on animals.
Yes, sir.
When they genetically they are tuned, they are transformed, the genes whatever are inherited, you are meant for vegetarian. மறுபடியும் போய் அந்த காட்டுல வந்து 60 லட்சத்துக்கு வாழ்றது மிஞ்சி வாழ்ந்து வாழ முடியாது. Best thing to be a vegetarian, no two opinion about it. உடனே வெஜிடேரியன் வந்து ஸ்ட்ரென்த்தா இருக்குமா நிறைய பேர் கேட்பாங்க. யானை இஸ் த பியூரஸ்ட் வெஜிடேரியன். நோ எலிஃபென்ட், நோ அனிமல் ஸ்ட்ராங்கர் than elephant is that elephant. So ஸ்ட்ரென்த்துக்கும் சாப்பாட்டுக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. And those who are tuned to this one, they automatically become vegetarian, to be very honest. And in doing like that, they will live nicely. Really thanks for your comment, Ganesh.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. Vanakkam. Indrajit பேசுறேன் சார்.
சொல்லுங்க இந்திரஜித்.
Yes, sir. சார் எனக்கு வீடியோ வந்து ஆன் பண்ணல, ஆஃப்ல இருக்கு. சார் என்னுடைய இது வந்து क्वेश्चन வந்துங்க சார். நீங்க வந்து ரொம்ப எக்ஸலண்ட் இது ரிலேட் பண்ணி வள்ளலாருடைய இது வந்து ஆக்சுவலா நான் 31 and 1ஆம் தேதி வந்து வள்ளலார் இதுல இருந்தேன்.
சொல்லுங்க. வெரி குட், வெரி குட், நைஸ் நைஸ். நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணிட்டீங்க, நீங்க மியூட் பண்ணுங்க. அன்மியூட்.
வணக்கம். எஸ் சார்.
வணக்கம் வணக்கம் இந்திரஜித்.
31ஆம் தேதியும் 1ஆம் தேதி வந்து நான் வந்து வள்ளலார் இது வடலூர் போயிருந்தேன் சார். அன்னைக்கு வந்து என்னுடைய நண்பரோட சேர்ந்து தாமோ எழிலரசனோட சேர்ந்து 4000 பேருக்கு வந்து அன்னதானம் பண்ணோம். அப்போதான் நான் வள்ளலாருடைய அந்த ஞான சபை எல்லாமே விசிட் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு இது ஒரு 30 வருஷம் கழிச்சு வந்து நான் பண்ணேன். என் ஃபாதர் வந்து ஃபாலோவர் ஆஃப் வள்ளலார், வெஜிடேரியன் நானு. ஆனா வந்து எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு இதுங்க சார், அந்த மெடிடேஷன் அண்ட் எக்ஸசைஸ் நம்ம பண்ணும் போது நம்மளுடைய உள்ளம் வந்து தூய்மை ஆயிடுது. ஆனா இந்த எக்ஸ்டர்னல் வேர்ல்டுல வரும்போது வீட்டுல மத்தவங்க, ஆபீஸ் போறோம், மத்தவங்க எக்ஸ்டர்னல் வேர்ல்ட்ல பண்ணீங்கன்னா அவங்க நம்மளை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணும்போது நமக்கு ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் வந்து ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆயிடுது. இது நோயிங்லி அன்னோயிங்லி நடக்குது. இது வந்து நம்ம கண்ட்ரோல்ல இல்ல. ஒன்லி கடவுளை பிரார்த்திக்கலாம், கடவுள் வந்து நமக்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு என்வயன்மெண்ட்டை கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு. நம்ம பசுமையான ஒரு இடத்துல இருக்கும்போது நான் கார்டனிங் நிறைய பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், வாக்கிங் பண்றேன் டெய்லி 40 மினிட்ஸ். உங்களுடைய அட்வைஸ் 2001ல நீங்க ஒரு தடவை சொன்னீங்க. 20 வருஷமா நான் வந்து 40 மினிட்ஸ் மினிமம் வாக் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். இருந்தாலும் இந்த எக்ஸ்டர்னல் வேர்ல்ட் நம்மளை டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் கிரியேட் ஆகுது. அதை எப்படி நம்ம கடவுள்கிட்ட பிரார்த்திக்கிறோம், எப்படி பண்ணலாம்? உங்களுடைய வியூ அதுல என்ன?
அருமையான கேள்வி. இதுக்கு ஒரே ஒரு ஆன்சர் நான் சொல்றேன். எக்ஸ்டர்னல் வேர்ல்டு வந்து இட் வில் கண்டினியூ டு பி லைக் தட். ஆனால் நீங்க உங்களை அறிந்து உங்களை உணர்ந்த நிலையில் இருக்கும் பொழுது அந்த பீஸ் ஆஃப் மைண்ட் குறையாது. So if you are making that external world to make you happy, you will be disappointed. Because if you are seeing the surrounding people unhappy, they will make you unhappy. If I am happy, I can give you happiness. How can you expect the other person to give you happy when they are not happy? So the most important thing is, the moment you are happy, you will radiate happiness. We may succeed in making them unhappy people happy, but doesn't matter if they don't succeed, dissociate from them. Don't be in close association with them. முக்கியமா என்ன சொல்றது, மகிழ்ச்சி என்பது கொடுப்பதில், அதைவிட மிக மிக மகிழ்ச்சி விட்டு கொடுப்பதில். அதான் நான் சொல்றேன், உடம்பில் ஏற்படுகின்ற காயத்தை மருந்தினால் தீர்க்க விட முடியும். மனதினால் ஏற்படுகின்ற காயத்தை மறப்பதினால் மட்டும்தான் தீர்க்க முடியும். தவிர இந்த சொசைட்டி உங்களை ஹாப்பியா வச்சிருக்கும்னு நினைச்சோம்னா எதிர்பார்ப்பு, ஏமாற்றம், ஏக்கம் நெகட்டிவ்ல போயிடும். ஸோ அதை வந்து நீங்க வந்து ட்ரை டு கான்ட்ரிபியூட் ஃபார் ஹாப்பினஸ், பட் டோன்ட் பி வெரி திஸ் ஒன் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பை தம். அதான் முக்கியமானதுங்க. அதை வந்து நீங்க வந்து எனக்கு கோபம் தன்னை அறியாமல் வருதுன்னு சொன்னா தவறு. உன்னை அறிந்துதான் கோபம் வருகின்றது. அதான் நான் சொல்றேன், உடம்பில் ஏற்படுகின்ற காயத்திற்கு உன் ஒத்துழைப்பு தேவையில்லை. நான் வருவேன், உங்களை கீறிட்டு போயிடலாம். மனதில் ஏற்படுகின்ற காயத்திற்கு நீங்கள் ஒத்துழைக்காவிட்டால் அந்த காயம் உங்க மனதில் படாது. அந்த காயம் படாமல் பார்த்து கொள்வதற்கு, அதற்கு இடம் கொடுக்காமல் இருப்பதற்கு, உன்னை அறிந்த நிலையில் நீ அமைதியாக மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கும் பொழுது வேற இன்புட் எதுவுமே வராது. அது மட்டும் மனதில் வைத்துக்கொண்டு நீங்கள் அமைதியுடன் மகிழ்ச்சியோட, அதான் அடிக்கடி கேட்பேன், உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் பயணம் மகிழ்ச்சியை அமைதியை தேடியா என்று கேட்டால் அனைவரும் தேடி செல்கின்றோம் என்று சொல்வார்கள். தயவு செய்து வாழ்க்கையின் பயணமே அமைதியுடன் மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தான் இருக்க வேண்டும். இன்னொன்னு டிவி ப்ரோக்ராம் கூட அன்பு கணவர் சார் கிட்ட சொல்ல நினைக்கிறேன். ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கேட்டா, நீங்க எவ்வளவு நேரம் மெடிடேட் பண்றீங்கன்ட்டு. உண்மையில் சொக்கலிங்கம் தியானம் பண்ணுவதில்லை. உடனே என்னங்க எல்லா டாக்லையும் தியானம் தியானம்ன்றீங்க. நான் பிறந்ததே வரமாக நினைத்து, என் வாழ்க்கையை ஒரு தவமாக நினைத்து, நான் வாழ்க்கையை தியானத்தில் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டு இருக்கும் பொழுது நான் தியானம் ஒன்று பண்ணுவதில்லை. உங்களோட பேசுவது தியானத்தில், உங்களை பார்ப்பது தியானத்தில். அது எனக்கு கிடைத்த வரம், தவம் என்று நினைத்து வாழும் பொழுது உங்களை எந்த சக்தியும். ஸோ மகிழ்ச்சி என்று உன் உள்ளே இருப்பதை தவிர வெளியிலிருந்து அடைகின்ற மகிழ்ச்சி என்றால் you'll be disappointed, sir. So be what you are. உன்னை நினைத்து, உன்னை அறிந்து, உன்னை மறக்காமல் இருக்க. அறிவு என்பதே தன்னை அறிவதுதான் அறிவு. அதான் முக்கியமானது. I hope I answered your question, Indrajit.
Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, I am the follower of Vadandara Maharishi. 1994 அவர்கிட்டயே வந்து தூரியம் தூரியாயுதம் ஆகியனை கத்துக்கிட்டு அப்போத்துல இருந்து நான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். அதனால எனக்கு வந்து மனசுல நல்ல அமைதி இருக்கு. அடுத்தது என் லைஃப்பை வந்து நான் செட் பண்ணும்போது என்னுடைய ஏர்னிங்ல இருந்து 10% வந்து டொனேட் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதையும் நான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஸோ என்னால முடிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் ஈவன் இப்போ கூட என் கார்ல வந்து எப்பவுமே பிஸ்கட் பேக்கெட் அண்ட் வாட்டர் பாட்டில் இருக்கும். when a person is needy na immediately I support them, and also I participate all the annadhanam wherever is available. If I come to know, I participate actively. So உங்களுடைய ஆசீர்வாதத்தினால நான் வந்து சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு சார். நன்றிங்க சார். நீங்க வந்து 200 வருடங்கள் இந்த உலகத்துல
சென்றடையணுங்க. ஜெயராஜ், பிரசன்னா அனைவருக்கும். Yes, I really happy. I really honored to be in this platform. இதை விட எனக்கு பெரிய ஒரு வாய்ப்பு எனக்கு கொடுத்திருக்க முடியாது. அதுவும் டாக்டர் அன்பு கணபதியோடு இருந்து அவரு வந்து சொல்றது ஒவ்வொரு கருத்தும் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்குதுங்க. டாக்டர் அன்பு கணபதி. அருணாச்சலம் முத்தையா, நீங்க என்னை பத்தி சொன்னது ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி. நீங்க கொஞ்சம் அன்மியூட் பண்ணி ஏதாவது சொல்லலாம் அருணாச்சலம். நீங்க ரொம்ப அருமையா பேசுனீங்க. ஸ்லைடு தான் உங்களுக்கு மூவ் பண்ண கஷ்டமா போச்சு எனக்கும் கொஞ்சம் முதல்ல. பட்
இல்ல அது நம்ம யூடியூப் வீடியோ பண்ணும்போது அந்த ஸ்லைட்ஸ் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணி we will bring it up. no worries about it.
ரொம்ப அருமையா பேசுனீங்க. டாக்டர் சொக்குனை ஞாபகம் வச்சிட்டு இருந்தது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சிங்க. பட் நீங்க எல்லாம் என்னை விட அருமையா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறதா எனக்கு பெருமையும் புகழும் சேர்க்கின்றீர்கள். வாழ்க வளமுடன். வள்ளலார் கொள்கையுடன் வாழணும்னு நினைக்கிறேங்க. எஸ், ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி அருணாச்சலம்.
நன்றி சார். நான் வந்து எம்எம்சில வந்து ஹவுஸ் ஏஜென்சி பண்ணேன் 94, 95, 93, 94. நீங்க அப்ப வந்து டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நினைக்கிறேன். அப்ப நீங்க
ஆமாங்க, நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க, எப்படியாவது இருப்பாங்க. அது வாத்தியார மறக்காத இருக்கீங்களா, அதுக்குதான் உங்களுக்கு நன்றி. எஸ், எனி மோர் क्वेश्चंस? நாகம்மை, பிரசன்னா
சார் வணக்கம். நான் வானதி, அரட்பெரும் ஜோதி. வணக்கம். உங்களோட பேச்சு, உங்களோட அழகான அந்த கோர்வையா எங்களை மாதிரி ஆட்கள் கூட புரியுற அளவுக்கு அவ்வளோ எளிமையா அவ்வளோ அழகா சொன்னீங்க. இப்போ நீங்க வந்து மிஸ்டர் இந்திரஜித்துக்கு சொன்னது கூட நான் அந்த கருத்தை உங்களோட பகிர்ந்துக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா நமக்கு ரொம்ப எளிமையா புரியுற மாதிரி, அதாவது வள்ளல் பெருமான் வந்து தன்னை அறிந்து இன்பம் ஒரு வெண்ணிலாவே அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு இது பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க, ஒரு பாட்டு அருட்பால. தன்னை அறிதல், தன்னை அறிந்து இன்பம் உறணும் நீங்க சொன்னீங்க. நம்மளை அறிந்து உணரணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அதுக்கு ஒரு வழிமுறையும் சொன்னீங்க. நம்ம வந்து மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கணும், மகிழ்ச்சியை பிறருக்கு கொடுக்கணும், பிறர்கிட்ட இருந்து எதிர்பார்க்க கூடாது அப்படின்ற மாதிரி. அது இததான் பெருமானும் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அதை நீங்க வந்து அதை ரொம்ப எளிமையா, ரொம்ப ஒரு பாமரனுக்கும் புரியுற மாதிரி ரொம்ப அழகா சொன்னீங்க. அதை கன்வே பண்ண விதம் ரொம்ப நல்லா இருந்தது. அதை நான் தெரிவிச்சுக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் உங்ககிட்ட. அது மாதிரி இன்னொரு விஷயம் உங்களோட என்ன பகிர்ந்துக்கணும்னா, உங்களை மாதிரி டாக்டர்ஸ் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி பெருமானுடைய கருத்துக்கள், இப்ப நம்ம வெளிநாட்டுல வந்து நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க, நிறைய சித்தாஸ் எல்லாம் வந்திருக்காங்க அப்படின்லாம் சொல்லி இது பண்றாங்க. ஆனா நம்ம நாட்டுல நம்ம ஊர்ல இருக்கிற பெருமை வாய்ந்த இந்த மாதிரி சித்தர்களுடைய அந்த உண்மைய உங்க மாதிரி டாக்டர் அன்பு கணபதி ஐயா மாதிரி உங்களை மாதிரி டாக்டர்ஸ் வந்து வெளிப்படுத்தும் பொழுது எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு நம்பிக்கை ஏற்படுது. இல்லைன்னா சாதாரணமா எல்லாரும் சாமி கடவுள் இது அப்படி சொல்ற மாதிரிதான் இவங்களும் 10ஓட 11 எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. ஆனா நீங்க சொல்லும் பொழுது இந்த உண்மை வந்து எல்லாருக்கும் சென்றடையுது அப்படிங்கறத ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கு. அதனால என்னோட மனமார்ந்த நன்றியும் பாராட்டும் உங்களுக்கு தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். நிறைய பேச வேண்டியிருக்கு.
நான் மறக்க முடியாது, ஏனெனில் எங்க அப்பா பேரு வெங்கடாச்சலம்.
ஓ சரி சரி.
எங்க தாத்தா பேரு சொக்கலிங்கம். அவரு கலெக்டரா இருந்திருக்காரா. எனக்கு அப்புறம் அதை கூகுள்ல பார்த்துதான் அதுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனந்த் சொக்கலிங்குடைய கொள்ளு தாத்தா சொக்கலிங்கம் வந்து கலெக்டரா இருந்திருக்காருமா.
சரிங்க சார், சரிங்க
சார். புகழுக்காக சொல்ல இருக்கிற எனக்கே ரொம்ப கட்சிதான் எனக்கு தெரியுங்க.
இல்ல இதுவே நான் என்ன நினைக்கிறேன்னா வந்து இதெல்லாம் ஒரு தொடர்பு தான். நீங்க சொல்ற மாதிரி நமக்கு வந்து முற்பிறவில இருக்க தொடர்பு அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய போயிட்டே இருக்கு. அதனால சில விஷயங்கள் இல்லைன்னா வந்து இந்த ஒரு தொடர்பு, இது மாதிரி ஒரு சந்தர்ப்பம், இந்த சூழல் நமக்கு ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுக்கறதே வந்து அல்மைட்டியோட இது அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன், நம்புறேன். அந்த அதுக்கு பேர் வேணா எப்படி வேணா வச்சுக்கலாம். அந்த மாதிரி நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி இப்போ அவங்களுக்கு இன்னொரு பாயிண்ட் சொன்னதை கூட நான் பகிர்ந்துக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். உங்களோட இதுல நான் இடைமறித்து சொல்லல, எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது அவங்களோட சேர்ந்து சொல்லிக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இப்போ தன்னை மதியாதிருத்தல்னு பெருமான்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த மகிழ்ச்சி எப்படி வச்சுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறாங்கல்ல, நீங்க சொன்ன அந்த பாயிண்டோட ஆட் ஆன் இது ஒரு பாயிண்ட்டையும் நான் உங்களுக்கு பகிர்ந்துக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன், தவறு இல்லைன்னா. இப்போ அன்னை தெரசா இருக்கும் பொழுது இந்தியாவில் அவங்க வந்து நிறைய அந்த சேவை செய்யறதுக்காக நிறைய பேரோட உதவியை நாடி இருக்காங்க, நிறைய பேரை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க. அப்படி சந்திக்கும் போது ஒருத்தர் வந்து இவங்களை வந்து காரி உமிழ்ந்த மேல துப்பிடுவாங்களாம். ஆனா அந்த அம்மா அதுக்கப்புறம் நினைப்பாங்க, ரொம்ப நாள் கழிச்சு திரும்ப அவர் வந்து பாப்பாரு, இன்னும் இங்க இருக்கிறாங்களேன்னு கோபத்தோட அவர் கேட்கும்போது, நீங்க எனக்கு வேண்டிய பரிசை கொடுத்துட்டீங்க, ஆனா நான் என்னுடைய இந்த மக்களுக்கு வேண்டிய சேவை, அதுக்கான அந்த உதவியை திரும்ப நான் உங்கள்கிட்ட கேட்டு நிக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. அப்போ அந்த அம்மா வந்து நம்மளை இப்படி செஞ்சுட்டாங்களே, நம்மளை அவமானப்படுத்திட்டாங்களே, நம்ம மேல காரி உமிழ்ந்தாங்களே நினைக்காம, தன்னை மதியாம இந்த மக்களுக்காக சேவை செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவங்க இருந்திருக்காங்க. அப்ப அந்த மனிதருக்கு வந்து மனம் நெகிழ்ந்து தான் பெரிய தவறு செஞ்சுட்டோம்னு சொல்லி உதவி செய்வாங்க அப்படின்னாங்க. அதனால உறவுகளை நண்பர்களாகவும் நண்பர்களை உறவுகளாகவும் மாத்திக்கணும்னு நீங்க சொன்ன அந்த வேர்ட்ஸ் ஏத்த மாதிரி நம்ம எல்லாரையுமே இது மாதிரி உறவுகளாகவும் நண்பர்களாகவும் ஏத்துக்கிட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும். அது மாதிரி இந்த இனிமையான உலகம் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நான் நம்புறேன். அது மாதிரி நீங்க வந்து தமிழ்ல நிறைய ஒரு அலோபதி டாக்டரா இருந்தாலும் நிறைய தமிழ்ல அழகா அதுக்கு இப்ப இந்த முயலாமை கதைக்கான அந்த அதை சொன்னீங்க, ரொம்ப அருமையா. அது மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் அதுல போட்டுட்டே இருந்தீங்க. அது வந்து ரொம்ப ஊக்கமூட்டுறதா இருக்கு, எல்லோருக்கும் ஒரு நம்பிக்கை தரக்கூடியதா இருக்கு. அதனால மிகுந்த பாராட்டும் நன்றியும் தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேங்க ஐயா. நான் சென்னையில மடிப்பாக்கத்துல இருக்கேன்.
ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சிமா, ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி. உங்க கருத்துக்கள் ரொம்ப அருமையா இருந்ததுமா.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. We are already delayed by 30 minutes for the next program. So I request, we can wrap this session. And sorry to interrupt, but we have our guest speaker Hope waiting in line.
Yes, uncle. Yes, uncle. So as God could not be everywhere, he made sure that we have doctors like you all who have the gift of healing mankind. So I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for taking time from your busy schedule to be the guest speaker in today's program. Your enlightening and entertaining presentation will undoubtedly help magnify our cause in the best possible way. You are really an inspiration for all of us. And by the way, thank you so much, Anand Anna, for joining us today. And thanks to Siddhar as well. And once again, I would like to thank Vallalar Mission USA, all the staff there and the organizing committee for giving an opportunity to take part in this wonderful program. Nice meeting you all. Thank you so much. And we will be working towards this in a long way. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. You are all adding value to me. We all live together in oneness. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. For Dr. Suklingam sir. We are really appreciating for your wonderful speech. We are very thankful from the Vallalar Universal Mission. நீங்க தமிழ்ல அவ்வளவு அழகா மருந்தில்லா மருத்துவம் அப்படிங்கறத வந்து ஒரு டாக்டரே வந்து சொல்றப்ப அது இன்னும் வேல்யூ கூடின மாதிரி இருக்குது. ரொம்ப எளிமையா இவ்வளவு கோல்டு மெடலிஸ்ட் வாங்கி இவ்வளவு மெடல் வாங்கின ஒரு டாக்டர் வந்து இவ்வளவு தூரம் சொல்றாங்க அப்படிங்கிறப்ப அதுக்கு இன்னுமே மதிப்பு கூட தான் இருக்கு. பி பாசிட்டிவ், பி காம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நிறைய சொன்னீங்க. அதான் அவங்க அந்த அம்மா சொன்ன மாதிரி நீங்க அதுக்கான தமிழ் விளக்கமும் மிக அற்புதமா இருந்தது. அது உண்மையிலேயே மிக வானவில்ல இருக்கும் வண்ணங்களை வந்து நல்ல எண்ணங்களா மாற்றணும் அப்படின்லாம் மிக அற்புதமா சொன்னீங்க. அது நீங்க சொன்னதை நாங்க அப்படியே வந்து அந்த ஸ்லைட் ஷோல நாங்களும் வாழ்ந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷையா நீங்க சொன்னதை நாங்க அப்படி அப்படி கடைபிடிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கறதுதான் எங்களோட நல்ல எண்ணமும் கூட. அதற்கு ரொம்ப நன்றியா. கைத்தட்டதை பத்தி மகிமையும் சொன்னீங்க. ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷையா. ரொம்ப நன்றி.
நன்றி. வாழ்த்துக்கள். வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Next program, Mrs. Hope Bohanak, activist, author, podcaster, Compassionate Living, Hope for the Animal Podcast, Sonoma County Wedgefest, USA, will give their valuable speech in English and compassionate food. Before that, I will give some brief introduction about Mrs. Bob Wagenack. Bob Wagenack, an activist, author, podcaster, compassionate living, Hope for the Animals podcast, Sonoma County, West. She has been active in animal protection and environmental activism for 30 years and has published the book, The Ultimate Betrayal, Is There Happy Meat? She is the executive director of Compassionate Living and the host of the Hope for the Animal podcast. She co-founded the Human Wax Project, the Ahimsa Living Project, and has organized hundreds of online and in-person events. Over the last 3 decades, Hope has worked for the national non-profit United Poultry Concerns and in defense of the animals, and contributed chapters to anthologies. Hope has also studied Hindu and Jain Dharma for many years. I request Hope Wagenack to deliver your speech.
Right. Thank you very much for that introduction. Can you hear me all right? Can I get a thumbs up from a couple people if I can be heard? I just want to be sure. All right, wonderful. Thank you. All right. Well, I really enjoyed the last speaker. What a wonderful presentation from the doctor. Thank you. That was really amazing. I loved his PowerPoint. Great job. Very entertaining and engaging. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. As my bio said, I have been vegan and an animal rights advocate for over 30 years here in California. And I have also been studying Eastern religions alongside my husband for many years. My husband, Kojin, his spiritual name is Kishore Sham, and he is a spiritual practitioner and an academic. He has his master's in Buddhism, his PhD in Hinduism, and he teaches comparative Dharma religions as well as teaches Sanskrit. He's a Sanskrit scholar and professor at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. So I've been, listening to him for many, many years. And it's always amazing to me how connected our two worlds feel, as far as me being in animal rights and veganism and the spiritual Eastern religions. I'm always amazed when he'll tell me something and I'll just immediately in my mind, it connects to the compassion that we are trying to achieve in animal rights. So it's always a beautiful thing. And I have been working on kind of connecting these two worlds. And so, what I'd love to do today is present to you one of the, and actually I should start to share my screen because I have PowerPoint as well. So let me get that going here. And I have my PowerPoint ready. Let's see how we do this from the beginning. Here we go. Can everyone see that? Yes. Okay. So what I'd love to do is connect the yamas in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and a lot of you might be familiar with the yamas in the Yoga Sutras. These are the great vows, of course, in yoga, and often they're considered really kind of a great starting place for the yogic journey to take these vows. And I hope though today you'll see them in a different way, in a new way, because I'm going to connect them to farmed animals, compassion and veganism. So the yamas, represent right living. They're kind of the ethical rules, if you will, with Hinduism, yoga, many traditions embrace them. It's the yama means reining in or control. So it's kind of restraints for proper conduct more, you can think of them maybe as rules or goals, commandments, if you're thinking more in a Western terms, or even secular terms, more like rules or goals. They're basically a don't do these list of life restraints, right? And they relate to our own, how we relate to ourselves, as well as to others, our relationships. And they are ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aparigraha. And I'm going to break each one of these down and show how they can relate to a compassionate vegan life. So we'll start with ahimsa. And, of course, and just literally, ahimsa translates to nonviolence. Himsa means harm or violence. Negates, of course, so ahimsa, and so nonviolence. But I like to think of ahimsa more as like dynamic compassion, active, dynamic compassion in all that we do, our thought, word, and deed. And, practicing ahimsa in our daily life is so critical and so connected to so many other things. And it's hard to talk about ahimsa just in a nutshell because it's so connected to other concepts like dharma and karma. And I don't want to get, too in the weeds of all that. And a lot of this audience may know a lot of this already. What I'm trying to bring in is that connection to the farmed animals. So I don't want to get too into the weeds, but I do want to just briefly talk about dharma and karma. Dharma being, of course, how do you talk about dharma in a nutshell? There's so much. There's the big picture of universal dharma, and then more on a societal and community level. There's shastric law. There's dharma in your community, and then on a personal level, there's like your swadharma, your what you're personally. You're really kind of what is your meaning of life, what you were put here to do, what you were meant to do, working in dharma with your own swadharma and doing right in your life. And I always really related to this concept of swadharma because when I was a little girl, you know how we ask kids, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? I used to always say, well, I'm going to work with animals. When I was very little, my mom said that I said this very, very little, that I said, oh, I'm going to work with animals. And I don't even remember. And I don't know what I was thinking that was going to look like. But as I got into my teens and 20s and went vegan, I went vegetarian at 20 and vegetarian at 16, vegan at 20. So very soon it was vegan education and animal advocacy in the farmed animal movement. So that's how that came about. But so I've always known very deep in my heart, this was my path. So I can really relate to that swadharma piece. And then karma. Now karma in the West is a much more known term, a much more familiar term for us in the West. And I think everybody can relate to, well, what you do comes back to you in some way, right? What you do comes back to you. I think that everyone can agree that the energy you put out is what you're going to get back to some degree. But I think what gets lost in the West is that transmigration, that reincarnation piece. And I hear people say all the time, here in America and the US, I hear people say, well, karma missed them, or they didn't get their karma or whatever, if they're able to live their lives out in a, like someone who's very wealthy and has done bad things, and they, live happily and, well, what what we think is happily. They might not be so happy, but it appears that they lived in comfort and died in comfort. And so because we have this mindset of just one lifetime, it's something gets very lost in that. And so I try to remind people, well, reincarnation, we're bringing those actions, that karma, to our next life. And it's so connected to ahimsa. So now I'm going to bring back, so much more to say about dharma and karma, but we'll bring it back to ahimsa. And ahimsa is really the guiding principle in a lot of the Dharmic traditions, the highest principle. And I actually loved that I was reading about your Guru Maharaj, your spiritual master, that he would stop animal sacrifice when he saw animal sacrifice. And I thought that was really beautiful, a very much, active compassion. So I really loved that, really embracing ahimsa. And so when you embrace ahimsa, when you are living in that compassion, then you're burning off that karma. You're clearing that karma, and then that is good for the dharma of the society. This makes us more in harmony, and then of course the dharma of the universe. So it starts with us, our compassion, our ahimsa, and goes out to create a harmonious world. So that's kind of very, very elementary how it works. But right now we are going off the tracks with ahimsa worldwide. People are living daily committing violence and don't even realize it, don't have the awareness or connection to that, and how it manifests, I think, with the most impact, the worst in people's lives, is what they eat, how they eat, who they eat daily. So that is so something that we really need to address as a society, as cultures across the world. So important that we end this violence in everyone's homes, that they're bringing into their homes of meat, dairy, and eggs. So what I want to do with the first yama, we're still on the first yama, ahimsa. I want to talk about chicken meat and eggs. And I know that with this audience, after hearing your being in this, learning about your spiritual community, hearing you, I have a feeling that it's likely that most people don't eat meat or eggs, chicken meat or eggs, but maybe you do. And so this will be good information for you. Also good information for all of us, because whether we do or not, it's good to know what's happening in the world. It's good to know what our neighbors, friends, colleagues are doing, so that we can talk to them about it, and share and try to bring that ahimsa to the world. So one thing I love about the Indian community and Indian cultures is that they see eggs really as flesh, potential life or flesh. So they are lumped in with meat often. When you're avoiding meat, you avoid eggs as well. Not that way in the West. When we're vegetarian, someone is vegetarian, then they're still eating eggs and dairy. So anyway, just an interesting thing about Indian community. I really love that the eggs are seen as flesh right off the bat. So with chicken meat and egg production, there's the cruel hatcheries. We will talk about those. There's painful debeaking, crowded conditions, and all go to a horrible slaughter. And I am going to spare you any graphic. This presentation does not have, I don't think, any too graphic slides, because it's a lot to witness and bear. But I appreciate you being with me, and we'll move through this. It's hard even for me to present, because these are such precious beings to me, beautiful, beautiful animals that are each such individuals. As you can see in this picture, you know, there is someone there, there is someone looking back. And, you know, we're told from such a young age that chickens are stupid and chickens don't know what's going on and all of this stuff. And it's not true. We have now learned over the last 3-4 decades, not only through scientific information, scientific studies showing the cognitive complexity of chickens and the emotional complexity of chickens, we also have learned because we've been rescuing these animals and taking them into sanctuary, farm animal sanctuaries all over the US, all over the world. And we're seeing just their personalities and just how wonderful these little beings are. So I love chickens. Okay, so moving on, the beginning of their life in the hatcheries. So it's very rare, and a lot of this, I'll just say, is US based. So I don't know specifics about India, though I know that there are parallels around the world, and everything's now gotten so industrial and pretty much the same everywhere. Although I think in India it might not be as industrial. But you know, and maybe at the end you can, the audience in India can inform me if there's something that you know, is a little different. But this is all very US based, just so you know. So so from the beginning of their lives in the hatcheries, they are not born. I mean, what would be the natural way for a chicken to come into the world? It would be in a nest, a warm nest with a mother hen doting over the babies and caring for them, keeping them warm. That is completely denied. All chicken meat production, chicken egg production. The babies are born in these metal drawers in these hatcheries, and they are immediately thrust into a world of conveyor belts and metal machinery, and they're being tossed about like canned goods. And this is the sexing process over here on the left, where a worker is sexing the chicks, determining if they are male or female, and they're tossed into either the male or female chute. And the males in the egg industry, when we're talking about the egg industry, so the birds are bred very differently. They're genetically manipulated to be very different if they're bred for meat or bred for eggs. If they're bred for meat, they are genetically manipulated to grow very fast, very quickly. They're slaughtered within sometimes even just weeks, 8-12 weeks. They grow so fast. They're huge very quickly. The ones that are bred for eggs, it's very different. They're bred to produce a lot of eggs, hundreds of eggs, more than they would in nature. In nature, their ancestor, the jungle fowl of Southeast Asia, maybe a clutch of eggs, like a dozen or so eggs once or twice a year, that's all. Now they're producing hundreds of eggs, very taxing on their bodies. So anyway, the birds that are bred for eggs, the males are worthless. They don't grow fast enough to, and they're not profitable to be sold for meat, to slaughter for meat. So they're useless. They don't lay eggs, obviously, and they're thrown away by the millions. I guess this is kind of a graphic picture, I apologize, but these are baby chicks that are just being thrown away in the garbage, suffocating on the weight of their brothers, dying of dehydration, exposure by the billions. And this is the egg industry. Okay, we'll go by this quickly. There's also debeaking, where they cut the beak off of the chick because of the overcrowding. They tend to peck at one another. So instead of giving them more space, they take off their beak, which can be lifelong pain. They have trouble grooming and preening themselves, have trouble eating. It's very painful. Okay, so I lived, actually, right now I'm in Sacramento, California. I've been here for about 3 years, but for 30 years, for my entire adult life, I was in Sonoma County, California, which is about an hour north of San Francisco. And it's very rural, lots of farming going on there, lots and lots of farming. And I have been out to numerous chicken farms on just to observe just take pictures and observe. And this is what you see when you are approaching a chicken farm. There's not welcome signs. It's keep out, bio insecure or whatever, biosecure area. You know, I want to document what's happening, so we will bravely walk past those those signs. And this is typically what you see, again, where there's more keep out signs here, but there's just rows and rows and rows of buildings. What is it that you don't see? Chickens. You don't see chickens very often at all in these places. When you're peering in, this is typically what you might see in a cage-free operation, free-range operation. Now, these are labels that we're seeing more and more here in the US. I'm not sure about in India. I'd be curious about this, if you're seeing these labels as well there, labels like humane and cage-free and free-range, those kinds of things. So this is a typical cage-free egg operation. It's often dark with no windows, no ventilation, and they're just living in their own waste. It's the air is just thick with particles and ammonia, and you know it burns their sensitive beaks, little noses and throats, and they're just on top of one another. It's chaos. It's really a miserable, miserable existence. The chickens love the sun. They love to sprawl their wings out into the dust, to the dust and dust bathe, and you know, and they're just so full of life, and all those natural behaviors, all that joy is just taken away in these places. It's horrible. This is an egg operation. This is a broiler, what they call broiler chickens. The broilers are the ones raised for meat, for slaughter. And again, this is a typical building, just thousands of birds crammed in together, a truly miserable life. They never, they love to dunk their heads in water and have a water source. All they have are these little nipples, the little, just, you know, take a little drip of water. So they never get water, a good drink of water. It's horrible. So, you know, I'm going to move on now to the second yama, but I do want to just briefly talk about slaughter, although I'm not going to show a picture of it. It is, you know, absolutely horrible. Again, they're being slaughtered in the equivalent of like a preteen, or they're just babies. They're very, very young when they go to slaughter. They've lived hardly any of their life. And it's a brutal slaughter. And there are in the US, and I know this is for India and everywhere else as well, with the exception of possibly the UK now, they're starting to look into this, but there are no laws regarding how they're transported, how they're, you know, how they're slaughtered. There is a stunning of most other animals before slaughter, not for the birds. Not for the birds. They're not included in that law, the animal welfare, what is it called? I can't remember, but it's the law, it's a federal law rendering animals stunned before slaughter. Poultry is excluded, rabbits are excluded as well. And, you know, even when the birds are able to be rescued and go to sanctuary, they still die very early from ovarian cancers. Their bodies are just so manipulated, and they are often sick. It's very, very sad for them. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to the second yama, satya, which is truthfulness. So truthfulness, it seems very straightforward, right? Tell the truth. Don't tell a lie. Be truthful to yourself, be truthful to others. This is what satya is. But when we're talking about animal products, there is something that I call the humane hoax, and I actually have a whole project around it called the Humane Hoax Project. And this is when we get into labeling lies, humane and these labels like, natural, and just all those labels that they use to market and sell the products, when the truth is very different from what you see on the carton or what is told on the website. So now we're going to switch gears and we're going to talk about dairy. So some of the labels that you see, well, this is an egg carton, the free range eggs, but we see grass-fed dairy now. This is becoming very, very common in the US to see grass-fed dairy, and also other humane type labels on dairy. So with dairy, over here on the left, this is what we want to believe is happening in a dairy operation. We want to believe that the babies get to stay with their mother, and they're out on the grass, and they're in a natural, beautiful setting, and they're able to be together and bond. That is not, unfortunately, the reality. The reality is on the right here. The reality is that the babies are taken away from their mothers soon after birth. This little one is still wet from her birth fluid. You can see how frightened she is in her eye. They're taken to these what are called calf hutches, and we're going to talk more about that, separated out from other calves, from their mother. So again, going back to Sonoma County, California, where there is a lot of small rural dairies, it's harder to hide cows. Okay, it's easy to hide chickens, harder to hide cows. They're much bigger, and they have to move them around from barn to barn for different various reasons. So instead of trying to just pretend like it's not a chicken farm or it's not an animal farm and saying keep out, the dairy farms have the opposite. They say, they have all these signs outside that say, hey, everything's fine. This is real California milk, and it's certified organic, and it's environmentally certified, and nothing bad is happening here, right? Well, then so here's some more of the signs that you see up and down on the rural streets in Sonoma County. But what's truly going on, if you start getting a little closer and know what you're looking at, this is very typical. And what you're seeing are these calf hutches. It's where they take the baby female calves and put them in these hutches, separated from their mothers, separated from each other. Think about a cow in the field. Who's going to be the most active cow in the field? Who's the one that's going to be frolicking and playing and moving? The babies, right? The young ones. Completely denied. They are put in these tiny little boxes, unable to move, unable to frolic, unable to have that joy of life. And they are fed a bottle formula until they're old enough to be artificially inseminated. And we're going to talk about that later. But this, so I was given a tour of a farm at one point, and this was the baby calf that was shown to us on a tour. Now, this is actually a really good situation. They kind of made it a little nicer. She has some straw. She has a little space beside her crate. This is unusual. They kind of set this up for us, but still, even though this is better than what they usually get, there's still, she's separated from her mom. You know, she has very little space, you know, it's still a very confining and sad life for a little one. So also on these farms, these are pictures that I've taken when I've just walked up to different dairies. You see the cows in muck and manure. This little one on the right, this is probably a baby boy, because the boys are separated out and they are sold. They're sold off the dairy. They have no use. They're a waste product, basically, of the industry. They, of course, don't give milk. So they are sold to either veal, to become veal, which is killing them at a very young age for their meat, or to be raised for beef. So they're sold, taken away, killed. You also see injured animals. Now, I had seen numerous injured animals. This cow, her back, you can kind of see her back left leg is very swollen. It was swollen twice the size it should be, and she was limping terribly on it. I wished I had video at the time, but I didn't. Yeah, it was very sad to see. And I'll tell you something that is interesting with the organic situation. Sometimes with organic, it can be even worse for the animals. So, we always think that these labels, oh, well, at least it's a little better. It's a little better, right? And people seek out these labels because they're hoping that it's a little better. But in some cases, it can be worse. And with organic dairy, this is a very good example of how it can be worse, because the cows, it's such a intensive process, having the babies taken away. It's dirty, it's awful, they're sick, they're milked so frequently and more than they should be. And because of all that, they get sick. And a common illness is mastitis. Mastitis is an infection of the udder, where the udder can swell, can become very painful. The teats, it's painful to milk when they have a case of mastitis, this terrible infection. And on conventional dairy farms, how they've done for decades is that they've given the cows antibiotics and other pharmaceuticals to clear up the infections, right? Well, now that there's organic standards, if a farm is going organic and they are adhering to the organic standards, one of the things that means is that they can't give the cows pharmaceuticals and antibiotics, because that would pass through the milk and go into the milk the person is drinking. And so they don't treat the mastitis and other infections and other sicknesses. And the cows are just very, very sick, sicker than they are on conventional farms. And I had a veterinarian confide in me that he saw cows that were with the worst cases of mastitis, the most sick, like with the sickest cows and further along stages of sickness on organic dairies, and that the cows on the conventional dairies were actually healthier. I was shocked. I mean, it's horrible. This is about making money. I don't care about these animals. This is all about making money. It's a business. So I wanted to talk briefly while we're still in Satya and truthfulness about this. This is a slaughterhouse that is in Petaluma, California, very near where I used to live. Driving into downtown, you see this, and on the side of the building it says Mindful Meats. This is a new paint job, maybe 5-6 years ago, they painted the whole outside, and they painted this Mindful Meats. It's actually a brand of meat. And I thought I had to pull over and just shake my head for a moment. They have basically appropriated the term mindful, because this is very popular now because of Eastern religions' influence in the West, and people wanting to be more mindful and going to yoga class and Buddhist classes and things like that. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart that they would blatantly lie, and say that there is anything mindful happening in a slaughterhouse. I mean, the horrible, scary, terrible place that these dairy cows go at a very young age. All dairy cows in organic, whatever, they're going to the slaughterhouse at a young age. They can't afford to feed them. They can't afford to retire them to the field. That would be a waste of money, a waste of feed. So they go to the slaughterhouse at a very young age, this horrible place that ends all tomorrows for these animals. And it's brutal and horrible. And to say that there is anything mindful going on in this place is just, it's a blatant lie. It is not the truth. So so that was Satya. So we'll move on to Asteya. So the third yama is Asteya, and Asteya, of course, is not stealing. And you know, again, it's pretty basic. Don't take what is not yours, right? But how does this relate to veganism? Well, in dairy, as I mentioned, the babies are taken away at birth. They're stolen from their mothers. And then we steal her milk. She is in a scary, horrible situation. She's not giving her milk willingly. We steal her milk. And very soon after that, we take her life. We steal her life. So we are stealing from these cows. You know, in dairy production, when her output starts to wane, when she's not giving as much milk as a younger cow, she goes to slaughter. And, you know, all animal farming, not just dairy, but all animal farming steals the animals' agency, their freedom, their very lives. We steal from these animals. And my husband likes to say that with meat, we kill the animal, then we steal their meat. With milk, we steal their milk, then we kill the animal. We steal her life. So with meat, you know, it's kill and steal. With dairy, steal and kill. It's all stealing and killing. It's horrible. Okay. So we're going to move on now to the fourth yama, brahmacharya. And this one is a little harder for, well, it's a little harder for Westerners to wrap their minds around, I think. I like to call it sexual misconduct. Sometimes it's considered sexual restraint, and certainly in a yogic life, in the yogic tradition, with restraining and withholding your sexual desires is going to be beneficial for your spiritual life. I like to say that, you know, it's no sexual misconduct. So not using sex in any kind of inappropriate or abusive way, making sure that everyone is in consent and that it's not a manipulating situation. So these are all aspects of brahmacharya. But how does it relate to the animals? Well, again, with dairy cows. Well, backing up, most all the farmed animals that are bred now cannot breed naturally. We've genetically manipulated them so much that some of the species can't even breed naturally. And also, breeding naturally is less effective. It's more expensive. So artificial insemination is what is used basically across the board for most all of the species, artificial insemination. And with dairy cows, now the next picture is, it is a little graphic. It is artificial insemination of a dairy cow, but I think it's important for us to know, to really know what's happening to these cows, these sacred cows that in Hinduism and in Eastern religions are mother, are sacred, are blessed, should be protected. And this is what we do to them in dairy operations. So this is artificial insemination, where they take sperm from a bull who has been, pardon, but masturbated to collect the sperm. And it is inseminated into the cow. This farmer has his hand in the cow's anus. The arm is in her anus. There's a rod in her vagina, and he manipulates in there manipulates her uterus so that there's a better chance of her being inseminated. It's such a violation. It's disgusting. It's horrible. I've seen videos. If you're curious, you can see videos on YouTube. The cows are very uncomfortable, and it is an absolute violation of these cows' bodies. It's just horrible. And this is what we do for dairy. Awful. So I also want to mention turkeys. Turkeys are another of the farmed animals that cannot breed naturally. They have to separate the males and females because the females, the males they've bred them to be, both of them, to be so heavy, and the males would just crush the females if they tried to mate naturally. So they have to separate them. What they call milk the males to get the sperm, and then they inseminate it into the females. And it's just, they're so brutal when they're grabbing them and turning them upside down and shoving things into them. And it's very hard to watch. If you watch video of it, it's very terrible. The birds are scattering and scared and in chaos. It's a brutal thing. It's really horrible. And it is, I believe, very much a sexual abuse and a sexual violation of these animals. Okay, so we will move on to the last yama, aparigraha. So, and forgive my my pronunciation. I'm sure I'm pronouncing these horribly, but aparigraha. So this one is not over-consuming. And this one, I believe, relates to the environment, the environmental impact of our food, of animal agriculture. And there's something Gandhi wrote about aparigraha. He said, if I have a chair and I'm not using that chair, then I've stolen that chair from someone else. You know, we don't want to use more than we need. We don't want to have more than we need. And just having, you know, billions of farmed animals alive, no matter how they're raised, it's so resource intensive. Water, we waste water, we pollute the water, air pollution, so much. And I'll move on to this to show. So this is the US Environmental Protection Agency has deemed in numerous studies, I mean, this is just, it's so well documented that animal agriculture is very heavily influencing climate change, massive energy and fossil fuel use, deforestation, loss of habitat, biodiversity, species, water waste, water and air pollution, topsoil erosion. So it affects so much. Just the energy use compared to plant foods. And we've always got to be comparing to plant foods, right? So just the energy use with animal products, it takes 8 times as much fossil fuel to produce animal foods as it takes to produce plant foods, 8 times as much. Deforestation in the Amazon, cattle ranching is now the primary reason for deforestation. And, you know, I could get into the details, but you probably know about this, but, you know, they're chopping the rainforest down, not only to graze cattle, but to grow the feed, soy and corn that is fed to dairy cows and chicken farms and all of that. It just happened, I believe, that because the Amazon is, of course, a carbon sink. It draws carbon from the atmosphere, so it's beneficial to greenhouse gas issue. And I think it just happened that it crossed a line where now it doesn't. It's worse now that there's, you know, it's not that carbon sink that it used to be, which is very scary. Loss of biodiversity. Hello?
Hello?
You need me to wrap?
Yeah, sorry, please go ahead. Please go ahead, Mrs. Ho.
Okay. All right. So we're almost finished. I'm getting to the end. So loss of biodiversity, habitat, globally, livestock reduction is one of the leading causal factors in the loss of biodiversity and a key factor in the loss of species. And livestock now occupy a vast area that was once habitat for wildlife and that was, you know, could be and should be reforested, rewilded so that it can be that carbon sink, because we need these green spaces to offset all the carbon that we're putting into the atmosphere. But now so much of it has become area for animals, for farmed animals. Oh, that's my sites. Okay, so the amount of water it takes to produce, so water waste, incredible amounts of water waste. The amount of water it takes to produce 1 month's worth of food for someone who eats meat, dairy, and eggs, the same amount of water can grow food for a vegan for a year. That's how much water is saved on the vegan diet. So I'm not going to talk about these. I get into kind of the grass-fed and free range labeling, but I think I'm not going to do that because I'm not sure in India if you're even seeing those labels. So we will skip all that part, but we'll go on to here. And why is there it is. So local's good, free range is good. I didn't talk about this part, but plant-based is best. Conventional plant foods cause far less environmental damage than any animal foods. Okay, so bringing it back to the first yama, very first yama, ahimsa. And there's a reason that this is the first yama, ahimsa paramo dharma. So ahimsa is the highest law of the universe, the most important dharma. That if there are conflicting dharmas, if there are conflicting things, like if there's two ethics that are conflicting, you look to ahimsa. You look, so what's the least violent path, the most compassionate path in this conflict, right? So, and it really permeates so many religions. It's so prominent in the Jain religion, and you also see it in Jesus and in the Western religions. They may not call it ahimsa, but they certainly call it compassion. Let's see. I have a few quotes about ahimsa as I wrap up here. Ahimsa, so having no, this is from the Yoga Sutras, having no ill feelings for any living being in all manners possible and for all times is called ahimsa, and it should be the desired goal of all seekers. And then from the Mahabharata, we get this ahimsa paramo dharma, that is the highest dharma. Ahimsa is the best austerity, the greatest gift, the highest self-control, the highest sacrifice, the highest power, the highest truth. Ahimsa is the highest teaching. All right, so I hope that I did the yamas justice, and that it was an interesting new way to look at the yamas for you. And I'm just going to give you a few of my projects, things that I have going on that you may want to check out. One of them is the Ahimsa Living Project. This is my website, ahimsa-living.org. I'll type these maybe into the chat after we're done, or in a minute, or someone wants to do that. And Ahimsa Living is a project that I do where I bring the 3 Dharma traditions, Buddhist Dharma, Hindu Dharma, and Jain Dharma, together with veganism. So there's a section on Jain, section on Buddhist, section on Hindu, and I connect them to veganism and why we should be vegan, and that helps with our Dharma. And then coming up, first, okay, my podcast. I have a podcast, the Hope for the Animals podcast. If you listen to podcasts, it's wherever you find your podcasts, on Apple or Spotify or any of those. And I also have the website, hopefortheanimalspodcast.org. So you can find them all there. And if you go to the drop-down menu on the homepage, there is a spirituality section for all the podcasts where I've talked about spirituality. You're welcome to check those out. So I have like a section for the spirituality ones if you're interested, or listen to any of them. And coming up, I have a conference going back to the humane hoax, back to Satya and truthfulness, the humane hoax online conference. It's going to be coming up at the end of February. And you can go to humanehoax.org to find the information and to register for that webinar. It's going to be about, I think, 5 speakers, about 4 hours. And I hope you check that out if you're interested. And finally, my organization is compassionate-living.org, Compassionate Living. Compassionate-living.org is the website. And I would love you to go check it out, perhaps support, become a monthly donor. We need the support. And I thank you so, so much for your time and for allowing me to share with you today. Thank you, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Bhaгаnak.
Yes, I have a question. So are we going to do question and answer? Like, are we going to have a little?
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if there's time for it.
Well, can I have just 20 seconds?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
I can.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
just 20 seconds. I will be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Right back.
I think, good morning, Dr. Till.
Yeah, good morning, Prasanna.
Good morning. Actually, we do have enough time for you to cover your entire session of 90 minutes. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you kindly. But, it may not go as much as that, especially if there are fewer questions. So I think there will be some time gap to allow people to, to have a short break or something. I don't think it'll go all the 90 minutes, but thank you kindly.
Thank you, Doctor. Because we have our next program to start at 2 o'clock, which is like 11 o'clock for you. So
yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay.
Now Hope is back.
I'm back. I apologize.
Yeah, Ms. Hope, this is still Raghu, and I'm actually scheduled to speak after you. Thank you for that informative talk. Now, I did post a link in the chat session here to these pasture-raised egg brands. And let me make a couple of comments and questions and look forward to your response. Now, certainly the stuff that you presented forms part of a very good moral case against factory farming, particularly American capitalist factory farming and its counterparts in the rest of the world. And, the work goes back to Peter Singer and exposing all the hideous cruelties and everything. So I think that's a very strong case against the meat industry and the chicken industry. But this doesn't show that there are no small farms, or we can't have small farms, in which cows and hens are treated humanely for purposes of getting milk or dairy products, and then eggs, unfertilized eggs, so which raises the question of whether you recognize the distinction between, or what role does it play, because the distinction is fairly obvious, the fertilized and unfertilized eggs. The fertilized eggs contain the embryo of a developing chicken, but the unfertilized eggs in most of the shelves in the grocery stores, they don't contain any developing embryo. Nothing is developing there. So there's a question there about what role that distinction plays, if anything at all. Now, again, with regard to eggs, yeah, I think we can all agree that we must avoid getting even unfertilized eggs, which have no living being developing, from farms which treat hens cruelly. But again, all of this does not show that we can't have, and clearly given the fact that there are organic farms and so forth that treat small ones which are threatened by these big factories, but they do their best in raising cows and hens humanely. And I'm quite sure that you're not saying there's nothing like that. I'm sure you acknowledge there are some. And so then, as consumers of milk and unfertilized eggs, then we'll have to look at these small farms. Maybe some of us can then have our own cows, especially in India, and have a few hens, and we can take the unfertilized eggs. Now, so I'd be interested in your response to that. And then I have one more thing about the Ahimsa principle. Now, if we make this into a absolutist principle, right, then we face this problem. Vegans face this problem. Our path here of the great teacher Vallalar is a vegetarian path. And he recommended vegetarianism and celebrated milk and ghee, which is clarified butter, a dairy product. But of course, he had already assumed that the cows would be treated humanely. coming back to this other point about ahimsa, now insects are very important to the ecosystem. Okay, without insects, we're not going to have pollination and stuff like that. And they're being threatened, of course, by climate change. Now, insects are being killed in huge numbers by insecticides, which are often toxic to humans also in vegetable and fruit forms. So if you make ahimsa into this absolutist principle, then it would follow that we should refrain from vegetables and fruits. How feasible is that? And I think immediately the response is going to be, then, well, we apply the same standard. And we have to ensure that, you know, there are insect repellents, organic insect repellents. I've experimented with some of them, especially oils like peppermint, which repel insects. They don't kill the insects. So perhaps then we have to begin advocacy for these organic insect repellents. Particularly given the threats to insects and the fact that they are fast disappearing. So, you know, but on the other hand, if we maintain ahimsa as an absolutist principle, then we have to say, well, you know, you can imagine a presentation in which I can document all the, you know, marvelous variety of insects so essential to the ecosystem that are being killed by insecticides in vegetable and fruit forms, right? And then I can make a case, well, hey, you know, we shouldn't be eating vegetables and fruits, which then leaves us puts us in a quandary. So I'm interested in, I know I made a few comments and raised a couple of questions, but I'd be very interested in your general response. And again, thanks for your presentation.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Okay, so there was a lot to cover there. I will do my best. First of all, just with the, you know, ahimsa as the you know, supreme or our highest, you know, it's a striving. We're striving for the best we can do. We'll never achieve. We can't achieve in this lifetime or next or next. I mean, that's what we're doing is we're striving to cause the least harm, do the least violence, right? So it's never perfection. It's always a striving for. And in that, what we can do is we can buy organic vegetables. That's, I certainly, when I'm talking about the harms of organic, I'm really only talking about animal products and dairy. You know, organic foods, plant foods. Yes, absolutely. We should be looking to organic plant foods. It's going to be the least harmful. So we want to choose what's the least harmful, right? It's not, even in organic, there's going to be killing of not only insects, but small animals, burrowing animals get caught in the machinery. I mean, we're still killing when we harvest plants. You know, that is unavoidable unless you are gardening yourself. You're being very careful about it, you know, but if you're buying vegetables, but comparing that to buying dairy, if you're buying any kind of dairy, if you are buying dairy from the store, organic, humane, whatever, that cow suffered. There's no doubt about it. Her baby was taken away at birth, is very, very, I mean, I have gone and observed and documented numerous different dairy operations, both commercial and with these labels, organic. Never does the baby stay with the mom, never. Never do the dairy cows have a retirement. They are all going to slaughter within 2-3 years. They're all going to slaughter. The baby males, never do you see a baby male on the farm. They're all going to slaughter as well. So this is with any dairy. Now, the only exception would be ahimsa dairy from like a Goshala, from a Hindu Goshala. That may be an exception, but that's very rare. And you're not going to find that in a store unless it's maybe a temple store or something, you know, and even with that, there are issues, and what those issues, I mean, it's very detailed. And actually I go into this in my website, ahimsa-living. If you go to the Hindu section, there's a part on ahimsa dairy. I encourage you to read. You know, and I talk about all of this, but the problem is that we can't scale that up. What they're doing at a Goshala, where devotees are loving the cows and caring for the cows, and they do let the babies stay with the moms, and they do let them live their lives out, you can only feed maybe, 3 or 4 temples in your area, a few families in that area. There's no way that you can scale that up to feed the almost 8 billion people on the planet now. It can't be done. That's why we have the industrial farming. That's why they, are killing the mama cows. That's why they're killing the baby males. It's not profitable to do it on such a small, humane scale. It just can't be done profitably. So it can't be scaled up. So we can't feed everyone with humane dairy. It really just cannot be done. And if you're buying dairy, those cows suffered. I almost guarantee it. And then about the chicken eggs, I'll just say really briefly, fertilized, unfertilized, sure, that there's a difference in that the chickens, because chickens can breed naturally, and that the males and females can be together. So if there are males, then it's possible that the egg will be fertilized. That's really the only difference. But as far as ethically, everything that I said in the beginning of the talk still stands for both fertilized and unfertilized eggs. Those chickens, again, are going to slaughter very young. They're living in cramped conditions, all those things. So there's not a lot of difference there with fertilized and unfertilized.
Well, the crucial difference is that in the unfertilized, there isn't any living being that you're killing. Whereas by contrast, when you eat chicken or meat, in its very nature, it involves killing. But then back again to this principle that if you emphasize the ahimsa principle to that kind of absolute extent, then what do you do about the killing of insects in getting vegetables and fruits? And there, of course, then you're saying, are you going to say, well, that's unavoidable, we have to live with it? But there are alternatives, like using insect repellents and so forth, which then has its corresponding argument in terms of community farms that treat cows and hens humanely. And there are. I mean, I don't think you can claim that there is, even in the United States, which is dominated by capitalist economy, you cannot say that there are no such, places. There are places. And certainly communities, there are community stores, cooperatives and so forth. So we can have community cooperative humane farms for milk and unfertilized eggs. So I think that alternative should be explored rather than simply saying that, oh, well, hey, we're all morally responsible for the suffering of these animals if we consume any milk or any eggs, and then leaving it at that, because we do need milk for nutritional purposes. Just imagine so many places where, children are given milk and they don't have other alternatives. And milk, of course, well documented for its nutritional benefits. And there are many studies that show that vitamin D deficiency and zinc deficiency is a serious problem for vegans. So I think there are those considerations to take into account, but I still think that alternatives are available. I don't think that it's not like, hey, any milk or any egg that you take, you're automatically responsible for the suffering of the cows and hens. And therefore, the only solution is to completely abandon milk and eggs and then face some of those health issues and so forth that come from vitamin D deficiency and zinc deficiency. So maybe, the case you're making and many vegans make, I mean, they have to look at the alternatives more carefully. I think that would be a more constructive pathway. So thank you.
Okay. We will agree to disagree. Okay. I've already responded to all that. I will say one more thing, though. about your Guru Maharaj and your spiritual master and the use of dairy. We have to look at every religion from a modern perspective and what the Guru didn't, the time that they lived in. Now your Guru Maharaj did not have.
Yeah, excuse me. I want to say, but I don't know if you have time to follow my next talk, by the talk that I'm going to give, but it's that we don't really look on him as a Guru Maharaj. I mean, he's a great teacher, and then the path is not really a religion. It is actually what I call post-religious theism, and I have a blog that I deal with it. So it's not religion. It's not a Hindu sect, and we don't have the usual guru worship on this path.
Right,
so just want to add that.
I apologize. Sorry about that. But I guess, okay, looking to your spiritual teacher, he did not have, global warming, did not have nuclear war, and he did not have dairy cows suffering in such mass quantities on organic dairy operations. So you have to apply the teachings to modern ways. So
I agree with that. But I believe that it's already covered in his ethic of compassion. And his emphasis on humane. In fact, he was quite way ahead of even the 21st century, and he was writing in the middle of the 19th century, and he emphasized ethical approaches to plant life. Okay, even writing in the 1860s and 1860s, the humane treatment of plants and trees is an essential part of his ethic, and of course, the vegetarianism involves abstaining from cruelty to animals, including cows. So, it's pretty advanced, and you can look at my blog for some of the posts, or I don't know if you, if you have time to stay for the talk, but certainly I have a blog. It's called The Immortalizing Way of the Omni-Light, and it is devoted to the teachings of Chidambaram Ramalingam, and
Doctor, probably you can type in it in the space here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, for your response.
I am Dr. Chokkalingam. Nice to hear you, Hope. Just for a second only. If you have been strictly following vegetarianism, what you are suffering today from COVID, human being would not have got it. Because it's a zoonotic one. Pangolins and bats, human being got it, and human is spreading and the other one. Now virus in turn in killing millions of human beings. So this is another lesson one must learn, how we must not touch the animals or eat them. That's one concept. And second one is, so what the nature's provisions are. Beautiful fishes are eaten by frogs. Frogs are eaten by snakes. Snakes are eaten by our eagles. Eagles are eaten by our animals. Animals are eaten by only human beings. And then the question is, who is eating the human being? Only the negative thoughts within the mind of this body is eating the human being itself. That is what I used to quote. So very important thing is the dynamic, the world scenario. And what you are talking is really very, very sensible. Vallalar's one. What is the fraction of population that are ready to accept it? Maybe very, very, very few. And you will continue to have the journey of communicating the message, what is the usefulness or goodness of that. And then you will continue a journey, just by making some comments. And please remember, human being inside itself, millions and trillions of animal kingdom is working within us. You are alive because of that bacteria, virus that are present and helping us for life. But unfortunately, other viruses are ready to kill us. So it is only a race between human beings killing the animals or animals killing us is the one race going on. But basically, human beings are nothing but social animals. So how we are going to address in course of time, we really don't know that. I'm just sharing my ideas with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think there are a couple of people who wanted to ask questions. Palni Chami and Selva, you guys want to ask the question?
Yeah, Madam, this is Ganesh from India. Yeah, the question is actually in the US. I heard there is a village called Amish villages are there, where instead of a commercial farming or the animal farming, they are rearing the animals and poultry in a traditional way, where there is no cruelties incurred to the animals. Similarly, in India also, earlier the farmers, the small farmers, used to have their own animal breeding in their own backyard, and no cruelty also infiltrated. But today, because of the commercialization, where the requirement of dairy is going up in the way of cheese or ice creams or all those things, actually this only the commercialization only has created demand for. I'm coming from a state called Tamil Nadu, where this poultry industry is totally poultry farming is very rampant actually, where the broiler chickens are bred. So is it because of moving from the traditional way to the industrial way? That will be better, is an immediate solution. Ideally, we should convert everybody to a total vegetarian actually. In country also, Saint Vallalar also propagates and actually asked all the to follow that. But country like India, where the population is more than 1 billion, what is the solution actually? One is organic farming, be agriculture or thing. Will it be able to feed this big mass? What's your opinion on this now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you were talking about the traditional way moving into the, now what we have is a more industrial situation.
Exactly.
So many more people to feed, you know, so scaling these things up, the more you scale up, the more the animal suffers, and the more, you know, there's going to be compromises to the humane.
Exactly. Even I have seen now, even the villages, after feeding the calf only, the less balanced milk only will be taken for their consumption. That is the practice in those days. But once this industrial farming replaced that, the compassion one gone, and as you said, the animals are slaughtered once it is not fit for milch. Animals are slaughtered once it's not fit for their own use. So this is what my actually submission.
Yes, this is Selva here from Canada. I really appreciate and thank you for this wonderful talk and presentation. In fact, you are living the principles of Vallalar. With these principles of Vallalar that you brought about, it gives hope for entire humanity to live with compassion. The word that Dr. Chokalingam also used, in terms of a person who's able to live with compassion, you don't need any medicine at all. Automatically, you have the positive energy, and the negativity is lost, and naturally, there is no stress hormones like cortisol. And that's what exactly you brought about, emphasizing the points about Patanjali and how this yamas and niyamas will help the entire life forms in this world. I really appreciate your talk and thank you very much. My question and comment here is that my friends with whom I have been here in Canada, the number of people turning into vegan is increasing day by day. It's a great sign and great efforts, like people like you. The only challenge that I see among the people who are turning into vegan, the social pressure. Like when we go for a restaurant, they say, Selva, I used to be vegan, I changed back, I gone back. I ask them why. It's because of the social pressure. It's because of the family pressure. I can't stay because I got to give up my principles because of the social pressure. How are we going to deal with this social pressure? And how are we going to reach the wide audiences throughout the globe? The importance of compassion and the hardship that's faced by other living beings in this world. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's true when we poll people that have gone back from being vegan, that went vegan and have gone back, the two main things that are the reasons are social pressure. They didn't feel supported in their social network. and also just inaccessibility of the food. Now that's changing. There's now, you know, it's very much easier to find vegan food everywhere. So luckily that issue is getting better. The social structure, you're right, it's so important. We want to feel accepted. We want to feel understood. And you know, and when you are the only one, the only vegan, you know, in your social network, in your family, in your whatever, it can feel very lonely. Same thing with a spiritual life. If you are feeling a spiritual life and your family is not, it can be very isolating. So it's good to have community, sangha, people around you that you know, that are like-minded and that can support you. And so going on to like Zoom webinars, I know right now we're in the pandemic, so it's harder for us to get together, but Zoom webinars for vegans. There's spiritual groups that are vegan groups. There's the Interfaith Vegan Coalition that does a lot of spiritual vegan things. So finding that vegan community and feeling that support, even if it's just finding one other vegan in your area and going and having lunch together at a vegan restaurant. So you have that community and connection. It's so, so critical.
Good,
great, appreciate.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I really want to give an incident. Okay, just whatever has happened in my life, I want to share. Right. So I'm a vegan by myself, and I've been vegan for the last 6-7 years actually. Okay. So I'll tell you, the moment you have that confidence to be vegan, I'm sure God helps in one way or the other. I want to quote an example. So I was once I had to go for a business travel, and while coming back to home, like you know, at the airport, I had to pick up something. Okay, because you know, in US they don't give food in the flights anymore, so you have to buy your own food. So I went to the restaurant and I asked them. It's not a restaurant, basically a shop in the airport, and I asked them to give me vegetarian rice. So and I told them I don't want any egg, meat, chicken, anything. But these people in restaurants, you know, they don't fully understand what we mean actually. Even though you say whatever it is, right? You don't meat, then they put some pork in that. They don't understand exactly. So then they gave me the package, and the flight was giving the flight attendants were giving calls to asking us to board the flight. And I took the package, and I was very close to the boarding place, and all of a sudden they said, you know, they have found a problem in the toilet and they have to repair it. So they asked everyone to off board, and that gave me like half an hour. I thought maybe, you know, I was very hungry at that time. From the morning till afternoon, I did not have anything. I opened the box and I saw it was with egg. The food was with egg. So, and then I rushed immediately back to the restaurant, asked them to replace it, and I got my food. Otherwise, you know, I would have taken the food, which I would have been hungry throughout my flight, which was like another 5-6 hours, and you would not have anything to eat. I feel like, you know, it could be coincidence, but I feel it's God's wish that, you know, He made the flight half an hour delayed just for me to get the food. That's the way I feel like. Okay, so the nature, leave the God or anything, right? The nature will take care of ourselves. When you worry about the nature is what I feel. Thank you.
I'd like to add a point here, and that's some good news in the city that I'm living here in Canada. There are a couple of exclusive vegan restaurants are coming up, and when I go to those vegan restaurants, I see it's overwhelmed. It's full of vegan people, and they are cherishing it, and you could feel the real positive energy in that restaurants. I think that type of restaurants could be a positive way to bring in more vegans. I thought this to share with you. Thank you.
I think, you know, like Hope said, see, one is you can become a complete vegan, or you can avoid all the possible ways of avoiding food that is made out of cruelty, right? Even if you don't want to be 100% vegan, that is fine. Wherever you have a choice, you become vegan, right? You can become vegan one day for one time, or weekly once, or monthly once, whenever you can become vegan. So that will definitely help in the long journey for us. Hope you agree with me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's when yeah, absolutely. I'll just leave it at that. You know, you want to strive, like like I was talking about earlier, striving to be the best we can be, striving to make the best decisions that we can. And no one's perfect. Nothing, you're never going to reach perfection in this life, this material life, you just can't. But we can make better choices, ease the suffering as much as possible. And vegan is a beautiful way to do that. So.
Agreed. Thank you, Hope.
Thank you, Hope, for your excellent Hope. I think most of our participants will teach their friends, relatives, and children to practice that most valuable vegetarianism. Finally, it paved the way for the veganism, the good, and the karma diet. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Hope Baganek, for your excellent speech about veganism. That's really amazing presentation, like, you know, the slideshow and everything you captured so very well about that. So you're talking about the veganism in Yoga Sutra, Ahimsa and Satya, and you're talking about the Asteya and Brahmacharya and Abarigraha. Abari means we talking in Tamil is more. So not over consuming like that. So you were talking about veganism is really, we have to think about the animals, like, you know, they are separating from the babies and the mother. That's the mindful thing. We have to think about that. So everyone has to change the Vallalar's principles. Thank you so much for reminding us. Thanks a lot, Doctor. Thanks a lot, Hope Botanic. We pray for you, Aruparanjodi Andavar, to bless you and your kith and kin with good health, wealth, and supreme status of deathless life. Aruparanjodi, Aruparanjodi, Taniparankarnai Aruparanjodi. Let all living beings live blissfully. Thanks a lot.
Next session, Dr. Dil Raghu, USA, will talk about on the subject, the moral character of Vallalar. And we are very happy to hear your speech after a very long time, Doctor. Now we request your speech on. Thank you, Doctor. We are requested your speech. Thank you. Proceed, Doctor.
Thank you, Jayarajaya. You're looking good, so I'm happy to see that. You're doing fine. Thank you. By Vallalar's grace. Okay, I'll just briefly an introduction. You know, I'm a professor of philosophy, and I've taught universities and colleges in Canada and the United States for over 30 years now. And I've been based for now almost 18 years in Las Vegas, teaching as a tenured professor at the college here. I teach critical thinking and also Asian philosophy, and then I do some other things too. I should thank at the outset the organizing team of Vallalar Universal Mission for their commitment to Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam and the teachings of Vallalar Chidambaram Ramalingam and putting this program together. At the outset, I want to point out, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes, Dr. Raghu.
Okay, yeah. Okay. At the outset, I want to point out that I'm not engaging in the presumptuous or conceited task of giving a moral certificate to Vallalar. He does not need that certificate from me or anyone else. He has received his certificate from Aruparanjodi or Omni Light. That is the light that is present everywhere. Agam, Agapuram, Puram, and Purapuram. It is present fully everywhere, and that's why I translate that as Aruparanjodi as Omni Light. And does not need one from humans or even devas or superhumans. But before I proceed, so what is it that I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to throw some light on a small character, and then I'll get to the importance of that in a minute or two. But in regards to the previous topics in this program, so I want to show that there's a continuity, and I'm not just jumping, from the moon to Mars or anything like that. Vallalar's vegetarianism is an essential aspect of his moral character. And I'll clarify the concept of moral character and so forth very soon. Now, it's not based primarily on nutritional or dietary considerations, Vallalar's vegetarianism, but ethical and spiritual truths. Vallalar's vegetarianism is an integral manifestation of his compassion and sense of soul unity or anmaneya vurumai with other beings. The cultivation of a sense of soul unity, S-O-U-L, soul unity, or spiritual kinship, or the kinship of all living beings, is based on the truth in affirmed in Samarasa Sutta Sanmargam, that they're all partial or microcosmic manifestations of one ultimate reality. Tamil expression is iyarkai unmai, being, consciousness, iyarkai arivu, and then bliss, iyarkai inbam. Now, we should note that this is also a biological truth. We know from the science of genetics that all living beings have a common ancestor. So despite the mind-boggling diversity of living beings and the different forms of their bodies and so forth, organs and so forth, all life is one immense family. Okay, so it's Veer Kudumbam. And this is affirmed in the Agama, which was composed in 1872. Payirpuru Karana Parsigal Parpala Veertiral Wandrana Uraitame Sivame. That's a revelation from Arupparinjodi to Vallalar. 1872, the discovery of the biological science in the 20th and 21st century is already affirmed in the Agavo. And this is a case of a spiritual truth, a deep spiritual truth, Anmaneya Vurumai, being reflected in the realm of biology, in the form of the truth that all life is one huge family, immense family, because it has a common ancestor. So therefore, to the extent feasible within one's range of knowledge and capacity, that's a very important qualification. One's range of knowledge and capacity. We can only act within the range of our knowledge and capacity. For example, Vallalar says in Jivagarniya Workam, the Devas, who have much higher faculties and much greater freedom than human beings, are not accessible to us. They are beyond our knowledge and capacity. So we can't do anything about their hunger. But he says we should reflect that even Devagal will suffer when they undergo hunger, and we should have some compassion when we contemplate that. It's the same thing for Naraga, the beings in the infernal realms. They're not accessible to us. We cannot do anything to alleviate their hunger, but we should at least contemplate that they will also suffer from hunger and have compassion. So it's very important to take note of this qualification. Within the range of one's knowledge and capacity, one has the moral and spiritual obligation to extend compassion to all living beings capable of suffering. That's very important, capable of suffering. And that's the standard or criterion used in Vallalar's great and incomplete essay on Jivakarnya Urpa. He says, for instance, Vittagal, seeds. Seeds are not living beings. They cannot suffer. So there is no harm in consuming seeds. Okay. I think the same logic also applies to unfertilized eggs. Just taking them on their own, forget about the treatment of hens and all that, which is a legitimate concern. But if you just take the unfertilized egg in itself, it's not a living being. So there's no question of causing any suffering by boiling that unfertilized egg and eating it. Okay, so the same logic applies there. So as I said, the point here is that to connect it to all the other topics in today's program, Vallalar's vegetarianism should be seen as an essential aspect of his moral character. So and then we'll get to that later here, some of the details. So what I'm trying to do is not trying to give a certificate to Vallalar, a moral certificate. That would be absurd. I'm trying to throw some light on his moral character, given that we are interested in or committed to the path of Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga, which I translate as the pure way, Suddham, pure way of wisdom and harmony. Sanmargam is the path of wisdom, and Samarasam refers to harmony. You can also bring in egalitarianism or equality into it. And therefore, we should be interested in knowing some aspects of the person who has pointed out this way and given some important guidelines concerning it. Tiruvara Pragasa Vallalar Chidambaram Ramalinga. So that's the reason, that's the basic motivation here, not to absurdly try to give Vallalar any moral certificate. He doesn't need one from any human being or Deva. He's already received it from Aruparanjodi. Okay, now I want to also say that although I'm going to try to clarify some aspects of Vallalar's moral character, Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam is not a Vallalar cult or given to the worship of Vallalar. There was no bust of Vallalar in the Jnana Sabha. And fortunately, we don't have, I don't recall seeing one, we don't have life-size pictures of Vallalar in the Satyanana Sabha to worship. Vallalar himself stated the main goal of Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam in his last talk or Perubhadesam, and he was actually he's reported to have quoted some verses from one of his poems or songs. And the main goal is to attain the condition of having universal compassion and the vision or realization of Aruparanjodi or Omnilight as the only ultimate reality and truth. And the verses quoted, the verse quoted is Karunayum Sivame Porul Ena Kanam Kachiyum Piruga Matralam Marul Neri Yanani Yana Karivata Vaname Petrikindre. So Karunai, compassion, Sivame Porul Ena Kanam Kachi, the understanding, the vision or realization of Aruparanjodi or Omnilight as the only ultimate reality and truth. Everything else is impermanent. So the English translation here is, as revealed by you, I have attained the condition in which compassion and the vision of Sivam, which is not used in the sense of Sivan with matted hair and 3 eyes and all that kind of stuff in Saiva Siddhanta. Sivam is used in the sense of pure intelligence, peace, pure consciousness. So the vision of Sivam or Aruparanjodi as the only ultimate reality or truth remains. He's saying he's attained that condition and avoided all other paths and conditions of ignorance, delusion, and confusion. That's what Marul Neri means. Marul Neri is the path of ignorance, delusion, and confusion, or the path in which ignorance, delusion, and confusion rise or proliferate. And he was able to avoid that Marul Neri by following the revelation of Aruparanjodi. Now, in a declaration which testifies, so we have to keep that goal in mind, of Suddha Sanmargam, Samarasa Suddha Sanmargam. Now, in a declaration which testifies to his moral character of absence of pretension, pretending to be this, that, and the other, and projecting an image and all that kind of stuff, publicity, for publicity purposes, promoting oneself, and conceit. This is evidence this declaration that I'm going to read is evidence of the absence of pretension and conceit in Vallalar and his humility and spiritual depth. So in the declaration, Vallalar reported in the Perubhadesam, Vallalar discouraged worship of himself as Guru. And that's pretty refreshing and revolutionary in the Indian tradition in the 1870s. And given the strong Indian cultural tendencies to what I call guru fantasies, or imagining and concocting all sorts of extraordinary things about gurus, and guru worship, including worship of bogus or fake gurus, many of whom have long hair, beard, and kavi uday or saffron robes, or even perhaps vellare or white robes. You hear stories regularly about their affairs with their female disciples, financial misconduct, and even murder, right? Vallalar's revolutionary approach was to discourage this kind of guru worship of himself. And that shows his honesty, as I said, and his absence of pretension and conceit. So what is the evidence? Thaipoosam, which I pointed out in earlier talks, contains many things which are consistent with the Agaval and Jivakaranyam Urkam, but there are some things that are confused, and that are, I think, because of the person who took the notes. So we have to read it carefully, but we shouldn't just throw it out just because there are some confused or misleading attributions to Vallalar. So in the Thaipoosam, it's reported that he said as follows: தெய்வத்தை தெரிந்து கொள்ளாது இவ்வுலகத்தார் என்னை தெய்வம் என சுற்றுகின்றார்கள். ஐயோ நம் சகோதரர்கள் தெய்வத்தை தெரிந்து கொள்ளாது அல்லவா நம்மை சுற்றுகிறார்கள் என்று நான் உள்ளும் புறமும் பரிதாபப்பட்டு கொண்டே இருந்தேன், இருக்கின்றேன், இருப்பேன். So he's saying, referring to these people, they're not trying to know the Devam or the Supreme Being and are gathering around me and worshiping me as Devam or Supreme Being. Alas, my brothers and sisters, my soul kin, are gathering around me and worshiping me only because they do not know and are not trying to know Devam or the Supreme Being. It would be difficult, but maybe not impossible, to find some examples like this of a great teacher discouraging people from worshiping, gathering around and worshiping. You know, there's a human weakness to want to be admired and to even possess God, or avatars and incarnations. India is full of this, avatars with, of course, feet of clay. If you look at the feet carefully, to speak metaphorically or figuratively. So Vallalar did not set himself up. Also, we should note, he did not set himself up as a guru to be worshipped. We have his own reported words to that effect. But he also did not set himself up. Of course, he did not set himself up as the only teacher or adept of Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga. This again testifies to his moral character. The absence of pretension and conceit and his humility, the absence of wanting to dominate and exercise control and power over others, which you find in many of these religious cults and guru cults. He acknowledged that there are other great adepts or sages of Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga. In the first Vidapam or petition, he refers to Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal, or sages and adepts of Suddha Sanmargam in the plural. Quote, this is from the first Vinapam, எல்லாம் ஆனவர் என்றும் எல்லாம் உடையவர் என்றும் எல்லாம் வல்லவர் என்றும் குறிக்கப்படுதல் முதலிய அளவு கடந்த திருக்குறிப்பு திருவார்த்தைகளால் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க ஞானிகள் துதித்தும் நினைத்தும் உணர்ந்தும் புணர்ந்தும் அனுபவிக்க உலகுகின்ற தனித்தலைமை பெரும்பதியாகிய பெருங்கருணை கடவுளே. My translation: the all, the one who possesses all, the Almighty, and other innumerable expressions of divine attributes of Arupparanjodi or Omnilight are invoked, contemplated, understood, and experienced by the sages and adepts, plural, of Suddha Sanmarga. So he never claimed that he's the only jnani or siddha of Suddha Sanmarga. There is also a mysterious reference to the Suddha Sanmarga jnanigal, or beings who are sages and adepts of Suddha Sanmarga. These Unmai Jnanigal, or true sages and adepts, who have realized and attained what he calls Tiruvarut Samugam, or the presence of Arupparanjodi, or the Omnilight. It's mysterious because we do not know who they actually are, their specific identities and their domains of existence. We don't know. So that's why I say it's mysterious. And it's in the third and much less discussed Vinapam or petition. And here's the quotation. திருவருட் சமூகத்தை அடைந்த உண்மை ஞானிகளின் சித்தி வல்லபத்தரத்தை ஒருவராலும் ஒருவாற்றானும் உணர்ந்து கொள்ளுதல் கூடாவென்று ஐயுறவென்றி அறிந்து கொண்டே இங்கனம் அறிந்து கொண்ட சிறியேன். Notice the humility. He refers to himself as சிறியேன். In contrast to the திருவருட் சமூகத்தை அடைந்த உண்மை ஞானிகள். சிறியேன், once again, திருவருட் சமூகத்தை அடைந்த உண்மை ஞானிகளின் சித்தி வல்லபத்தரத்தை ஒருவராலும் ஒருவாற்றானும் உணர்ந்து கொள்ளுதல் கூடாவென்று ஐயுறவென்றி அறிந்து கொண்டேன். இங்கனம் அறிந்து கொண்ட சிறியேன் உண்மை ஞானிகளுக்கு சித்தி வல்லபதரத்தை கொடுத்தருளிய திருவருட் சமூகத்தின் இயற்கை உண்மை விளக்க தரத்தை எங்கனம் அறியத் தொடங்குவேன். The திருவருட் சமூகம் is the presence of Aruparanjodi, say presence of the manifestation of Arul, which is the supreme compassion force, the supreme compassion energy that is supporting everything in the cosmos, including my talking right now and you're listening right now. All of it is ultimately supported by Arup Sakti. So translation is this passage, of course, these remarks refer to the what's in English called inscrutable. That means you really cannot figure it out. Inscrutable nature of the powers, Siddhi Vallabhadaram, of the true sages and adepts or Unmai Jnanigal of Sudasan Margam. It explains that when even these powers or Siddhi Vallabham are inscrutable or hard to know or understand, what can be said about the nature of the presence, Tiruvarut Samugam, of Aruparanjodi or Omnilight, which gave these sages and adepts those powers or endowed them with those powers, right? And in the same third Vinapam or petition, there are also other references to the Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal. Quote, Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigalin Tirukkutangalai Nanmuyarchiyal Tanitani Aடைந்து Bhaktiyar Panindu. This refers to the society of Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal or the sages and adepts of Suddha Sanmargam. And then there's another reference in the same third petition or Vinapam. Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal of the Sidvilasa Tirusavai Kanne Punyavasatal Pugada Petru Manan Kanindu Vanangin Indra. That is, Vallalar speaks of entering by virtue of accrued punyam or moral merit, what you would call good karma, the sacred hall of consciousness of the Samrasa Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal or sages and adepts of Samrasa Suddha Sanmarga. And you can follow the petition and see what else he says in the context of these remarks. So Vallalar is not setting himself up as the only Suddha Sanmarga Jnani. He acknowledges this Suddha Sanmarga Jnanis and he acknowledges actually wanting to learn from them and refers to himself as Siriye. So you can see his humility and contrast it with all kinds of these figures. India is full of them, but you may find them elsewhere too, posing like this and that and giving themselves titles, holiness, this, avadaram, and Bhagavan, and this, that, and the other. It's just simply comical if it isn't sad. And it's also, of course, it is sad that so many people are taken by these things and do not apply basic critical thinking skills and are unaware of the greatness of teachers like Vallalar Chidambaram Ramalingam. So anyway, moving on, the sole guru or teacher, practitioners of Samrasa Suddha Sanmargam, or the pure way of wisdom and harmony, is Aruparanjodi or Omnilight. So the verses in the Agaval, Vallalar's masterpiece of spiritual enlightenment poetry, on the role of Aruparanjodi or Omnilight or Satguru, true guru, support this point. This, of course, does not mean that we should ignore or reject the guidance of sages, adepts, and teachers of Samrasa Suddha Sanmarga, including Vallalar. Swami Sarvananda was an important teacher, and there may be others. And if they have some light to shed on Suddha Sanmargam, we certainly should be receptive to that. So that's not obviously ruled out. But there is no guru cult in Suddha Sanmargam. There is no successor to Vallalar, although I think the path is an open path and new discoveries can be made, new clarifications, illuminations can be made. And we see that possibly although I have some different views that I'm still thinking about, possibly veganism could be an important aspect of Samrasa Sanmarga, possibly. There's ways in which to explore these things, but we cannot, but for it to be Samrasa Sanmargam as formulated by Vallalar, and his formulation is the only thing that we have. We don't know about these other Suddha Sanmarga Jnanigal. They may be, they are inaccessible to us at our present level, but we certainly, by the compassion of Vallalar, we know what guidelines he gave, and we have to take those as core principles. We cannot depart from that. And Vallalar did advocate milk and ghee, butter, which is a dairy product, and he knew what he was talking about. I don't think he was just simply following custom. And he would be the first, of course, to say that you should treat the cow and the calf humanely, and so forth. And I've tried to apply his principle to unfertilized eggs. Some may agree, some may disagree, but that's the kind of thing we need to do. We need to start with the basic principles of Vallalar that we know from documented authentic writings. We can't just go by some remarks in Ubadesa Kurupagal, which is notoriously unreliable. Even R. Balakrishnan, who did the 1932 edition of the collected works of Vallalar, points this out. It just simply things that people claimed Vallalar said, and we don't even know who claimed and what is their basis. So we have to be very careful when it comes to what we attribute to Vallalar. And I have repeatedly said that, the poems published during his lifetime, some of the other poems of very high quality that we know Vallalar composed, because, for example, some that were included in the same notebook as the Aruparanjodi Agaval. The Aruparanjodi Agaval, of course, is the great masterpiece of spiritual enlightenment poetry of Vallalar. The Jivakarnya Varukam, which is an incomplete essay, but still gives us some of his basic principles. These are the things that we always have to use to determine whether something that's attributed to Vallalar is actually consistent with his teachings and with the path of Samrasa Sanmarga. Okay, moving on. What is the importance? What is the importance?
Let's look at today's topic.
Hello? Yeah, what is the current importance of what was said, sir? I'm sorry, somebody was talking?
No, it was just crosstalk. Somebody unmuted, I guess.
Okay, all right. Okay, so what is the current importance of understanding some essential aspects of Vallalar's moral character, right? Why should we worry about that now? Well, I've already said, he is, he's the only person that formulated many of the fundamental principles of Siddha Sanmargam. And so, if we're committed to those teachings, we want to have some understanding of his moral character, but why should, what else is there? What other importance does it have? Well, Vallalar's moral character is intimately connected with his ethical outlook and philosophy. It embodies the highest value in his ethics, which is universal compassion, Jivakaranya Varukam, and the spiritual truth of Anmaneya Varumai, or soul kinship or unity, on which it's based. Vallalar embodied and expressed these highest values of his ethics and spirituality. So by understanding some essential aspects of his moral character, we can see these values and truths embodied in flesh and blood, as it were, and in action in his life, and tells us something about how it would work in human life. And this should help to motivate our own ethical development towards the goal of achieving universal compassion and the sense of soul unity on which it is based. So one example here is, he was living in a hamlet, a lot of poverty and so forth at that time, and he managed to found the Satya Dharma Sala, the home of true charity. Satya Dharmam is dharmam that's given regardless of caste, religion, gender, and all these differences. Okay, that's why it's Satya Dharmam, and he managed to found that in 1867, and it is still around. trying to feed the poor and the hungry, however imperfectly, it's still doing that. That itself is a pretty astonishing phenomenon. 1867 and 2021, 22, it's still there. So that tells us something about the Arut Sakti that that underlies the founding of that small institution. Now, focusing on Vallalar's moral character should also protect us from succumbing to a culture of duplicity. What do I mean by duplicity? Ullondru veithu puramondru kurva. That's an expression from Vallalar. The vice of insincerity manifested in false speech. Ullondru veithu puramondru peso, manifested in false speech which conceals the real attitudes or motives in the mind of the speaker, right? That's what I mean by culture of duplicity or insincerity. And unfortunately, we don't need to look too far to discover this culture of duplicity or insincerity, right? See examples all around us. We can also see it within ourselves. And incidentally, his reference to agatte karuttu, puratte velutta manidhargal, people who are white or fair complexioned outside, but have a dark mind and soul inside, dark with ignorance, hate, greed, etc. And his stated mission of reforming such persons who are agatte karuttu puratte velutta manidhargal sheds light on the gulf and divide between outer appearance and inner person in the society we live in, and shows us the way to an integrally integrated outer and inner ethical character beyond moral posturing, insincerity, or hypocrisy. So as we say in the United States, you get what you see. What you see is what you get. And then there's the expression real McCoy, meaning there is no pretension, hypocrisy, and insincerity. The person is exactly, a person appears to you exactly as he or she is in themselves. Okay. So further, in contemporary capitalist societies, with the glorification of the acquisitive, calculating, and duplicitous or insincere mentality in the service of monetary greed and gain, understanding Vallalar's character may again serve as a corrective and an ideal worthy of emulation, right? So if we have moral dilemmas, we're all going to have them. Life is never a smooth sailing. There's always going to be these struggles, ups and downs, challenges. We always should pose the question, what would Vallalar have done? How would Vallalar behave or respond to this or that issue? And again, we have to fall back on the core teachings that we know already are in the Jivakarnya Workam and Arpanjodi Agavam. Some of the letters, not all of the letters, because if you read the letters, you find some of them, in fact, are ungrammatical. And Vallalar couldn't possibly have written those ungrammatical sentences. Maybe he asked someone to send the message and that person sent it in a garbled form. But most of the letters that we know, especially the ones that he sent to Irukam Rattina Madaliya, his Baifoot friend, are authentic. We have his handwriting. But some that are reported, I have doubts given the fact that they have ungrammatical sentences. Maybe somebody else, he said to someone, send this, and that person wrote in a garbled way. So again, we have to be very careful when it comes to all the source materials and what we attribute to Vallalar. But again, back to this. So focusing on Vallalar's character can help us in our own moral development. And we use the gold standard. What would Vallalar have said about this, or what would Vallalar do in this situation, or how would he have advised us to behave, and so forth. That can help in our own moral development. And Vallalar's ideal of universal compassion and his own exemplification, embodiment, and expression of it should also serve as a much needed corrective to the contemporary scorn for compassion, yelanam, as a sign of foolishness or weakness. Most Western societies, maybe the contagion is spreading to other parts of the world. They think that compassion or kindness is a weakness and foolishness. It's a complete perversion of the truth. Vallalar views compassion Dayavu Karune, he says these all mean the same thing, as a sign of wisdom, jnanam, and strength. As he says in the Jivakarnya Workam, those who have compassion have anmadrishti. They're able to recognize that the other person is a being like oneself and have empathy for the suffering of that other person. So certainly compassion is not foolishness or weakness in Vallalar's perspective or on the path of Sudarshan Margam, but that's that's a perversion that we find in contemporary society. And he viewed it as a sign of wisdom and strength because of the moral and spiritual insight accompanying compassion and its ability to motivate great moral actions. Jivakaranyam can lead to great moral actions. So it's not foolishness or weakness, rather it is a sign of wisdom and strength. And his emphasis on the centrality of compassion or Jivakaranyam to ethics and spirituality should also serve to correct the misguided and distorted use of ethics, predominantly or primarily as an instrument of condemnation, humiliation, and punishment in the prominent religious traditions of the world. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, are mostly about condemning people and punishing them for their what they call sin, quote unquote, or some moral lapse. Certainly, we have to hold in ethics. Ethics has to do with holding people accountable, but it's not just simply a negative instrument of condemnation, humiliation, and punishment. You did this, and you're a bad person, and this, that, and the other. It's actually about reforming the person. And making them, of course, bringing them to the way of compassion, which Vallalar viewed as his life mission, right? So when we reflect on these aspects of Vallalar's moral character in relation to his outlook, these are the ways in which they can help with our own regulation of our own moral life and our own moral development. And that's, in fact, fundamental to spiritual development in Sudarshan Margam. So there are some views out there that view spirituality as something way beyond ethics, and some of these advocates delude themselves that they have gone beyond good and evil, they've gone beyond ethics. That's just a convenient way in which they justify their own wrongdoing. Oh, I'm a Jivan Mukta, so I can just have an affair with the wife of one of my disciples and so forth, or justify pilfering the funds that these unfortunate disciples have donated. That's maybe a convenient way for them to justify their misconduct by pretending to be beyond good and bad, beyond ethics. But we don't entertain those kinds of delusions in Sudarshan Margam, and Vallalar is very clear and emphatic that without the ethical foundation of compassion, no progress, no spiritual progress, and no spiritual life is possible. Okay? So understanding that point helps us to, as I said, avoid those kinds of self-serving delusions of thinking that one has gone beyond ethics, and also the misuse of ethics simply as an instrument of condemnation, humiliation, and punishment, which is very pronounced in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition, maybe even in some Hindu traditions, that again misunderstand and misuse the notion of karma. So if somebody's suffering, they just blame that person. Hey, because you did pavam, you did wrong things in the previous life. That's why you're suffering. So you deserve it, rot in hell. That's cruelty. That's not compassion. And that's again a misunderstanding of the notion of karma. So these are some of the ways in which understanding Vallalar's moral character and its foundations in his outlook and so forth are relevant and important for us today. Now, what are the reliable sources for ascertaining Vallalar's moral character? I've already pointed it out. There are his letters. There is the report on his last talk of Peruvadesam, poems or songs, authentic poems or songs, essay on Jivakarnyam, the 4 Vinapams or petitions, the Arupperanjodi Agarwal masterpiece, and of course we have Toduvur Velai the Mother's testimony In his article on Vallalar, published in the Theosophist in July 1882, that was 8 years after Vallalar's passing from the physical body. But we need to take, I'm going to refer to some things in that very quickly, but before I do that, I'd like to draw your attention to 2 points, some of which I've already said, but maybe worth emphasizing again. There are many undocumented attributions to Vallalar. This was recognized by R. Balakrishnan in his preface to his volume on Upadesa Kuruppigal in his edition of Vallalar's collected works in 1932. And he himself says, we don't know where these came from, and they are unreliable, so we have to rely on the main works, Jivakarnya work, Marupparanjodi, Agaval Vinapams, and so forth. And I've already said that the ungrammatical expressions in a couple of letters also cast doubt on whether they were written by Vallalar or written by someone to convey something on behalf of Vallalar. We should also note that Vallalar always signed anything that he wrote with Chidambaram Ramalingam. Okay, not the Maharishi Ramalingam, Mahasiddha Ramalingam, Bhagavan Ramalingam, no, Chidambaram Ramalingam. He did not even use the caste suffix, Pillai, obviously because his ethical outlook takes us beyond caste identity and caste division. This, remember, was way before Gandhi. Gandhi, there are some criticisms on his acceptance of some aspects of caste, but certainly Ambedkar, Ambedkar came out really very strong opposition to caste, and he's celebrated for his use of Buddhism to attack casteism in India. But before Ambedkar, long before Ambedkar, in the 1860s, Vallalar already articulated an ethics that takes us way beyond ethics and social philosophy, social thought, that takes us way beyond caste identity and, of course, race identity and all that nonsense. With his Jivakarnya Workam essay and other observations. And in fact, he says in the Agaval, Sadiyum Samayamum Madamum Poyana Adiyal Unakti Arupparanjodi. Arupparanjodi revealed to me early in my life that the divisions of Sadi or caste, Samayam or religion, and Madam or theology are all false. Okay? So he would never sign his letter with Chidambaram Ramalinga Pillai. And we do have, if you look, some of the stuff is signed Chidambaram Ramalinga Pillai. And, from my point of view, that's evidence, proof that that was not written directly by Vallalar. And in fact, even R. Balakrishnan mentions that there are some things that look like they were written by others. And, either Vallalar, maybe Vallalar had some blank papers with his signature, or maybe they just forged his signature, who knows? But certainly, Chidambaram Ramalingam is how he signed his writings, and never as Chidambaram Ramalinga Pillai. He wouldn't have, because it goes completely against his critique of caste. Okay, so why would he use a caste suffix Pillai when he advocated going beyond caste identity and division? So that's another point that we need to keep in mind. The concept of moral character, since we're speaking of moral character of Vallalar, needs some clarification, and it can be done in a fairly simple way here. I mean, character is not anything occasional or random. A character trait must be regular. Okay, so character consists of regular tendencies and behaviors. So it's a pattern of attitude, thought, feeling, and action or behavior. It's recurring. And so if we want to understand Vallalar's moral character, we have to see what recurs. What is a constant theme in his life and person? And we cannot, and we can do this, and we'll immediately understand if we try to do this, that compassion has central place in his thought, outlook, and emotional life. And he himself said, I'm nothing without compassion. Not only that, he also said in the report on his Perupadesam, It's also there in the Agaval, Yenge Karune Yerkain Ulanange Blangi Arupurum Silame, Yare Enum Erangigendraka, Sire Alikum Silambara Silame, right? That's universal compassion. Yare Enum Erangigendraka. Not just, I'm just going to help these Hindus and I'm just going to help these Christians and so forth, or the people that vote for ADMK or DMK or whatever you have, but Yare Enum Erangigendraka. Whoever is suffering and I have the knowledge and capacity to help, I do. That is the essential principle of compassion in Vallalar's outlook. There's negative compassion and positive compassion. Negative compassion is not harming. You don't do kedudal or harm to others. And positive compassion is when you know that they are subjected to some kedudal or harm, and you have the capacity to help, you do so to the extent of your capacity. So that's the positive compassion. Both of those aspects are essential. Now, as I said, Vallalar has said that what lifted him to Yera Nilai Missing, that is hitherto unknown heights or highest state of consciousness, is Dayavu. So to quote from that report on his last talk, Yena Yera Nilai Missing Yetrivitadi Yadanil, Dayavu ennum Karunaidan Yenai Tuki Vittadu. So what has lifted me or helped me to ascend to hitherto unknown heights or a higher state of consciousness is compassion. And again, those verses that are quoted, that he quoted by that according to that report on his last talk, Karunayum Suvame Porulenakanum, Kachum Peruga, Matrala Maruneri and Karivita Vaname Petrikindre. As revealed by you, I've attained the condition in which compassion and the vision of Sivam or Arparanjodi is the only ultimate reality of truth remains, and avoided all other paths and conditions of ignorance, delusion, and confusion. And in the report on his Perupadesam, you also find him saying, reportedly saying, Anda Dayavukku Urumai Varavendum, Anda Urumai Yandaldan Dayavu Varum, Dayavu Vandaldan Periya Nilai Mel Erala. இப்போது என்னுடைய அறிவு அண்டாண்டங்களுக்கு அப்பாலும் கடந்திருக்கிறது அது அந்த ஒருமையினாலே தான் வந்தது நீங்களும் என்னை போல் ஒருமையுடன் இருங்கள். That is, to attain the highest state of universal compassion, one must have anmaneya orumai or sense of soul unity with others. And caste identity and caste division, racial identity, racial division, religious identity, religious division are all serious obstacles to Anmaneya Urmai Pada, as the end of the first Pinapam clearly shows or declares. So if there is the sense of soul unity with others, then the highest state of universal compassion can be attained. And if that highest state of universal compassion is attained, then you attain the highest state of consciousness. So Yerani, let me say. And then he says that Ellavarum Sagodralalam, Yerpiunme Yegadesamalalam, Nan Anganam Anmane Urme Paturme wait the Kundirkiren. And then there are expressions such as Yenule Yerin the Pongia Anmane Urme Paturme. Then he also says Namakam Munsadanam Karunedan and so forth. And then he clarifies Dayavu Karune Arul in Bible Vorupurle Kurikum. And then this is a very important insight to meditate on. Adalal Periya Dayavudeya Arive Purne Inbamam. Adu Opatra Perun Dayavudeya Per Ariveyam. So the immense intelligence is synonymous with immense compassion and immense bliss. Purana Inba. So we don't in Samasa Sutta Sanmargam, we don't look on compassion as something like, just pity because you're afraid the same suffering will come to you. We don't just see compassion as just an emotional response. This is Periya Dayavudiya Arive Purana Inbamam, Adu Opatra Perun Dayavudiya Per Ariveyam. We're talking about a supreme intelligence, which is supreme compassion and also supreme bliss. So it is not a state of anxiety and fear and discomfort that the same suffering will come to you and all that kind of stuff. This is a state of Purana Inba. And that's why even some Western philosophers like Nietzsche Friedrich Nietzsche, German 19th century German philosopher, and he has a big following. He looked on compassion as a kind of weakness, and that it kind of weakens you and robs you of your strength because you just collapse in pity and you weep and cry. That's a complete caricature of misconception. And Vallalar's consumption, this periyadavu is perarivu and purana inbam. What can be weak or weakening about that? It is the supreme strength, as long as it's, of course, based on the spiritual insight of Anmaneya Urume. That is, all living beings are partial manifestations, Egadesam, of one supreme being, who is Iyarkai Unmai, Iyarkai Arivu, and Iyarkai Inbam. So let's not forget the role, the central role of Inbam or bliss in Samarasa Suddha Sanmarga. Otherwise, we're just going to have people just going around with a sour face, looking like the world is going to end in the next hour. That is not what Suddha Sanmargam is all about. Okay? So we see how advanced, profound, and deep his concept of compassion is, and corrects the misunderstandings of even some of the great philosophers in the Western tradition. And certainly it's a corrective to all the elanum or scorn that is poured on kindness and compassion foolishly in contemporary society, which equates it with foolishness and weakness and so forth. So the central place of compassion, his outlook and in his own character should be quite evident. Well, if you want examples, I've already given the founding of the Satya Dharmasala. Many of the letters, you see his compassion for his friends. One of his letters, he even borrowed money from Irukam Ratina Mudaliyar, or asked Irukam Ratina Mudaliyar to lend money to help someone. There is a letter in which he writes to Irukam Ratina Mudaliyar, which says that, I will quote, இனி ஈராண்டு பலவகை கருவிகளால் பதப்படுத்தி ஏழைகள் பலர்க்கும் உபயோகிக்கும் பொருட்டு நம் நாட்டில் இருந்த ஓர் பேருழைப்பு ஓர் அசாக்கிரதையினால் தன்மை கெடப்பட்டது. பிணிகளால் பிணிப்புண்ட ஏழைகளை கருதும் போதெல்லாம் ஒரு சிறிது உளம் புரைப்பேர்க்கின்றோம். Okay, so he's speaking about something got destroyed or spoiled that he had prepared to help poor people who were suffering from diseases. And then he confesses that every time he sees these poor people suffering from diseases, he is heartbroken. Okay, ulam puraiperkindu, that's heartbroken, right? So, you have all these examples that show that compassion is an essential aspect of the moral character of Vallalar. And as I said, character is something that is recurrent. It's a pattern. So you see this over and over again in his poems and songs, autobiographical references, if any, in those poems, in his writings, and in his actions. It's not just lecturing and talking and writing. Okay, he, as I said, just imagine the difficulties he must have faced in founding the Satya Dharmasala in that hamlet of Vallalar at that time in 1867, and his untiring efforts to keep it going and to make sure that people fulfill its mission. Of course, there were many problems that came in the way of fulfilling its mission, but that's a topic for another time. So let me conclude now with another point or two. When we speak of moral character and moral development, and the context of Thirur Pragasa Vallalar Chidambaram Ramalingam, I want to bring in a contribution by a Western psychologist, Lawrence Kohlberg. And let me see if I can, I may be able to just paste the link. I will do so here in the chat. And we'll see at which level Vallalar belongs, to which level Vallalar belongs, because Kohlberg has these stages or levels of moral development. Let me see if I can get the Zoom chat and paste it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see somebody has asked if my video's off. Yeah, I normally don't use video. I've had some issues, and so I just switched it off. It's just my personal preference. Sorry. Okay, so I did paste a link to Kohlberg's view on stages of moral development. And so he basically has 6 stages. The first 2 stages are what he calls the pre-conventional level. Stage 1 has to do with avoiding punishment, and stage 2 has to do with getting a reward. So at this level, your ethical conduct or behavior is simply based on getting some reward, like the child does something right, knowing that the mother is going to reward it with a cookie or whatever, and avoiding punishment or the cane or whatever. God forbid if there is corporal punishment, which I believe Vallalar, condemned. I certainly very strongly opposed to beating children and things like that. So at this level, you're just, and there may be even adults who are operating at this stage. They do something good because they know it'll bring some reward, and they refrain from doing anything bad because they know it'll bring punishment, right? Now, there is a stage beyond this, which Kohlberg calls conventional level. This stage 3, if you click on the link, you can see the diagram. Good boy and good girl attitude. So at this stage, you're not simply focused on avoiding punishment and getting reward, but you want to be praised as a good person, recognized as a good person, and so forth. So this is what he calls good boy and good girl attitude. I'm going to do things that make me look good in the eyes of my peers and get praise, and I'm going to avoid things that make me look bad and avoid condemnation by my peers and so forth. But Kohlberg goes on to say there's another stage beyond this. That's stage 4, that has to do with law and order orientation. So at this stage or level, you do the right thing because you know it's in accordance with law and it maintains social order. Okay, so you don't steal because you know it's against the law, and you know that if people went around stealing, that will bring down social order. Okay, it'll make property rights meaningless and so forth. So in stage 4, you're doing the right thing because you want to obey the law and uphold the social order that the law supposedly, or for the most part, maintains. But there is a stage higher than this, stage 5, which is justice. And you're not just looking at the letter of the law, as in stage 4, but the spirit of the law. What is its underlying meaning and so forth? The kind of thing that the Supreme Court does when it comes to cases where they have to interpret the Constitution, the US Constitution. Well, in India, hopefully they take their own Constitution seriously, try to interpret it. The Indian Constitution also allows for freedom of speech, by the way. Any case, at stage 5, you're focused on justice, principles of justice, dharmam, understood as justice. Not charity. Dharmam also means charity, but that's not the sense in which we're talking about here. That's not the sense we're addressing here. It's just dharmam as justice. And as I said, spirit of the law, meaning what is its real meaning and how can we extend it to cover new cases and so forth. But there is even a higher stage that Kohlberg posited, and that is the stage of universal principles of ethics. So here, you're not doing the right thing just to avoid punishment or to get a reward. You're not doing the right thing to appear as to look good, to be a good boy or a good girl in the eyes of your peers. You're not doing the right thing because it's the law and it'll uphold social order. You're not even doing the right thing because it's the spirit of the law, but you are doing the right thing because a universal principle of ethic requires it. And what is Jivakaranya Varukam but a universal principle of ethics, right? It's applied universally. It's not, as I pointed out in my response to Hope, it's not just human beings. It's not only animals, it's also plant and tree life. Vadiya pare kandabodalam ulam, varandinen and so forth. You apply this to all living beings. That is the basic principle, universal principle here is avoid harm to the extent of your knowledge and capacity to living beings and assist living beings suffering from harm to the extent of your knowledge and capacity. That's a fundamental universal principle of Suddha Sanmargam ethics. And that is what Vallalar's whole life mission is all about. His personality, his character was rooted in it, and his activities were all based on that. And notably the Satya Dharmasala, right? And of course, all these other charitable actions of preparing medicines for the poor and even giving refuge to people who came to him with no hope and so forth. Okay, so in terms of Kohlberg's framework, we see Vallalar belongs squarely in the highest stage 6 of universal principles of ethics, and Samarasa Sutta Sanmargam also belongs in that stage, because in Samarasa Sutta Sanmargam, we're not doing the right thing to avoid punishment, get reward, to be a good boy, a good girl, to be loyal to the law or the spirit of the law and so forth, but because the principle of compassion requires us, okay, to abstain from something or refrain from something and to do something. So it is the highest level. Vallalar's moral development is, in terms of this framework, at stage 6, the highest level. Now, there's been an alternative approach emphasizing what is called the care ethic or caring ethic, associated with people like Carol Gilligan. And, well, the Jivakarnya Workam, what is it? It is exactly this ethic of caring or care for living beings subjected to harm. So even if you look at that alternative perspective of the ethics of care or caring, Vallalar is squarely in the center of that that perspective, and belongs at the level of its highest ranking there. Okay, whatever level there is there of the care ethic or caring ethic. So these are some things I think we need to keep in mind and reflect and contemplate that will help us in our own moral development when we face various moral dilemmas and challenges. I want to also conclude by saying that when you, I think that in some previous talk or discussion, some line was quoted, some poem, Iravinil Pennai Thedi and all this kind of nonsense. You know, these are simply lines that you find in poems that are attributed to Vallalar. Now, if you sit and read each and every poem carefully, okay, or try to read the major selections and so forth, you will find poems that are songs of very poor quality in comparison to others, which are really the height of Tamil poetic ability and capacity, which Vallalar had. The author of Arupperanjodi Agaval, one of the masterpieces of Tamil poetry, could not have possibly written lines like Iravinal Pennai Thedi and all that kind of nonsense. So, somebody picks on some line like that, and then they say, oh, Vallalar was like Jack the Ripper, running around looking for women at night. That's just absurd. It's just a caricature. It doesn't even come anywhere close to the truth of Vallalar's character. Now, there are some other lines where he spake authentic poems or songs, and what makes them authentic, you don't have time to get into this here, but he speaks of embracing a woman and so forth. And there is even a line in the Agaval, Tivalutra Paruvam Senda Nallavale Avalunin Kudi Arenda Sugame. Now, some may interpret that as actually Vallalar indicating that he has experienced that sugam. Now, remember, Vallalar was married briefly, and his wife died early in the marriage. So, what's the big deal? He might have embraced his wife, whatever. It's very peculiar in the first place to think that this poses a problem. The Indian cultural tradition celebrates sexuality, eroticism, and in fact relates it to spirituality. Look at any of the temples, any of the great temples that you go, you always find certain depictions of women and men in embrace and much more, And so what could possibly be wrong or morally objectionable about a man and woman embracing? It comes from the puritanical Christian tradition. Of course, we were subjected to British rule for more than 2 centuries, and they tried to impose their interpretation of Christianity was very anti-sexual. You know about the expression Victorian Puritanism, very hostile to sexuality in England, 19th century. And they tried to impose all that on us in India. And of course, we had the Islamists too. Before that, the India, it's quite a pathetic history, was under Muslim rule. Now, they had their contributions. Don't turn this into anything anti-Muslim. I'm not even remotely implying anything, but it's just a historical fact. And then the harsh ethical precepts of some of the harsh ethical precepts of Islam were also imposed. So the original culture, which celebrated sexuality and related it to spirituality, aesthetics, art, and so forth, was completely distorted and suppressed. So there's really no moral issue if Vallalar is talking about embracing his wife, or maybe it was some other woman and he expressed his affection, she expressed her affection, and he embraced. It hardly proves any misconduct on Vallalar's part. And again, let us remember, compassion is the master principle in Samrasa Siddha Sanmargam and Vallalar's own character and life. So if something doesn't cause harm or suffering to someone else or does not damage one's own moral development, there's absolutely nothing wrong about it. And let's not forget Vallalar's letter to Irkam Ratina Modalia, where he says that when he hears of Irkam Ratina Modalia's decision to remarry, he says, don't worry about remarriage, go ahead. And he says that if you keep Sivam in your mind and heart, you can marry 1,000 women outwardly. Okay, that's Vallalar. புறத்தில் 1000 பெண்களை விவாகம் செய்து கொள்ளலாம், or 1000 ஆண்களை விவாகம் செய்து கொள்ளலாம். Okay, so it goes both ways. A man can choose to marry more than one wife, and a woman can also choose to marry more than one husband. As you know, in the Mahabharata, Draupadi had 5 husbands, right? So which she had chosen them. So these things again. We always have to keep in mind what is the central moral principle. And the central moral principle is avoiding harm and assisting others. And in fact, the Jivakarnya workroom, and this is certainly going to be a topic for another time, Vallalar makes a very radical proposal, and certainly going to be for many people controversial, where he says that it is Jivakarunyam to offer a woman, and I presume by implication a man, to someone that doesn't have a partner. Okay, பொருந்துவதற்கு pen, and we can certainly say பொருந்துவதற்கு on, and he sees that as Jivakarunya. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that one has to donate to one's adult daughter or son to someone, but it just means that one has to be one has to take this obligation seriously. That is to say, if you've got an eligible adult, son or daughter, man or woman, and given the fact that there's this kind of suffering from loneliness and so forth, encourage these kinds of alliances. We can interpret it in that way in current context. Encourage these alliances. And remove that kind of suffering that comes from loneliness for most people, unless, of course, they progress on the path of Siddha Sanmargam, in which case they can follow the precept Tanittere, and they're not going to have problems of loneliness. For most people, it is a problem. If you don't have a tunai, it is a problem of suffering, various levels, including sexual. So the Porunduvadarka pen that he advocates is based on compassion, means that you encourage alliances. Maybe it's not your own family member, but you can do something to promote such alliances, of course, taking into account common sense and other requisite factors, and promote and thereby alleviate the problem of loneliness, which is, of course, very pronounced. There have been all kinds of studies. The pandemic has exacerbated the social isolation, but Western societies, particularly since they don't have the kind of family support systems that Asian ones have, have this really serious problem of loneliness. And in the United States, plenty of studies on women and others suffering from this problem, and it leads to other kinds of social maladjustments and, of course, mental health issues, sometimes resulting in suicide and so forth. So again, back again to this whole question of, embracing a woman, woman embracing man, man embracing woman. This is all not even, doesn't even rise to the level of moral discussion if no harm was caused. And in many cases, encouraging these kinds of things would, as Vallalar says in Jivagaranyam, be actually a requirement of the ethic of compassion, because you're trying to remove the suffering of loneliness, and deprivation. So I think we got to keep these things in mind. If somebody comes along and quotes some of these lines and then says, "Yeah, well, Vallalar was no Don Juan or Casanova. He lived a pretty, very, very simple life, and going by Thoruvur Velayudha Mudaliyar's description, his appearance was very thin, but not that it matters whether he was attractive or unattractive to women. I don't think he worried about that. But to try and make Vallalar on the basis of some statement, alleged statement, Iravinal Peneteri and so forth, in some unauthentic poem that he might have been immoral, is really absurd, not to mention unreasonable, but it's really absurd. Okay. Now, I mentioned Thoruvur Velayudha Mudaliyar, and you should certainly read the original article that he wrote about Vallalar, and I have said that he should have done more, but among other things, he does point out his vegetarianism, that he had the power to convert someone by just a look of sympathy. He says his garments consisted but of 2 pieces of white cloth, that is simplicity. His habits were excessively abstemious or simple. In fact, one of the letters to Rukam, he just asked for 2 pieces of lawn cloth, just 2 pieces of lawn cloth. Compare it with all these kinds of luxurious, expensive dresses that some of the so-called teachers were given to. Not that I'm saying that that's the critical issue, but it's a contrast. Krishnamurti, J. Krishnamurti, was known to visit very, very expensive tailors in England and wear very expensive designer clothes and so forth. And you find any number of people, doing that sort of stuff. In contrast, Vallalar was very simple. And as Velayudha Mudaliyar says, his garments consisted but of 2 pieces of white cloth. He was known to hardly ever take rest, very active, strict vegetarian. And he also says he had the strange power of converting someone from non-vegetarianism to vegetarianism. He had a strange faculty about him, witnessed very often, of changing a carnivorous person or non-vegetarian person into a vegetarian. A mere glance from him seemed enough to destroy the desire for animal food. Well, again, as I said, vegetarianism is an essential aspect of Vallalar's character. Velayudha Mudaliyar points out simplicity. He also points out that Vallalar was opposed to caste, and he tried to overcome caste divisions and became unpopular because of that and faced opposition because of that. And that has to do with another aspect of Vallalar's moral character, egalitarianism. The idea that all living beings, when it comes to basic needs, deserve equal consideration. It doesn't mean that I have to give the dog or the cat, if you have one, the seat next to you in the dinner. Some may do that, but that's not the kind of equality we're talking about. We're talking about equality, equal consideration when it comes to basic needs of food, life, shelter, and so forth, freedom from pain and suffering, not being threatened with harm, danger, and so forth. Well, on that point, Vallalar himself says that when it comes to wild beasts, the only thing you're allowed to do is to frighten them. You can do that because they are wild, ferocious beasts. You can frighten them. But even in the cases of wild, ferocious beasts, he says you shouldn't seriously hurt or kill them. These are some of the guidelines we have from Vallalar. And they point again to another aspect of his character, egalitarianism. That underlies his opposition to caste, his opposition to the division between rich and poor. Many poems or songs where he criticizes the wealthy for neglecting the poor and so forth. And I have quoted I've said in an earlier talk that if you look at the United Nations Human Rights Declaration, it's exactly what Vallalar says under the category of Jiva Workam. The Indriya Workam, Karana Workam, Jiva Workam, and Anma Workam. Jiva Workam is all about egalitarianism, which is an important part of Anmaniya Urmipada, or it's based on Anmaniya Urmipada. Okay, so in the end, I would say in one sentence that compassion and egalitarianism are the hallmarks of Vallalar's moral character, and they are very important to us when we reflect on his moral character in contemporary society. Okay, thank you for your patience. And appreciate again the organizing team of Vallalar Universal Mission, the input of Prasanna, Gopi, and others. And thank you all for your patience. And I hope I have made at least some useful contribution to the topic. Arupparanjodi, Arupparanjodi, Thaniparankaranai, Arupparanjodi.
Thank you, Dr. Dilraghu, sir. And thanks for your wonderful, valuable speech about the moral character of Vallalar, Sanmarkis of Sanmarkis. And you're talking about, you're mentioning like omni light, that is Arupparanjodi, ultimate reality and truth. You are talking about the universal compassion, that is Jivakaranya Olukam. And you were talking about the Vallalar's moral character, like, he wrote, he will sign, he always sign with the Sidambaram Ramalingam only, not the caste, including the caste also. So that is the one moral character about the Vallalars. And you are mentioning about Vallalar's character, like, he's not worrying about himself. He's worrying about the universal people, like that, வாடிய பெயரை கண்டபோதெல்லாம் வாடினேன் அப்படி. So that one also one example for he wrote about Vallalar. And he is caring about the masterpiece of Arupparanjodi Agaval. And he is talking about the இயற்கை அறிவு, இயற்கை விளக்கம், இயற்கை இன்பம். So supreme bliss, that is the one. And if he Vallalar find any deceased people, he feels like heartbreaking. That is the karana of Vallalar's moral character. So you are mentioning all about that, Doctor. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. And we pray for your Arupparanjodi Andava to bless you and your kith and kin with good health, wealth, and supreme status of deathless life. Arupparanjodi Thaniparankaranai. Let all living beings live blissfully. And thanks a lot, Doctor.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or are we out of time for questions?
Yeah, if there are any questions, we can take a few questions.
I am Dr. Chokkalingam. I really listening nicely. I really appreciate Til Raghunath. I'm really happy to hear from you. What is the idea that you don't want to come to the video? What is the reason for it?
I have sometimes some distortions, and it's just my personal preference. I just like to speak. There is a photo of me. I mean, it's not like I'm completely anonymous, but if you type Til Raghu, you will find, I believe, there's a photograph. Maybe one or two, at least there's one of me listening to a presentation by the college president, so, but it's just my preference, all of the meetings that I've had usually just use audio. But as I said, I also have had some issues with the video distortion. And then that seems to affect other things. So until I fix that problem, I'm afraid it'll just be audio. But thank you for your appreciation, sir. And I also enjoyed some of your remarks.
Raghunathan,
yes.
You're planning to show any slides or only that invitation of that one? We never had any slides for to be shown or like that. I thought initially I thought you're going to have that PowerPoint presentation for that.
Yeah. Well, I have put some links. I put a couple of links, one to my blog, and then the other to the Kohlberg Stages of Moral Development. I prefer the audio and so forth because we're not really talking about technical subjects where you have to use PowerPoints. That's my view. That usually but they are helpful. I'm not saying they're not, but for the topic and the way I approach it, I try to approach it in more a conversational style. That's how I deal with my students too, and they like it. So I don't want to just simply stand and lecture, but just talk about things in as simple and intelligible manner as possible. But it's a good suggestion. I'll certainly think about your suggestion to use some slides in the future.
Thank you for the excellent
Dr. Choklingam. Dr. Choklingam, Dr. Raghu has a blog and it's very wonderful. I mean, his language, his way of expressing things will be very, very good actually. One of its kind, I would say.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you, Prasanna. You flatter me, and I hope I can rise to your expectations.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other question? Mr. Swaminathan, did you have any questions, sir?
Yeah. Hello. This is Swaminathan from San Antonio, Texas. Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation, sir, and especially I think your reason, because I also eat egg and not a vegan, and was thinking, yes, what's happening in USA, how the animals are treated, they are not really in line with the Jivakarunyam principles. So now there are ways you can get these eggs from small farmers where they have chicken and free ranging and so on. So I just want to mention that one. Yes, you can be a non-vegan, but a vegetarian by, like you said, by selective selections in a sense.
That's really good to know. That's really good to know. And yes, that's the path I think we should be also taking into account. But I also think we should consider minimizing. Take only what's essential. So I don't eat eggs on a daily basis or drink milk frequently, and complement it with other things. Almond milk and other things. The nutritional part cannot be ignored because vitamin D and zinc are very important to get from natural sources, and protein that unfertilized eggs offer is also important. So I agree with you that we have to look at these alternatives, but I just simply want to also add that we can also look at minimizing our consumption to help the cause of humane treatment.
Yeah, I agree. If you look at the US obesity rate, it's overconsumption and the largest amount of food and the highest obesity. So they say it's overfed but undernourished.
Exactly. And so the point is that by minimizing, you're also helping the cause that the vegans are talking about.
Yes.
And it's not necessary to completely avoid these things, provided you get it from a humane source like you're doing. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to highlight here, Dr. Chokalingam also said, we have to minimize our food, right? Half the stomach and quarter the stomach with water and rest empty. That itself will help twice the population of whatever food we are eating, along with reduction in unnecessary things.
Yes.
Dr. Raghu, this is Gopi. I don't have any questions, but it was very nice to hear from you after a long time. Thank you for your time and wonderful speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Gopi. Hope you're doing well. Thank you.
Yep, doing good. Thank you.
Anyone has any other questions? Okay. So actually, what we want to do is we want to end the meeting and rejoin. The reason is the recording has been going on for the past 5+ hours, and we want to save the recording so we can publish in the YouTube. And it takes few minutes to do that. So we request the
Still seem to be 33 participants, but maybe they're busy, but it's fine. Yeah, certainly we can move to the
We'll
next
have to
program.
just rejoin again. That's our request.
Next item. If there are no questions.
To ask our friends.
I mean, I welcome criticisms also, as
Prasanna,
you know.
Yes, doctor.
One small one.
Yes, doctor.
A picture of Vallalar.
Yes, doctor.
And most of the Vallalar pictures are without mustache.
Okay.
But what you are projecting with the mustache, any reason for that? I really don't know that.
So, doctor, whatever pictures that we get right now are not the original pictures of Vallalar. But this picture, what we are showing with the mustache, and seems to be the close one, you know, the way Vallalar was when he was there. Okay. And this was confirmed, and this is a picture in Vadalur that was there. And many people who have seen Vallalar has told this is how Vallalar used to be, or this is how Vallalar was, and this was the more closest picture. Rest of the things were drawings done by people who have not seen Vallalar.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Prasanna.
Thank you, doctor. And in fact, we have one of the senior Sanmargi, Mr. Mupaya. He's called as Mu Balasubramaniam. He has met someone in the last 1900 sometime, when he went to Vadalur. He met a person who has seen Vallalar, and he was in his old senior years, old age. And when he met him, it looks like he said that this is how Vallalar looked like. So, and that's why we thought we started to adopt this picture, doctor.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Of course, Vallalar doesn't want him to be drawn or seen or worshipped or anything, but some way we want to we want to have some representation of him, and that's the reason we are using this. Otherwise, as a policy, we are not having it for worship or anything. At least from Vallalar Universal Mission, it is up to us, how we want to do it, and it's up to the individual. So we are not forcing anyone. And this is the picture, doctor, as seen in Vadalur.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, so should we take a break? Anybody has any question or any comments or anything before we break and join again? Okay, thank you, and we look forward for you guys to join again.
Could you tell exactly how many minutes are so that we will be taking a break and come and rejoin?
Can we take like 10-minute break? Is that okay?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes would be good, Prasanna. I think it takes some time to generate the Zoom recording, so I would suggest 15 minutes probably. So it's 23 now, and probably in 15 minutes probably we can reconvene.
Prasanna,
okay.
This is the Florida team, Prasanna. So we're going to start another 15 minutes, or
Yes.
for us it takes.
No, we will start in another 15 minutes, Sendila. Yeah.
Okay.
We just wanted to
Paniraya
close the
there.
file.
Yeah, Paniraya is the one coordinating. Just want to ask you that.
Yes, dear all, I am Dr. Chokalingam. You must excuse me because I'm leaving tomorrow early morning. I got some interventional procedures. I think I will see you in the YouTube.
Thank you
really
so much, Doctor.
Thanks a lot for everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for staying so late, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Oh,
Doctor.
no,
Thank you very much, Doctor.
I
Thank
am
you, Doctor.
staying only for my own benefit. I really enlightened. I am trying to learn more and more from you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Arutperum Jyoti Thaniperum Karnai, Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sindhilaya, Paniraya, let's get back in 15 minutes. Yeah.
25, 30.
Sorry.
No, what time? Probably.
It is
40.
Like 2:25. Let's get it 2:40. Let's join back.
Yeah, 2:40. Yeah, 2:40. We can meet again.
All right.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.